Go! Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The 300 fate heavenly aperture pills flew toward those Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouses. The nirvanic rebirth fire dissipated with a loud bang. Miracle! Truly a miracle. Master Ye's alchemy technique really broadens this. Zhou's horizons. Zhou Xianxin had already been holding it in for too long. At this moment he finally could not help but erupt. Controlling strength like thread, with great meticulousness, stable as a mountain, vast like the sea. Brother Ye's refinement can really live up to the word master. What's laughable is that we are actually displaying our meager skills before an expert. Thinking about it now, I really perspire from embarrassment. Chu Feng gave Yi Yuan a respectful bow and said, Master Yi is a wise man who attained Tao. Jin Nan is ashamed. Jin Nan also said. These three people went from mocking to shock, then to great admiration. This journey of the heart could be called ups and downs. But, having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, they were really convinced. Actually, before the three of them did this, the crowd had long already exploded. All 300 reached origin grade. My God! The quality of these 100 fate heavenly aperture pills are actually exactly the same. Not only Master Yi completed it, but he also did it so perfectly. This move really created an insurmountable peak. Even if they were a fool, they would also know how strong Yi Yuan was. Zhou Xianxin, 3 people were not even fit to carry his shoes in front of him. Such a performance was not unexpected. But the current Yi Yuan had somewhat weak footsteps. Clearly, the consumption was too great. This refinement was not easy. Before breaking through to Emperor Sakura Heaven, this should be the pinnacle of his creation. All right, I'll take the 100 fate heavenly aperture pill.
Ye Yuan waved
His hand and said. Those 300 people had excited faces. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, they said in unison, Many thanks to Heavenly Saint Yi for bestowing the pill. Finished saying, these people took the heavenly pill on the spot and broke through right away. Yi Yuan also fished out a black heavenly pill and directly swallowed it. When Zhou Xianxin, 3 people saw the situation, their pupils could not help constricting. This was not the 100 fate heavenly aperture pill. Yi Yuan even split his attention to refine another heavenly pill with the 300 fate heavenly aperture pills? This was also a little too impressive, right? However, what heavenly pill was this black thing? It seemed like they had never seen it before. Master Yi, I wonder what's the heavenly pill you took just now? Zhou Xianxin could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The name? I haven't thought of it yet. Zhou Xianxin was stunned. Had not thought of it? In that case, this pill formula was just created by Yi Yuan? Did he still want people to live? This pill formula was improvised by me and randomly done amidst the 100 fate heavenly aperture pills. Didn't expect that it actually succeeded. Yi Yuan said. Zhou Xianxin was speechless. Jin Nan and Chu Feng were likewise so. This was also being said too casually. Boom! Before his voice faded, the chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's body exploded. With a loud bang, his aura surging to the sky, broke through. The facial muscles of Zhou Xianxin and the rest could not help but twitch. Randomly done and broke through? 1 heavenly pill, 1 minor realm. Reaching Emperor vast heaven realm, this was already something impossible. Even if it was some formidable cultivation heavenly pills, it could merely save 1,000 years of bitter cultivation too. But wanting to break through, it was far from enough. However, Yi Yuan casually refined a heavenly pill and broke through. Zhou Xianxin let out a sigh and said, Master Yi has already gleaned the essence of alchemy Tao. A simple movement or action is all Tao. Looks like he has already reached the threshold of doing as he pleases. Entering hegemon. With alchemy DOA is merely a matter of time for him. In contrast, the few of us are seriously too shallow. Jin Nan nodded and said, The few of us are still clinging onto form, but Master Yi is already following his instinct. This is called disparity. Right at this time, a commotion came from the crowd. A surge of origin power suddenly descended. Someone gained enlightenment. So fast. He just took the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill not long and already comprehended. My God, the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill that Master Yi refined is also too magical, right? This isn't increasing cultivation realm, but comprehending origin. Origin is a big hurdle for everyone. I didn't expect that guy comprehended so quickly. Hurry up and look. It's another power of origin. That person comprehended. 2. Among the 300 people who swallowed the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill, there were already people who gained enlightenment on Tao and stepped into origin realm. Furthermore, the numbers were still continuously increasing. One origin power after another descended. This stretch of wilderness instantly became lively. Even Kong Tan and Wang Ningyan, this kind of geniuses, were also extremely envious as they watched. Is this heavenly pill really so magical? These guys' aptitudes are just like that. However, they actually all seem to have had an epiphany comprehending origin. Kong Tan was somewhat sour as he said, according to this kind of breakthrough method, if there are sufficient heavenly medicines, then wouldn't Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven be able to create origin powerhouses unceasingly? Yu Yan also said with a melancholic look. She suddenly remembered what Yang Qing scolded her. She was indeed blind. It turned out that the leader on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side was simply Yi Yuan, and not Yang Qing. Wang Ningyan said, I think I understand something. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's sudden emergence this time is most likely because of Yi Yuan. He actually brought 1.2 million people up the vertical heaven stairs, and he brought more than 50,000 people from the Thousand Souls Hall. How is this possible? How is this possible? Kong Tan and the others were all shocked when they heard that, only then, coming back to their senses. A total of 1.2 million people, that was an absolutely terrifying number. Bringing 50,000 people over from the Thousand Souls Hall was even more horrifying than the 1.2 million people previously. It sounded somewhat fantastical. But one could understand from those 50,000 people's respectful attitudes that all these had nothing to do with Yang Qing. It was all due to Yi Yuan. Except, regarding how on earth Yi Yuan did it, they could not figure it out. After racking their brains too. Very soon, Yi Yuan transcended the Tao tribulation and reached Middle Emperor. Fasthefe. When he cultivated now, ordinary heaven and earth spiritual energy could no longer satisfy him. The efficiency of converting to chaos divine essence was far too low. Luckily, the labyrinth divine palace's heavenly medicines were really complete. He only came up with this pill formula after expending considerable effort in those 3 months. In a blink of an eye, it was another month. A series of exclamations suddenly came from the crowd. The 300th. All broke through. How is this possible? The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill that Master Yi refines is actually able to 100% breakthrough to origin realm. This is too amazing. Holy hell. Your father's intestines are green with regret. If I'd long known, I'd have found Master Yi to refine, and I'd also be an origin powerhouse. Now? Arg. When the 300th power of origin descended, the whole place seethed with excitement. The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill was not a divine medicine. Even if it had the effect of mind clarity, it depended on lucky chance too. Origin this step was far too difficult. Many people, even some geniuses, might not be able to break through to origin realm after consuming the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill too. But those people who consumed Yi Yuan's heavenly pills all broke through. A total of 300 origin powerhouses. This was definitely an astonishing force. The quality of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's martial artist army upgraded by several grades all at once. Such terrifying alchemy path strength made all the geniuses present give sidelong glances. Humph? Boring. Let's go. Kong Tan gave a cold snort and brought the fiend race and continued forward. The feather race and other races also left one after another. Of course, it was not really boring. Otherwise, they would not have wasted the lesser part of half a year here too. It was just somewhat sour. The entire labyrinth divine palace was an independent space. These heavenly medicines were just in the outermost periphery. In the distance, the palace towered into the clouds. Wang Ningyan and the rest left with them. Zhou Xianxin, they all could not stay anymore too and bade farewell to Yi Yuan. Master Yi, we're going first. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Be careful. From the same place, several major forces all advanced and withdrew together. They were very clear that they had to band up together here. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Only all the way until everyone was done breaking through did Yi Yuan bring Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's group to continue forward. Yi Yuan, we have to hurry. Otherwise, the benefits will all be taken away by those guys. Seeing that Yi Yuan was taking his time, Yang Qing said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There are many good things here, but it's not easy to take them away. Yang Qing's gaze turned intent, and he said, Amen? What do you mean? Yi Yuan said, Continuing forward, those old monsters probably wouldn't be able to hold back one by one, right? Yang Qing's pupils constricted, and he said, You're saying that there are hegemon realms among them? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Furthermore, there's quite a few. Otherwise, do you think that I'd have let Kong Tan off easily? Yang Qing said in surprise, This is impossible. Can't hegemon heavenless tell? Yi Yuan smiled and said, That sly old fox is probably happy to see it happen, right? He tossed out the labyrinth divine palace, this major killing move. How can it possibly be just to attract us, these small fries? You wouldn't think that he's really finding some successor, right? Yang Qing nodded his head blankly and said, Yeah, I really thought so. Sigh, looks like I was still too naive. He's a sly old fox. You're a little fox. As they walked, everyone entered a huge garden. In this place, there were pavilions and terraces, jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant, like an enormous imperial garden. Everything was quiet and serene. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone cried out in surprise, Hurry up and look! That's a chaos heavenly treasure. The crowd immediately boiled over with excitement. Chaos heavenly treasure. It's actually a chaos heavenly treasure. I'm rich. Now. That's mine. Nobody is allowed to snatch. This place is indeed a treasure trove? Haha. Maybe I can break through to hegemon realm in one stroke. Everyone looked over. It was only to see a small and exquisite bell lying quietly in the grass not far away. The bell was very exquisite, emitting waves of terrifying aura. That was the aura of a chaos heavenly treasure. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Stop! However, it was already too late. Although Yi Yuan had supreme prestige among them, riches always moved people's hearts. In front of a chaos heavenly treasure, there were always some people who were not calm. Hundreds of figures pounced toward that bell as if they were crazy. But, just as they were about to touch the bell, their bodies turned into countless fine powder, dissipating into the wind. It was as if they had never appeared before. There were even several origin realm powerhouses among them. The complexions of the others turned deathly pale. They did not even know where the attack came from. This kind of unknown fear made people break out in goosebumps. Heavenly Saint Yi, what's going on? When at a loss, someone finally thought of Yi Yuan. Very strange, Yi Yuan's strength was almost at the bottom among them. But at this time, everyone unwittingly wanted to rely on Yi Yuan. Fortunately, the vast majority of people respected Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. He did not speak. These people all did not move. It was also precisely because of this that they survived. Otherwise, it would probably have been far more than a few hundred people dead. Just now, Yi Yuan discovered the anomaly right away and gave a warning. Many people were originally itching for action, but in the end they still forcefully held back. At this time, these people were rejoicing greatly. Listening to Heavenly Saint Ye's words was correct. Yi Yuan did not speak. His brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, his figure moved, flying toward that bell. But, just as his hand was about to touch the bell vanished right before his eyes, strangely just like that. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their eyeballs popped out. Why was Yi Yuan fine? Why did the bell disappear? This imperial garden was overflowing with oddities everywhere. Yi Yuan did not move. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the surrounding changes. Each gust of wind, every trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Those 50,000 people were silent, watching Yi Yuan quietly, not daring to even breathe loudly. After a long time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everyone's hearts tensed up, and they were even more afraid to breathe. I think we should have fallen into a grand array, Yi Yuan uttered shocking words. Grand array? How is this possible? We can't feel any formation Tao. Undulations at all. Heavenly Saint Yi, is there a mistake? I'm a rank 9 heavenly formation. Master 2. But I didn't detect that there's a grand array in the slightest. If this is a grand array with so many of us barged inside, wouldn't we have long died out? On a rare occasion they questioned Yi Yuan. It was true that they could not feel the traces of a grand array at all. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, I heard that the Labyrinth Divine Palace had a formation path grandmaster called Hegemen 7 Way. He reached great beyond realm with formation Tao, his methods being exceedingly formidable. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, when he was seriously wounded, he actually sacrificed himself and refined himself into an unprecedented grand array. This grand array only had one word, heaven. He relied on heaven and exterminated 57 Hegemen realm powerhouses. Among them, there was even a great beyond realm mighty expert. Presumably, we should have gotten caught in heaven. Everyone drew a breath of cold air from listening. Exterminating 57 hegemons with his power alone. What kind of terrifying divine ability was this? One had to know that the entire Grand Brightjade complete heaven only had 60 over hegemon realms. This Hegemen 7 Way could annihilate Grand Brightjade complete heaven with his power alone. This kind of strength was too terrifying. How profound was Yi Yuan's insight in formation Tao? But he only detected something amiss in the instant that the bell appeared. Before this, he was completely clueless. This grand array was too terrifying. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace is an enormous space, and here it can be said to be a world within a world. This grand array is superimposed with the Labyrinth Divine Palace's space, so we didn't notice it at all. We fell into the grand array, but this grand array is very complicated. Can be said to have already reached the extreme of formation Tao. The spacetime here is arranged according to Hegemen 7 Way's will, incomparably complicated. Just now they triggered the death door, so they were wiped out by the grand array. But when I went, the death door shifted positions again, so I'm fine. That bell looks like it's placed on the grass, but actually it's simply in another space. This function is to lure us to step into the death gate. Furthermore, this grand array is different from other grand arrays. Is alive, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's hair stand on end. A living grand array. A living grand array left behind by a great beyond powerhouse. This, Heavenly Saint Yi. Then what should we do? Someone panicked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Take things one step at a time then. Everyone remember. If there are any more of such treasures, make sure not to act rashly without careful consideration. If you see anything strange, don't let your curiosity cause trouble. Everyone was fearful, nodding their heads one by one as they answered yes. Compared to treasures, it was naturally life that was more important. The party continued moving forward. Sure enough, many treasures appeared along the way again. Some treasures could even help them step into Hegemen realm. But no one dared to move anymore. As for Yi Yuan, he ignored those treasures without exception. His thoughts were fully on this grand array. To him, no treasure was as important as this grand array. Moreover, wanting to leave this grand array, one had to understand it first. Several days later, they finally bumped into other teams. It was Kong Tan and Yu Ran's party. These two teams had roughly over 3,000 people. Now, less than half were remaining. Clearly, they sustained rather heavy casualties for the sake of treasures. Seeing Yi Yuan, this group of people, Kong Tan and Yu Ran's pupils could not help constricting. This group of people actually did not suffer much loss. Kong Tan said in a sour tone. Yu Ran said, "How is this possible? Could it be that none of them took the treasures?" Kong Tan frowned and said, "I don't believe that someone can be completely unmoved when facing these treasures." When Yang Qing saw Kong Tan's expression, he laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you can't make the cut. It's just been a few days and half of the people around you have died. Hey, are you all idiots? You're still following him?" Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, you're courting death." Yang Qing smiled and said, "Come on, is your grandpa Yang scared of you? Is the fiend race very remarkable?" Kong Tan's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Yang Qing, don't be smug. After getting out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, I'll definitely request Ancestor to act and make a trip to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven." Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "Then you'll have to be able to get out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace first too." Kong Tan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Going on this trip into the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he had mustered everything up, preparing to make an all-out effort, suppressing geniuses from all heavens, seizing this position of inheritance. But who knew that from the vertical heaven stairs until now he was suppressed by people all the way? He really felt oppressed to the extreme. Suddenly, waves of terrifying auras came out of the nearby forest. The powerful light pricked until people could not open their eyes. Kong Tan revealed a look of wild elation. A precious treasure came into being, only to see a fire-red long spear hanging on the treetop. A sword was hanging on another tree. Also, the bell that Yi Yuan they all saw previously was on the ground. 3 chaos heavenly treasures. 1,000 feet away, a stalk of spirit grass was growing on the ground, emitting a shocking undulation. When Yi Yuan saw it, his pupils constricted too. Chaos-grade heavenly medicine. As the name implied, this was a heavenly medicine that only Hegemon realms could take. This kind of heavenly medicine, even if it was a single stalk, it was a priceless treasure too. When Origin Realm powerhouses consumed it, they might be able to break through the fetters in one stroke, reaching the realm of Hegemon. Apart from these, several items were even scattered in the grass. With this, even those people behind Yi Yuan could not help but be moved too. This was intruding upon a group of treasures. Any one of these things was an existence that drove people crazy. "Snatch!" Kong Tan yelled, his figure sweeping past swiftly. Beside him, the Feather Race and Fiend Race powerhouses made a move one after another too. Even if so many people died, they did not care in the slightest too. When were there no deaths when snatching treasures? But, on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven this side, not a single person moved. Kong Tan and Yu Ran were extremely surprised. They were all on alert against Yi Yuan and his group. In the end, none of them moved. Boo, boo, boo. Not far away from Kong Tan, more than 10 fiends instantly exploded, deader than dead. But no one hesitated. Yu Ran's movement technique was extremely fast and was actually in front of Kong Tan. In a blink of an eye, she was going to touch that red long spear. The undulation emitting from this long spear was extremely strong. It already faintly reached the power of a middle-grade chaos heavenly treasure. Clearly, this was the most important one out of these treasures. Kong Tan's pupils constricted and he cried angrily, "You ran, you dare!" Yu Ran laughed charmingly and said, "Hee. Treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated. Why would I not dare? No one could remain composed in front of benefits. You ran. This kind of peerless fairy maiden was the same too. But right at this time, a large group of people dashed out of the dense woods. Again, it was shockingly the likes of Wang Ningyan and Qin Baichuan. Precious treasures coming into being, all parties gathered together once. Again, it looked like Yuran was about to score the long spear. In the fiend race, a fiend figure suddenly erupted, shouting coldly, "Stinking! Lass, the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear isn't what you can encroach upon." This sudden change made everyone dumbstruck with shock. Hegemon realm. A hegemon realm actually appeared among the fiends. Humph! Kong Hai, with your paltry skills you also want to get the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. Before his voice faded, a powerful aura also erupted from the feather race. Another hegemon realm. What a joke! Such a precious treasure. When is it your turn? Ha ha ha! Kong Hai Yuxian, just the likes of you probably can't get the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you all right now. On humanity's side, the auras of 5 hegemon realms erupted at the same time. 5 people appeared all at once. Wang Ningyan, Qin Baichuan, and the rest were all stunned. They were completely kept in the dark previously. 7 hegemon realms appeared in an instant. How could they not be surprised? Originally thought that this was a battle of inheritance. Who knew that there would be hegemon realms involved? Did hegemon realms still need hegemon heavenless inheritance? 7 great hegemons instantly gathered together from 7 different directions. But very soon, the 7 people's expressions suddenly changed. Boom! 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 The sound of 7 explosions echoed out. The 7 great hegemons were directly blasted away, flying out. Clearly, they had triggered the array formation again just now. However, hegemon realms were hegemon realms. They were clearly not so easy to be killed. The 7 people got up from the ground, expressions all very unfriendly. Martial Ant Yun Xiang, why are you here? Wang Ningyan said in pleasant
Surprise.
With a hegemon realm around, she suddenly felt a lot more confident. Among humanity's 3 great hegemons, there was one that was the purple. Extreme Heaven Pavilion's female hegemon, Hegemon Yun Xiang. Hegemon Yun Xiang had a dark look as she said, "Do you really think that, heavenless, that old ghost will give you guys the inheritance? You brats are too naive." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Ningyan said in surprise, "Martial Ant Yun Xiang, what do you mean?" Hegemon Yun Xiang said, "Old man heavenless methods are exceedingly formidable. Back then, when all the heavens joined forces, it did not even kill him completely. This kind of wildly ambitious person, do you think that he'll give you all the inheritance? This labyrinth divine palace is merely a scheme. That's all." Wang Ningyan said in surprise. "Then why did ancestors still let us come?" Yun Xiang said, "The labyrinth divine palace has once gathered treasures from all heavens. This is a huge lucky chance." Yun Xiang, stop talking rubbish. Better think of how to get the treasures. Next to her an old man roared. This old man was Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Hegemon Realm, Zhang Hexin. These hidden hegemon realms all did not make a move previously. Actually, they were fearful of heavenless. But these treasures in front of them were seriously too tempting. They still could not resist revealing their identities. Yun Xiang's gaze flickered and she said, "The few of us change positions and try again." The other few people had solemn faces, nodding one after another. Clearly, they approved of this plan. The 7 great hegemons each adjusted their position. Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice, "Go!" 7 figures flashed indeterminately, akin to wandering dragons. Incomparably breathtaking. However, they did not look cool for longer than 3 seconds. It was only to hear the sound of explosions again. Those 7 people were blasted, flying out once more. Being bombarded twice, the 7 people all sustained considerable internal injuries. In front of so many junior disciples, these big shots felt a loss of face. However, with treasures in front, the hegemons were naturally not willing to give up easily. After resting, they attempted it 5 to 6 times in a row. But each time it ended badly. Heavenless, this old man is really toying with us like monkeys. So many treasures, we can look but can't eat. Zhang Hexin said exasperatedly. Kong Hai said with a cold smile, Moron, weren't you very smug just now? Zhang Hexin immediately retorted. Your father suffered a loss. Can it be that you can get it? The group of hegemons seemed like eggplants hit by frost, wrinkled and mushy. The imposing momentum from before was all gone, making people find it funny. Far away, Yi Yuan had been paying attention to these hegemon realms all along, revealing an expression of deep thought. Over so many years, he had been studying this heaven formation. He discovered that this grand array was truly incomparably miraculous. Those hegemon realms did not even know that they had gotten caught in the grand array, but felt that Heavenless was creating difficulties to stop them and toy with them. No wonder it could kill dozens of hegemon realm powerhouses back then. Actually, Yi Yuan himself also could not tell what flaws this heaven formation had. Situated inside it, everything was perfectly natural. If not for Mi Tian having told him before about some stories of the labyrinth. Divine Palace, he himself could not have seen through at all too. But now, after the continuous probing of those hegemon realms, Yi Yuan finally saw through some clues. This grand array was like the highest quality of art, without the slightest flaw. It was like an incomparably precise machine, operating according to its own rules. It could randomly change positions and produce attacks based on the hegemons' attacks. But very clearly, the current heaven formation did not activate killing.
Formation mode.
Otherwise, none of them could think about escaping. Yi Yuan believed that this had something to do with Heavenless. Heavenless did not kill people and also showed these treasures. What on earth was it for? His goal was really hard to guess. Kid, come over. Yi Yuan, who was currently contemplating, was interrupted. Yi Yuan was stupefied, not knowing why Zhang Hexin suddenly became interested in him. Meanwhile, the other hegemons had gloating looks. Zhang Hexin was currently frustrated with nowhere to vent. He naturally had to find an outlet to vent out. Yi Yuan was the best candidate. As humanity's 3 supreme heavens, these hegemon realms were naturally unwilling to see Grand Brightjade complete heaven rise up. However, regardless of whether it was Yangqing or Yi Yuan, their potential was tremendous. On this trip, Yi Yuan even brought out hundreds of origin powerhouses. These 50,000 people in front of him all had huge potential. Without a doubt, Zhang Hexin was apprehensive. Of course, it was not just him. Humanity's 5 hegemons were all apprehensive. Yi Yuan got up, and the faces of Yangqing and the rest changed hurriedly, stopping him. You can't go over. I'll go, Yangqing said in a deep voice. Don't need to be so sentimental. You come too, Zhang Hexin directly said. With this, everyone was no longer calm. I'll go too. Zhang Hexin clearly wanted to harm Yi Yuan. So how could they possibly watch Yi Yuan deliver himself to death without any emotion? Even if he wanted to die, it was not Heavenly Saint Ye's turn too. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No rush. See what he has to say first. Yi Yuan and Yangqing, 2 people, came before Zhang Hexin. The latter snickered and said, Kid, along the way, you were very capable. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's not that I'm capable. It's that you all are too weak. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens sound very domineering. But weren't you still suppressed by the fiend race and feather race, these major races? If not, for Yangqing, humanity's face would have long been utterly lost by you all. The other party was obviously looking for trouble. Yi Yuan naturally would not be polite. As for Wang Ningyan, Lu Haoran, and the rest, their faces turned bright red. These words slapped the face resoundingly. But they could not deny it because this was an undeniable fact. Actually, Yi Yuan already faintly guessed what Zhang Hexin wanted him to do. It was nothing more than seeing that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had a lot of people, to let these people be cannon fodders and search for the restrictions flaws. Courting death. Sure enough, Zhang Hexin's face turned black. The overwhelming aura of a hegemon realm suddenly erupted. Palm smashed down toward Yi Yuan. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in alarm. Feng Qingxuan's pretty face turned deathly pale, pouncing over madly, wanting to block this palm on Yi Yuan's behalf. But very clearly, she was too slow. However, Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and his heart did not race. He just stood where he was, unmoving like a mountain. What courage! Even if it was one of the human hegemons, he could not help but praise too. Boom! A gust of palm wind howled past. Yi Yuan felt like his four limbs were going to fall apart. The palm of a hegemon realm was too strong. However, this palm forcefully stopped an inch in front of him. Seeing that Yi Yuan was not frightened, Zhang Hexin was somewhat disappointed. Humph! Killing you like this is letting you off too cheaply. Boy, give you a chance. Go and blaze a trail yourself or make those people find a path. As long as you can get the treasures, this seat can spare your life. Zhang Hexin said with a strange laugh. Zhang Hexin, if you dare touch a hair of Yi Yuan's, it's sowing in irreconcilable enmity with my void shrine illuminating heaven. Feng Qingxian shouted fiercely. Zhang Hexin chuckled and said, Fire Phoenix lass, are you scaring the seat? Your void shrine illuminating heaven is strong, but my humanity's three heavens aren't weak either. If we really fight, it's hard to say who'll win. Present, your void shrine illuminating heaven has suffered heavy casualties. My humanity's three heavens really aren't scared. Feng Qingxuan's expression changed, suddenly feeling powerless. Hegemon realms were not so easy to scare. They all had very powerful factions behind them. Heavenly Saint Yi, I'll go. I'm willing to go too. I won't hesitate to lay down my life for Heavenly Saint Yi. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses actually all came forward on their own accord, requesting to scout a path. Zhang Hexin could not help being stunned when he saw the situation. He did not expect that this boy actually had such great rallying power. With this move, he wanted to drive a wedge between Yi Yuan and those people. He felt that Yi Yuan would not go and scout a path himself and would only let those people go and die. This way, the others would definitely bear a grudge against Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that these people were actually willing to go and die for Yi Yuan. Previously, when these people protected Yi Yuan, it was not to the extent of a life and death parting. Furthermore, they needed help from Yi Yuan. Zhang Hexin felt that this kind of relationship based on benefits was the most fragile. He had used this move many times in his life. It proved to be effective every time. But this time he failed. I'll go back. I'll go by myself, Yi Yuan said to everyone calmly. No way. Heavenly Saint Yi is our Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's hope. How can you risk your life? My wretched life is not worth mentioning. If ed. Heavenly Saint Yi, let me go. Yi Yuan wanted to go himself, but everyone did not let him. Those hegemon realms were all dumbfounded. Only in life and death could one see human nature clearly. These people's words were clearly not fake. They would never have thought that Yi Yuan actually had such great prestige. Among these people, one had to know, even if you were a genius making me go and die for you, this would be impossible too. At least no one here could do it. But these 50,000 over people were actually scrambling over each other to go and die for Yi Yuan. They could not help being visibly moved. All shut up for me, Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. Everyone immediately shut up. Only then did he slowly say, Who told you that? I'm going to send myself to die. Everyone immediately calmed down, looks of wild ecstasy showing on their faces. Could it be that this great beyond grand array was actually cracked by Yi Yuan? Then, that would be amazing. But, when the hegemons heard that, they laughed heartily. Clearly, they all thought otherwise. Something that even these hegemon realms could not do. Could a measly little emperor vast heaven do it? No matter how amazing you were also just emperor vast heaven. Yi Yuan did not get started right away, but he looked toward Zhang Hexin instead and said coolly, I can help you all take the treasures out, but there are two things that I want. The moment Zhang Hexin heard those words, he smiled. I didn't hear wrongly, right? You're bargaining with me? Do you really think that you can make it out alive? Yun Xiang smiled and said, Boy, even us hegemon realms are at a loss on what to do about this restriction. Just the likes of you can make it out alive? Yi Yuan just smiled and turned around and left. Saying any more was pointless. He walked straight towards the forest where the treasures were. Kong Tan could not help laughing as he said, This boy has always liked to posture a lot, but this time he has reached the end of posturing. Kong Hai said disapprovingly, A youngster that doesn't know how to be restrained, it serves him right to die too. Yuran smiled and said, He also didn't expect that there would be so many hegemon realms appearing. However, watching such an alchemy master disappear, I'm quite excited. Amidst the mocking, Yi Yuan walked toward the restriction. Well, the restriction was just what Zhang Hexin they all thought. Actually, this place was just one part of the heaven formation. Completely comprehending heaven formation was naturally impossible. But fortunately, with the help of Zhang Hexin and the rest, it already let him have a preliminary understanding of things. In reality, along the way he had been observing the patterns of these treasures appearing and disappearing the whole time. As long as it was an array formation, no matter how seamless and flawless the array formation, it operated according to some rules too. Just like this world, it was also operating with various origins and power of rules. When he got close to the restriction, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and started musing. When Zhang Hexin saw the situation, he could not resist laughing as he said, Ha ha ha! This boy also is scared of death after all. Another hegemon mocked, A person? Who isn't scared to die? However, isn't it a little late to only wake up at this time? This boy is very cocky. Looking at him pissing his pants in fear is very interesting. Yi Yuan was naturally not scared until he peed in fear. He was just observing. A blade of grass, a tree, a flower, a leaf, even a speck of dust, a wisp of spiritual energy. It was all in this heaven formation. A grand array that even hegemon realms could not see through. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Seeing Yi Yuan not moving from start to end, Zhang Hexin clearly somewhat lost his patience and said in a cold voice, If you're still not going in, I'll make others go in. Yi Yuan still did not move, turning a deaf ear to Zhang Hexin's words. Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and said, cravenly clinging to life and afraid of death, Boy, since he doesn't dare, it's your turn. This was said to Yang Qing. Yang Qing glanced at him and said crossly, Idiot, what the hell do you know? He's cracking the formation, cravenly clinging to life and afraid of death? Her. That guy's dictionary doesn't have these words. Idiot. Saying idiot twice in a row, it could be seen how much Yang Qing looked down on Zhang Hexin. Zhang Hexin was furious and was about to make a move against Yang Qing. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see his body turned, taking 5 steps to the east. Then he took a step forward and stepped into the range of the restriction. A hint of a smile already flashed across the corners of Zhang Hexin's mouth. He was waiting for the restriction to activate and smash Yi Yuan to powder. But very soon he could not smile anymore. The restriction had no activities. With this, the whole place was in an uproar. This is impossible. Why didn't the restriction react? Are you kidding me? A restriction that even hegemon realms couldn't crack. He, an emperor vast heaven, can crack it. Must have hit the jackpot. Right, it must be good luck. Coming all this way, the various factions suffered heavy losses. However, there were also lucky ones that could obtain 1 or 2 less powerful treasures. But those were done by piling on lives. They discovered that the more powerful the treasure, the more formidable the restriction. But Yi Yuan's luck was also too good, right? Everyone chalked this step from Yi Yuan up to luck. Yi Yuan could not hear the outside world's exclamations at all. He was already fully immersed in his own world. Or should one say, inside the heaven formation. He did not immediately take the next step and stood still again. He was analyzing the restriction. This time, Zhang Hexin did not rush him anymore. The 7 great hegemons all did not urge. Because Yi Yuan really made the first step. Compared to finishing Yi Yuan off, they naturally hoped to get the treasures. Inside the restriction even more. The treasures inside were too moving. Otherwise, they would not have easily shown themselves too. Of course, after acquiring the treasures, then finishing Yi Yuan off, that would be perfect. Zhang Hexin planned like this in his heart. An hour later, Yi Yuan took the second step. Then he disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Where did he go? This guy wouldn't have run away, right? Zhang Hexin said with a frown. But Hegemon Yun Xiang's eyes lit up, and she shook her head and said, "No, this restriction is connected to space-time. He was sent into another space. Interesting. This boy actually really figured out the way." The hegemons trembled all over, looking at Hegemon Yun Xiang with incomparable shock. Hegemon Yun Xiang was the authority on this. This was because she had another identity. She was a hegemon-level heavenly formation master. This was also why the offensive acts previously were all directed by her. But very clearly she failed. "Yun Xiang, you aren't joking, right? An Emperor Vast Heaven brat actually cracked the restriction that old man Heavenless laid down. Another human," Hegemon said in shock. Hegemon Yun Xiang shook his head and said, "How can it be that easy? He just took 2 steps. The further in, the more difficult it gets." However, being inspired by him, this seat seems to have also seen through something. Zhang Hexin said with a look of surprise, "Doesn't that mean that this boy is more formidable than you?" Hegemon Yun Xiang's face turned black, a surge of killing intent rising. Zhang Hexin's expression changed, wishing to give himself 2 tight slaps, really rubbing people's noses in it. Out. Coming out. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. After a time interval of 1 day, Yi Yuan's figure directly stepped out of the void and returned to everyone's line of sight again. This time, Yi Yuan was much closer to those treasures. This guy actually really didn't die. Why? A restriction that even hegemon realms can't do anything about. Why can he, unparalleled in alchemy Dao, crushing his peers, and now his formation Dao, can actually crush hegemon realms? The competition among peers was indeed shocking, but it was far from the shock of the present. After all, hegemon realm powerhouses were paramount existences. Many people knew that Hegemon Yun Xiang was a hegemon-level heavenly formation master. Did that mean that Yi Yuan, this grade 8 heavenly formation master, already crushed Hegemon Yun Xiang? Yun Xiang felt somewhat at a loss of face. Actually, she was conflicted. Regarding treasures, she naturally coveted it. But if Yi Yuan could really take treasures, her face would be lost. And then killing him might be the best option. But she said one thing right. It became harder and harder toward the back. The time that Yi Yuan stopped over for each step also got longer and longer. But at this time, no one rushed him anymore. Everyone was being patient, waiting for him to take the next step. This step, Yi Yuan spent an entire day. Then it was a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days later, Yi Yuan disappeared again. Half a month later, when Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone again, he was already standing in front of a treasure. Everyone's breathing became nervous. This was a grade 5 Grand Mist treasure, an entirely black long saber. Yi Yuan leaned over to pick it up. No abnormality happened at all. Hiss! He really did it. He actually really did it. Zhang Hexin exclaimed. They were thrashed by this restriction many times and thought that old man Heavenless was playing them. In the end, no. It was just that they were incompetent. Really inconceivable. This boy actually got the treasure from under old man. Heavenless hands. Kong Hai said in shock. This boy is truly remarkable. Given enough time, he'll absolutely be a
Terrifying existence.
He might be able to reach old man heavenless that height. Hegemen Yuxian said with a light smile. When they heard that, the expressions of humanity's hegemons all changed. This was clearly said for them to hear. Another heavenless appearing. This was not some good thing. Although they knew that Yuxian had the intention of provoking them, the apprehension in their hearts grew thicker. Humanity's three supreme heavens did not want to be ruled by a low-level plane. Heh? Sister Yuxian, rather than sowing discord here, it's better to discuss how to distribute the treasures. Zhang Hexin said with a cold smile. Yuxian smiled slightly and said, that feather coat should have been left behind by my feather clan senior. It's not overboard that we ask for it, right? Kong Hai said, this seat is getting the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. Zhang Hexin sneered and said, Kong Tan, you haven't seemed to have figured out the situation yet. You can forget about the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. Kong Hai was indifferent and said with a chuckle, you guys wouldn't really think that the fiend race only has this seat alone who came, right? My fiend race hegemons has always acted independently. But do you really think that they will look on with folded arms? Zhang Hexin's face fell and he said, then are you sure that just 5 of us from the human race came? Enough crap, the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. There's no share for you. Several mighty hegemons started negotiations and were already dividing up the treasures. It was as if these treasures were already in their hands. To tell the truth, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, they did not take him seriously too. Martial strength was the final right to speak. The others were merely unorthodox paths. 3 months later, Yi Yuan retrieved all of the treasures. All the hegemon realms had looks of excitement. In this restriction, there were 3 chaos heavenly treasures, 7 grand mist treasures, and also a chaos heavenly medicine. Especially the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear, it was even of the highest grade among chaos heavenly treasures. Even to hegemon realm powerhouses, this was also a significant wealth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan walked out of the restriction and was immediately surrounded by the 7 great hegemons. He could not run even if he wanted to. Zhang Hexin reached his hand out and said in a cold voice, hand it over! Initially, he only found Yi Yuan displeasing and wanted to toy him to death. But who knew that this kid actually really did it? Got to say, in addition to the shock, it was also an unexpected surprise. He naturally did not know that he had actually contributed his strength in it. 2. Yi Yuan was naturally reluctant to submit. He said coolly, now do we have the capital to negotiate? Zhang Hexin laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. You, a measly little emperor. Vast heaven wants to negotiate with us these hegemon realms? Don't you find this joke very hilarious? Ha ha ha. Everyone started laughing. Yi Yuan's current performance was indeed very ridiculous when it landed in everyone's eyes. Undefeated in pill refinement, undefeated in formation Dao, but you were not a hegemon in the end. Kid, if I give you a few thousand years, you might have the qualifications to challenge the few of us. But right now, you'd better put away your pride. Hegemon Yun Xiang said with a snicker. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yun Xiang's face, and he said coolly, the ones who haven't figured out the situation are you guys. You're a hegemon level heavenly formation master, right? I really feel ashamed for you. You are already at this realm, but you don't even know where you are. Yun Xiang's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said, boy, are you scaring us? Scare you all? Her? You guys called this as a restriction just now.
Yeah.
Yuan pointed at that dense forest and said. Yun Xiang's brows furrowed slightly and said, if it isn't a restriction, what is it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, since you're hegemon realm, then you should know what the number 1 grand array in all the heavens is, right? Yun Xiang could not help laughing as she said, are you testing this seat? Number one grand array in all the heavens is naturally the labyrinth divine. Palace's heaven formation. You aren't telling this seat that we're in the heaven formation now, right? Otherwise, what do you think? Yi Yuan said. Haha. Boy, after solving a restriction, do you really think that you can display your slight skill in front of this seat? Heaven formation is the number one killing formation since ancient times. Its power boundless. Forget about you, even we all, these hegemon realms will face certain death if we enter too. With just the likes of you, you don't even have the qualifications to enter heaven formation, Yun Xiang said disapprovingly. Honestly speaking, when they heard Yi Yuan say heaven formation, the hearts of all the hegemons tensed up too. After all, the hegemons who fell inside heaven formation were too many. But, hearing Yun Xiang say so, their hearts eased up again. Punk, this seat will say it one last time. Hand over the treasures. Zhang Hashin said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and suddenly took a step. Courting death. Zhang Hashin's expression turned cold and suddenly threw a punch over. Against the punch of a hegemon realm, an emperor vast heaven would definitely die without a doubt. The expressions of Yang Qing and the rest changed wildly, but it was too late. Boom! This punch slammed into the air. Yi Yuan's figure actually disappeared. Yun Xiang's pupils constricted, and she cried out in alarm. How is this possible? This is already out of the restriction territory. How did he do it? Next to a pile of strange stones, Yi Yuan's figure appeared. While everyone had a look of shock, looking at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said was real? They had actually all fallen into the terrifying heaven formation and were not aware. Want to kill you all or not, it's merely a matter of a single thought from me. If I want to kill, you all would be long dead. If I don't want to kill, it's naturally because I don't want to kill you guys yet. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hashin and the rest as he said coolly. Shock was written all over Zhang Hashin's face. The six of their eyes all turned to Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang, what's going on here? This might very likely be the heaven formation. Among the seven people, the most shocked was naturally Yun Xiang. Zhang Hashin's face fell and he said, What's called likely? Could it be that you, a hegemon realm, is actually inferior to him, an emperor vast heaven? Yun Xiang's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, Likely means, not certain. Are you stupid? Zhang Hashin also realized that he had somewhat lost composure, which hegemon realm did not want face. His words put Yun Xiang on the spot. Cough cough? Younger sister Yun Xiang, don't get agitated. Brother Zhang is also somewhat anxious. That's why his words were not appropriate. At this time, another hegemon realm came forward to be a mediator. Yun Xiang snorted coldly. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. A grand array that even this seat can't detect, apart from heaven formation. I can't think of a second one. Brat, could it be that you've already grasped
Heaven formation.
Yun Xiang looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression. In reality, Yun Xiang was extremely shocked in her heart. Not only did Yi Yuan see through it, he even acquired the treasures. While she, this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, actually did not even detect a trace. What a complete loss of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How profound is heaven formation? How can it be grasped so easily? I just saw everyone challenging the formation and felt some changes, and then I had some comprehension. That's all. So, do I have the qualifications to negotiate the terms with you all now? The seven hegemons had black faces, all falling silent. Clearly, it was considered to be tacitly approving. But it was too hard for these words to come out of these hegemon realms' mouths. Yi Yuan said, Among these treasures, I want three things: scarlet flame, heaven-howling spear, Huan dragon root, and this myriad magnetism mountain. Huan dragon root was that chaos heavenly medicine. Yi Yuan naturally had no use for this. But, to Cloud Mount, this thing was a priceless treasure. His fading life force could only be restored using chaos heavenly medicines. But chaos heavenly medicines were extremely rare when looking across the 33 heavens too. Yi Yuan did not expect to see it here. However, Cloudmount's injuries were extremely serious. A Huan dragon root was far from enough. As for whether or not he could find others, he could only try his luck. The moment the words came out of his mouth, Zhang Hexin exploded. Among these treasures, the most precious were the Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear and Huan Dragon Root. Yi Yuan actually wanted them in one breath. Then would these hegemons, become a joke? Haha! Boy, you really dare to open your mouth. Do you think that we'll agree? Zhang Hexin laughed from extreme rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, I heard that back then, the Fire Spirit race's progenitor Flamebright had a great battle with Ancestor Sevenway. In the end, he brought numerous hegemons and inflicted heavy wounds on Ancestor Sevenway. Ancestor Sevenway knew that it was impossible to escape his doom, so he derived the heaven formation with his essence, energy, and spirit, cutting down the Fire Spirit race's progenitor inside this formation. The Fire Spirit race also never recovered from this setback because of this. Progenitor Flamebright's successor, should still remain inside this formation, right? The moment these words came out, the faces of the 7 great hegemons changed. Progenitor Flamebright was once a greatly renowned great beyond powerhouse. His lifeblood treasure successor had a great reputation in all the heavens. Successor was a superior grade chaos heavenly treasure. These treasures were utterly worthless in front of successor. Therefore, hearing that successor might have remained inside the heaven formation, the 7 great hegemons were no longer calm. Boy, what do you mean? Zhang Hexin asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What I mean is, dozens of hegemons died here. The treasures are too many to enumerate. There are still many treasures later at the back. Rather than getting entangled here, it's better to have a longer term perspective. We cooperate to retrieve treasures. Zhang Hexin said disdainfully. A mere emperor vast heaven, what right do you have to cooperate with us? Yi Yuan said. Based on that I can understand heaven formation. Zhang Hexin could not resist looking over at Yun Xiang. The latter sneered and said, Boy, you're too self-confident. Since this seat knows that I've fallen into this formation, won't I know to comprehend it myself? You wouldn't think that this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, is someone who only knows how to eat and do nothing, right? Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, Sure. I'll teach you everything that I learned. When we encounter treasures later, let's have a fair competition and see who comprehends it first. If I can't match up to you, not only will I not take a single treasure, but I'll also hand these 3 treasures over with both hands. What do you all think? Is this for real? The 7 great hegemons virtually said in unison. This boy was too arrogant. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If I really lose, it won't be my turn to speak anymore, isn't it? The 7 great hegemons exchanged glances, all deeply feeling the same too. As long as Yun Xiang grasped the heaven formation, what did it still have to do with Yi Yuan? What shocked them was that Yi Yuan was actually willing to share what he learned with Yun Xiang. This boy was also too self-confident, right? Being able to become a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, how could Yun Xiang's comprehension ability be ordinary? Did this boy really think that he could crush a hegemon? Yi Yuan naturally did not want to do so, but he needed to borrow these people's strength to go and assault the heaven formation. Otherwise, it would be very hard for him to understand heaven formation on his own too. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. Everyone present was shocked. This boy is really drunk with confidence. He actually doesn't even place hegemon realms in his eyes. Her? This is handing his life over to other people's hands. This boy really has a unique train of thought. Emperor vast heaven challenging a hegemon. There's a show to watch. Amidst everyone's shock, Yi Yuan started imparting Yun Xiang what he learned. Of course, what Yi Yuan comprehended was just some smattering of the heaven.
Formation.
If you compared the heaven formation to a skyscraper, then what Yi Yuan comprehended was at most a small kitchen inside the large building. It was insignificant in front of this tower. When Yun Xiang listened, the fascinating expression on her face was unceasing. What Yi Yuan comprehended opened a new door for her and let her know that it turned out Formation Tao could still be like this. But even so, Yun Xiang was still somewhat laboring to comprehend these. Only after spending several months' time did she barely manage to understand. Actually, she still had many areas in which she only had half-baked knowledge. But due to status, she did not ask Yi Yuan in detail. Too humiliating. She, a hegemon realm, would not admit to being inferior to an emperor vast heaven. Yun Xiang believed that as long as she studied carefully later, she would be able to digest the content very quickly. For months later, everyone set off again. Getting 3 treasures, Yi Yuan was also fully satisfied and content. The Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear was prepared for Yang Qing. After he acquired this spear, it was even more like a tiger gaining wings. And the Myriad Magnetism Mountain was part of the Myriad Realms Mountain. Sure enough, hegemon chaos died here? Then can I find other Myriad Realms mountains in this place? Yi Yuan pondered. Yi Yuan was still quite interested in the Myriad Realms Mountain. This chaos heavenly treasure was made by hegemon chaos by exhausting all his effort. Each one was a 1 in a million treasure. 7 combining into 1, the power was boundless. Furthermore, this treasure was undoubtedly the most suited for him. Since hegemon chaos cultivation method was wrong, then this treasure's refinement method was naturally wrong too. Yi Yuan wondered if he could refine it with the eternal river's chaos. Could the power be stronger? The 2 Myriad Realms mountains that he obtained previously, Yi Yuan had already refined them anew in the eternal river. The power of those 2 Myriad Realms mountains, after combining together, had already reached the level of a grade 3 Grand Mist treasure. With this third one, there was no problem stepping into grade 4 at all. Before long, everyone discovered that 7 to 8 treasures appeared in a pile of quarry stones again. Is that Azure Spirit Chaos Element Sword? And also Cloud Whisper. This is the lifeblood treasure of hegemon Yu Yongbak. Then, with immensely formidable power. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Just the middle grade chaos heavenly treasures, there are 2 of them. Yun Xiang, it's up to you. The hegemon realms were extremely excited. Although the treasures here were not as many as before, the quality was a level higher. Which of these people could remain calm when they saw it? Yun Xiang said confidently, "Relax. This seat has been studying Formation Tao all my life. The array formations that I've seen before are more than the rice that this brat has eaten. Can I still lose to him?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't boast too much. Be careful that you get face slapped in a while." Yun Xiang said disdainfully, "With the likes of you, boy, you'd better think about how you should deal with yourself after this seat comprehends heaven." Yi Yuan smiled and declined to comment. Yun Xiang said, "The few of you old fellows work harder for this seat too. Otherwise, nobody can think about walking out of this grand array. Begin." Zhang Hexin's 6 great hegemons took their positions. Under Yun Xiang's word of command, the 6 people dashed out like lightning, pouncing straight for those treasures. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion sound came over again. The 6 people were blasted until they fell flat on their backs, looking extremely wretched. Putting it bluntly, they were just looking for abuse. To say that the power of this grand array section was great, it was not. But to say that it was small, it was not small either. The few people were blasted until they had bloody noses and swollen faces, and broken hands and hands. It was unavoidable. They were bound to make an exhibition of themselves. Why did they not let others go? Not reaching hegemon realm, going would be to seek death. Without being able To even touch the array formation, there would be no value at all. Hence, they could only greatly inconvenience these few old fellows. King Hell, your father has lived to this ripe old age. Still the first time that I'm being toyed by someone. Yunxiang, if you lose to that boy, this seat will find trouble with you. A human hegemon roared angrily. I know that there are definitely still old fellows who hid themselves. If you guys have the ability, don't ever show your faces? Humph. The 6 great hegemons were very depressed too. But it could not be helped as, well, who asked them to jump out first? Each hegemon had their own means, if they used their respective means to hide. Among tens of thousands of people there would really be no way of discovering. But it was certain that there were definitely still quite a few hidden old fellows. Yun Xiang and Yi Yuan both stared at the grand array without shifting their gazes, feeling every movement and action of the grand array. The grand array was an organic entity, but without a doubt the buried treasure places were the only explicit passageway of the grand array. Want to understand the heaven formation, one could only start from here. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Yun Xiang held a piece of rock in their hands and started drawing a formation diagram on the ground and fell into deep thought. Clearly, this subformation was even harder and more complicated than the one before, because previously Yi Yuan did not draw a formation diagram. When everyone saw the situation, they crowded over one after another. You all look, hegemon Yun Xiang and Yi Yuan both drew 9 symbols. Each of these 9 symbols represents an array element. Could it be that heaven formation that's known as the number 1 killing formation in the world actually only has 9 array elements? This is also too inconceivable. Origin powerhouses who understood array formations started explaining the significance of these symbols to the others. When many people heard, they all exclaimed with admiration. There were many array formation schools of thought. There were naturally many kinds of array elements too. There were 9 by 9, 81 types of the most basic array elements. And some high-level array elements were derived from these 81 types of array elements. Complicated and elaborate, extremely hard to grasp. The more complicated the array elements used, and the more massive they were, naturally the stronger the power of the grand array. But no one could have thought that this most terrifying grand array in the legends was actually so simple. Eh? Why did Yi Yuan stop? Hegemon Yun Xiang's pen is still moving like flying. Looks like she's actually leading Yi Yuan. Like I said, how can a mere emperor vast heaven possibly be stronger than a hegemon realm? Yi Yuan, this boy has shot himself in the foot this time. Suddenly, Yun Xiang stopped too and said to the 6 great hegemons, "You all, go and storm again." The 6 people's faces turned black at the same time, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This process was not that fun. However, seeing that Yun Xiang seemed to have the advantage, they could only clench their teeth and storm the formation once more. The result was self-evident. The 6 great hegemons returned with bloody noses and swollen faces again. I'll have to trouble seniors to go and rush it again. Who knew that when they just came back, Yi Yuan added on and instructed them. Zhang Hexin said in a great rage, "Boy, are you messing with the few of us? Didn't you see the attempt just now?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I saw it, but there are still some areas that I don't understand. Therefore, I'll have to trouble everyone." "Your father isn't going anymore," Zhang Hexin said in a great rage. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly, "That works too, but if hegemon Yun Xiang fails, don't look for me. At most, let's die together here. With you, 7 great hegemons?" "Oh. Wait, I estimate that there are at least 20 hegemons. Here, maybe even more. With so many people being buried in death with me, I think that it isn't considered a loss to me too." Zhang Hexin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Right now, there were clearly only Yi Yuan and hegemon Yun Xiang, 2 people. who had the ability to crack the formation. If they really offended this boy badly and if Yunxiang really failed, they would really have to die here. The 6 great hegemons attacked the array formation again according to the position that Yi Yuan pointed at. Ah! Very miserable. Just like that, Yunxiang and Yi Yuan, 2 people, used the 6 great hegemons as hard laborers, ordering them around over and over again. However, the 6 great hegemons' strengths were evident. With them taking action, it indeed saved a lot of effort. 3 months later, Yunxiang suddenly put down the rock in her hand and got up and walked toward the grand array. Everyone's mind trembled. It's here. It's here. Sure enough, it's still a hegemon level heavenly formation master who's more powerful. Hegemon Yunxiang cracked the formation first. Yi Yuan, this boy will suffer. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you no longer have utility value. This time, I'll see if you still don't die, Kong Tan said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and was still writing and drawing. However, no one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone's gazes were focused on hegemon Yunxiang. Yunxiang was very confident, arriving before the grand array, and took a step in. The grand array did not have the slightest activity. Following that, she took a second step. There was still nothing happening. Third step, fourth step. Yunxiang stormed the formation naturally and smoothly, without the slightest sluggishness. Compared to when Yi Yuan challenged the formation the previous time, it could simply be said to be unstoppable momentum. When Zhang Hexin and the rest saw the situation, they were all overjoyed. These few months of hardship finally exchanged for the hope of victory. Impressive. Impressive. Is still a hegemon-level heavenly formation master. In the end, her strength is indeed not for show. Hegemon Yunxiang only did not detect it previously. Once she realized that we're situated inside the heaven formation, this place indeed can't stop her. Yi Yuan, that boy is going to be in misery. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's shock. He was still writing and drawing, thinking about something. A gust of palm wind attacked. The thing that Yi Yuan was drawing was directly erased. Yi Yuan's thoughts were naturally interrupted too. He frowned and looked at the arrival. Who could it be if not Zhang Hexin? Zhang Hexin had a cold smile on his face, and he said, "Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now you're still putting on an appearance? You've already lost. Talking nonsense with him for what? Kill him at once." Kong Hai followed closely behind and said in a cold voice, "These few days Yi Yuan did not go easy on tormenting them. The number of times he made them storm the formation was much more than Yunxiang." In the end, Yunxiang already comprehended the formation, but Yi Yuan did not have any leads yet. They already found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye in the first place. Now it was naturally avenging grievances if there were any, and taking revenge if there were grudges. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and said with a light smile, "This subformation isn't that simple. Behaving like this now, be careful that you guys won't be able to clean up the mess in a while." Kong Hai sneered and said, "Yunxiang has already cracked the formation. What's there to clean up still? Boy, this seat has found you displeasing for a long time." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Then you might be even more unhappy in a while. No matter what, you all can't kill me right now because I'm the only second choice. Killing me once Yunxiang fails, none of you can get out. If you all are so confident in her, do it." Yi Yuan spread his 2 hands out and made it look like he was at other people's mercy to be cut up like fish. With this, Zhang Hexin, 2 people hesitated instead. He snorted coldly and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. Yunxiang will succeed in storming the formation right away. At that time it will be your death." Yi Yuan shrugged, indifferent to it. This subformation was not that simple. He had not even understood the changes involved up till now. Yi Yuan naturally would not underestimate a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, but he was certain that Yunxiang had most likely walked into a misunderstanding. This subformation was designed extremely ingeniously. There were several areas that were very easy to mix up. It was precisely because he was not sure that Yi Yuan made Zhang Hexin and the rest storm the formation many times. It was not that he had the intention of toying with him, but Zhang Hexin and the rest naturally felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately targeting them. Of course, he could not be bothered to make them understood either. Yi Yuan naturally had his reliance to dare pick a fight with Yun Xiang. He fused the origin seeds of myriad Tao. A very large portion of them were all Labyrinth Divine Palace disciples. Among them, there were origin powers that were quite similar to heaven.
Formation.
Yi Yuan guessed that the original master of this origin seed should have a significant relationship with Hegemon Seven Wei. It was by relying on precisely this origin seed that Yi Yuan held superior advantage in the heaven formation than others. Although Yun Xiang was formidable, she wholeheartedly sought speed, falling into mediocrity. Those few places that were easy to make one be confused were not that easy to discover. Boom! Before Zhang Hexin's voice faded, Yun Xiang was directly blasted out. Heavily wounded, the expressions of the six great hegemons changed wildly. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Yun Xiang failed. What's going on? Zhang Hexin asked. Yun Xiang frowned heavily and said, "It seems like somewhere is wrong. Let me deduce it again. Relax. I've already completely comprehended this
Formation.
It's not difficult to crack it." One sentence made everyone settle down. "Okay, whatever help you need, just say it. You can't lose this battle," Zhang Hexin said with a solemn face. After all, it was the #1 killing formation. Mistakes were naturally allowed, but the face of hegemon realms could not be lost. In this battle, they could not lose to Yi Yuan no matter what. Yun Xiang was a little stunned, but she still nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll reorganize it again." Hence, she buried herself in work again. But Zhang Hexin felt that there was a burning gaze looking over toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Motherfucker. This guy was right again. Humph. Brat. Don't get smug. She merely ran into some trouble. The general direction is correct. Just you wait to surrender. Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and no longer cared about Yi Yuan. He could not afford to lose this face. And this time, Yi Yuan started taking things easy and simply crossed his hands and stopped comprehending the formation. What's the matter? Yi Yuan wouldn't have given up, right? Even if he doesn't give up, the chances of winning aren't high either, right? Hegemon Yun Xiang also said that she has already fully understood it. Yeah, although she ran into some trouble, the results will definitely be her being successful. Yi Yuan's speed is still too slow. Everyone started discussing in whispers when they saw the situation. In a blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Yun Xiang naturally could not dispense without tormenting Zhang Hexin a few times. Then she went to storm the formation again with overflowing confidence. Zhang Hexin and the rest pulled themselves together once more, secretly, cheering Yun Xiang on. Boom! Who knew that before long, Yun Xiang was blasted out again. This time, it was even more miserable. The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest changed wildly, hurriedly going up to help Yun Xiang up. "Are you all right?" Zhang Hexin asked with concern. He was not on very good terms with Yun Xiang. There were some grudges, but, being united against outsiders at this time, he was naturally concerned. This time, half of Yun Xiang's body was blown away, rather miserable. Recovering would not be that easy as well. But Yun Xiang did not seem to have heard it and was full of confusion as she said, "Impossible. I've already deduced it dozens of times. It's clearly not wrong. Why? Why is it like this?" The expressions on the faces of the six great hegemons were very complicated. Without turning around, they already felt a series of burning gazes. "Failed again. It's okay. We have plenty of time again," Zhang Hexin encouraged. Yun Xiang did not say anything and nodded her head. After nursing her wounds for a few days, Yoon Seong finally recovered a little and started studying intensively again. But unfortunately, she came out badly injured each time. Furthermore, each was more severe than the last. After attempting for 7 to 8 times like time, she finally could not hold on anymore. Why? Why is this happening? I've clearly already comprehended the formation. Why can't I crack the formation? Yoon Seong looked up to the sky and roared. Angrily, her eyes full of confusion. Zhang Hexin's face was ugly to the extreme. Sustaining serious injuries repeatedly, Yoon Seong was already powerless to challenge the formation anymore. His gaze could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at him. He was currently chatting away with Yang Qing. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. But there was no choice. Boy, Yoon Seong can't do it anymore. Hurry up and go comprehend the
Formation.
Zhang Hexin arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Comprehend formation? Comprehend what formation?" Yi Yuan said with a blank face. Zhang Hexin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk are you, feigning ignorance to this seat?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Sorry. The things that I comprehended were all in those symbols. Now those symbols are gone. I also don't know how I should comprehend the formation anymore." Zhang Hexin almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. This boy was intentionally putting on airs. He did not believe that with Yi Yuan's intellect, he would not remember those symbols. Yi Yuan was clearly taking revenge by saying so. "Boy, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you?" Zhang Hexin released killing intent and locked onto Yi Yuan. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel it and said nonchalantly, "What's Senior so fierce for? The more you scare me, the more I'll forget. The more I forget, the harder it will be to crack the formation." Zhang Hexin was going crazy. By the side, Kong Hai said with a cold snort, "Talking crap with him for? Torment him well. This seat doesn't believe that he dares to not obey." The moment this was said, Zhang Hexin was clearly somewhat stirred. But this was also a risky move. Yoon Seong could not do it anymore. There was only Yi Yuan left now. If they really provoked Yi Yuan and had a life-and-death struggle, then everyone's lives would be left behind here. But to make him beg Yi Yuan obsequiously, he could not put aside this ego. 2. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. Lower your head and admit your fault. In the end, face still triumphed over everything. Zhang Hexin's figure suddenly moved explosively, directly grabbing toward Yi Yuan, his speed inconceivably swift. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan to dodge either. He still stood there, perfectly calm and composed, as if the target of Zhang Hexin's attack was not him. Just as Zhang Hexin was about to grab Yi Yuan, a figure suddenly rushed out from the flank. Bang! Zhang Hexin was in disarray, taking hundreds of steps back in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. A figure was standing in front of Yi Yuan with his hands behind his back. Humph! A bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhang Hexin's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise, "Hegemon Yunshang! Human race itinerant cultivator. Supreme Hegemon, Hegemon Yunshang." He finally could not resist and took action. Hegemon Yunshang snorted coldly and said, "A few idiots. If you all are courting death yourselves, this seat doesn't care. But do you want the others to be buried in death together with you all?" The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest were very ugly. Hegemon realm. Powerhouses being called idiots in front of so many people, their faces had nowhere to go. His expression turned dark, and he said, "Yunshang, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to act wildly in front of my Melody Nether heavenly sect." Yet, Hegemon realm Yunshang had a disdainful look as he said, "Your Melody Nether heavenly sect is very strong, but looking across all the heavens, it's also nothing more than this. Do you really know how many Hegemon realms came this time? How do you know that there aren't great beyond powerhouses among them? This seat is scolding you for your own good. Otherwise, if others made a move, It might take your life. Zhang Hexin's expression changed, and he could not resist sweeping his gaze over. But, no matter how he looked, he could not find which one was a hegemon realm. 2. What he did just now was indeed somewhat committing a taboo. He was willing to take the risk, but it did not mean that other hegemons were willing to brave the risk. With these people not coming forward, it was naturally because they felt that it was not yet time to take action. But, even if it was a great beyond powerhouse, they might not be able to get out of the heaven formation alive too. You idiots! If you're not as capable as other people, just directly apologize. Right now, this young friend is our only hope of getting out. You actually dared to attack him? If you guys really want to kill him, sure. This time, this seat won't stop you all. You all see whether or not someone will make a move and kill you guys. Hegemon Yunshang's gaze was cold as he said. The 7 great hegemons all had gloomy faces. But hearing Hegemon Yunshang's words, they were like being enlightened, knocking them awake. Seeing everyone remain silent, Yunshang said coolly, "Why? No more talking? If you're not talking, then put your ego aside. You guys just do whatever young friend Yi says." Finished saying this, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said with a smile, "Young friend Yi, looking on account of this seat's face, how about you calm your anger? If you're not happy, this seat can act and help you teach them a good lesson." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Yunshang's face naturally has to be given, but I've indeed pretty forgotten the process of deduction. If I want to continue comprehending the formation, I'll need the various seniors to take action and storm the formation anew. Your F***king lying through your teeth." Zhang Hexin swore. 6 great hegemons. Their lungs were almost exploding from anger. Meanwhile, Hegemon Yunxiang was secretly rejoicing, pretending to be dead at one side. She was already heavily injured and could not go and storm the formation. This sensation of rushing the formation was horrible. MN? Hegemon Yunshang's brows furrowed, his face revealing anger. Zhang Hexin and the rest immediately withered up. Yi Yuan stepped out of the ranks and made a hand gesture to the few as he said, smilingly, "Seniors, please go ahead." Zhang Hexin had a black face as he said, "Boy, this seat has remembered this score." Yi Yuan just smiled, indifferent about it. An hour later, a group of people came back with bloody noses and swollen faces. But Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of getting started. "Boy, we've already returned from storming the formation. Why haven't you gotten started?" Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. "Oh? I got the position wrong just now. I haven't found the place to start with. You guys go and rush it again," Yi Yuan said with a grin. Boom, boom, boom. 6 powerful auras surged to the sky. The 6 great hegemons were enraged. "Boy, you dare to mess with us?" Zhang Hexin bellowed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm messing with you all. Do you have any objections? The few of you terrorized me for half a day, but I am not allowed to mess with you once. This seat will kill you." Zhang Hexin's roar was virtually distorting. His current fury could be seen. A humph? Right at this time, Hegemon Yunshang coughed instantly, extinguishing the 6 people's fury. "Boy, consider yourself ruthless." Zhang Hexin roared angrily and stormed the formation again with endless anger. The moment the 6 people left, Yi Yuan picked up a stone and started drawing. Swiftly, the content of the drawing was exactly the same as before. Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. TSK? What happened really broadened my horizons today.
Een emperor vast.
Heaven toyed with 6 hegemon realms in the palm of his hand. When the 6 great hegemons return and see that Yi Yuan has already recovered, will they vomit blood? Sigh? Hegemon Hexin was too impulsive. If he had long known, couldn't he fly off the handle after enduring it and finish waiting for Hegemon Yunxiang to storm the formation? Now, he has utterly lost his face. Everyone started to sympathize with Zhang Hexin's 6 people. Even Hegemin Yunxiang had a strange look on his face too, secretly feeling glad that he did not provoke this kid. Otherwise, the outcome would be really miserable. Before leaving heaven formation, I absolutely must not provoke this kid. Hegemin Yunxiang secretly made up his mind. Another hour passed. The 6 people returned with injuries again. When Zhang Hexin saw the dense drawings on the ground, his entire person was petrified. He suddenly discovered that he had no temper anymore. His temper was bad, but the fury that filled his chest had nowhere to vent at. All succeeded. Indeed succeeded again. Hegemin Yunxiang is completely defeated this time. I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a puny little emperor vast heaven, really defeated a hegemin realm. How is this possible? The 2 of their realms are not on the same level at all. So why can Yi Yuan win? Can't figure it out. Yi Yuan walked out of the subformation carrying treasures. The whole crowd burst into an uproar. This announced that Yi Yuan had completely defeated Hegemin Yunxiang. At this time, Hegemin Yunxiang was looking at Yi Yuan in a daze, indescribably uncomfortable. In a fair battle, she was defeated by an emperor vast heaven. She was somewhat unable to accept this sort of thing. It was as if her many years of comprehension in formation Tao had all become a joke. How many years had she comprehended formation Tao? How old was Yi Yuan? Comparing people, was the disparity really so great? Why? Why is it like this? Yunxiang said absent-mindedly. Heaven formation isn't as simple as you imagine. 9 array elements, developing myriad Tao and the universe. The knowledge here accesses heaven and penetrates the earth. These 9 array elements are the foundation of all. Array elements. Hegemin 7-way simplified things, comprehending great Tao. But it's also precisely because of this that it's easier to make mistakes in many areas, and it even makes it hard to comprehend. The quintessence of heaven formation isn't in the grand array, but in these 9 array elements. Yi Yuan said. Yunxiang's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Clearly, the things that Yi Yuan said opened her mind to new ideas. But knowing was one thing, comprehending was another. Yunxiang's formation Tao cultivation was very strong, but heaven formation was not what she could comprehend in a short time. This was the disparity between her and Yi Yuan. This heaven formation was enough for her to use a lifetime to comprehend. I lost, Yunxiang said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan patted her shoulder and said, "You're very strong. Heaven formation is your chance to break through the shackles. Comprehend it well. Maybe in the future you can corroborate your Tao as a supreme hegemin." This action looked very strange in everyone's eyes. Under normal circumstances, this was an elder inculcating a junior. But a measly little emperor vast heaven actually acted in such a manner to a hegemin realm. It looked really strange no matter how one looked at it. But people also had nothing to say. This was because this emperor vast heaven had indeed completely defeated a hegemin realm. An inconceivable victory. In the following journey, it became Yi Yuan's solo performance. Hegemin Yunxiang ignored her injuries and followed behind Yi Yuan like a little follower. Just as Yi Yuan said, this heaven formation was her greatest lucky chance. Even if she could comprehend 1/10,000th, it would also benefit her for life. The number 1 killing formation in all heavens and myriad words. This name was not called in vain. Yi Yuan did not have the thought of being selfish either. Although he was not on good terms with these hegemons, the crisis of the blood race was near at hand. If their strength could improve further, it would naturally be a good thing too. Hence, a scene that amazed everyone appeared. Yunxiang, this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, was actually like a disciple, frequently receiving Yi Yuan's teachings, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. Yunxiang's improvement was obvious. 3 years later, Yunxiang's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and she actually broke through to peak hegemon in one stroke. All the hegemon realms were really envious to the extreme. Really amazing. I didn't expect that Hegemin Yunxiang actually had a blessing come to her in the disguise of misfortune, breaking through the shackles in one stroke. I heard that Hegemin Yunxiang has already been stuck in this realm for 100,000 years. Yi Yuan is really too impressive. He actually forcibly nurtured an ordinary Hegemin into a peak Hegemin. But speaking of which, Hegemin Yunxiang's improvement is great, but it's still far from Yi Yuan's. Since half a year ago, she already couldn't keep up with Yi Yuan in Formation Dao. After she broke through, everyone exclaimed with admiration one after another. No one thought that in the end, it was actually Hegemin Yunxiang who obtained a great benefit. But, starting half a year ago, the confusion on Hegemin Yunxiang's face grew increasingly stronger. She was no longer able to comprehend the things that Yi Yuan said. This grand array became more difficult and obscure the further back. It was clearly only constituted of 9 array elements, but the things derived were incomparably complicated. On this day, Yi Yuan walked out of a subformation, his eyes becoming incomparably bright. His whole body teemed with the power of origin. Hegemin Yunxiang's eyes lit up, and he cried out in surprise, "This boy
Comprehend formation Dao origine.
Emperor Fastheffen realm, comprehending.
2 great origins. This is simply too monstrous." When geniuses from all heavens looked at this scene, they only felt ashamed to the extreme. Comprehending origin to them was not considered something very hard. But these people had basically all already broken through to Emperor Sakra heaven. No one could comprehend origin in Emperor Vast Heaven realm at all, let alone comprehend 2 origins. Sigh? I really have been sitting in the well and looking at the sky.
Even.
Always thought that I'm a genius who doesn't lose to anyone, but today I'm thoroughly convinced. How did this guy's brain grow? Why is his comprehension ability so strong? There's always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Geniuses were all condescending. Even if it was Yang Qing, they remained unconvinced too. But they were really convinced by Yi Yuan. This guy was simply a monster. Forget crushing his peers. He even taught a peak Hegemin. Yi Yuan meditated on the spot, digesting the fruits of Formation Dao origin. Several days later, he slowly opened both eyes, the look in his eyes becoming incomparably bright. "Young friend Yi, how is it? Do you have confidence in walking out now?" Hegemin Yunxiang said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Can't walk out. The entire labyrinth divine palace is enveloped inside the heaven formation. However, with my current Formation Dao strength, we shouldn't encounter any dangers when walking around inside the grand array." Hegemin Yunxiang's expression changed. He did not expect that this grand array's area coverage was actually so vast. Didn't this mean that all of their lives were grasped in Yi Yuan's hands? "Yi Yuan, are you doing it on purpose?" Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you keep talking crap, do you believe that I'll directly bring you into a death door? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant." Now, Zhang Hexin's expression changed wildly. He did not believe it, but he did not dare to gamble. Yunxiang said in a solemn voice, "Zhang Hexin, if you dare to be disrespectful to young friend Yi, this seat will find trouble with you." Zhang Hexin exploded, yelling angrily, "Damn woman, you're going too far. Do you think that by breaking through to peak Hegemin you have the qualifications to challenge this seat?" Zhang Hexin was a peak Hegemin to begin with. This was also why he could become the leader of the 7 great Hegemins. But now, Yunxiang's cultivation realm had already caught up to him. Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Zhang Hexin, this seat advice that you'd better stay more low-key. Otherwise, if young friend Yi takes action, you won't even know how you died. Do you really think that you, this Hegemin, are very powerful?" Hegemin Yunxiang was rather annoyed and said in a solemn voice, "Enough! Stop talking nonsense. Continue forward." Under Yi Yuan's lead, everyone finally crossed that enormous imperial garden. and entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace's group of palaces. The Labyrinth Divine Palace is really extravagant. These palaces are completely made from galaxy-profound gold. This wealth can probably directly purchase a plane. You look at this lamp, it's actually a grade 1 Grand Miss treasure. My God, this is also too freaking luxurious. These stone slates, it all paved with Powerway spirit stones. Cultivating. Here is simply paradise. Prodigal. Really prodigal. Even if it was the group of hegemon realms, seeing the extravagance of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they could not refrain from being jealous too. These palaces could only be described by one word. Luxurious. Everyone wished to directly poach these palaces away. Of course, they did so too. Any good stuff that they saw, they directly poached them away. The Labyrinth Divine Palaces gradually got taller in sequence. That large palace at the back rose straight into the clouds, seemingly like a giant beast that could swallow everything. Even when standing in front of it, one had an impulse to prostrate in submission too. Among the surrounding main palaces, there were a total of 12 main palaces. Suspended around it, displaying an arrangement where stars surrounded the moon. Yi Yuan heard that in its prime, the Labyrinth Divine Palace had 12 great beyond realm powerhouses who were known as the 12 Heavenly Kings. Regarding these 12 Heavenly Kings, each one was an important figure who shocked heaven and earth. Hegemon 7 Way was one of them. These 12 Heavenly King palaces were the residences of the 12 great beyond powerhouses. These 12 Heavenly King palaces, you all don't enter it. Search on Google. Those hegemon realms are all aiming for the Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Once there are any clashes, we aren't hegemon realm. The consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all look for lucky chances in the palace groups below. With the Labyrinth Divine Palaces foundation, if you all are lucky, there might be a few who can step into hegemon realm. Yi Yuan instructed Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's people. Heavenly Saint Yi, you understand heaven formation now. We aren't scared of them, Hu Gaoshan said. Clearly, he still did not give up. The biggest lucky chances were clearly inside the 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the range that heaven formation covers is only up to here too. Regarding the 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall, with hegemon 7 Ways strength, they can't be covered at all. If we go over there, life and death won't be up to us anymore. Only then did everyone come to a realization. The 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall were the nucleus of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Each of their owner's strengths was not weaker than hegemon 7 Way. Although the heaven formation was strong, it was not invincible either. Doesn't that mean that we have to helplessly watch the good stuff be taken away by that bunch of fellows? Yang Qing said unwillingly. Yi Yuan said, that might not be the case. Everything is up to fate. Sometimes, destiny is more important than strength. Boom! Before his voice faded, a loud noise came from above the void. It turned out that they had already exchanged blows. This was two great supreme hegemons. One of them was hegemon Yunshang, while the other was a fiend race supreme hegemon. Old dog Jin Yi. This seat is here for the immortal cloud cone. If you dare snatch it, we'll be irreconcilable till death today. Hegemon Yunshang's angry roar came from above the void. At this time, hegemon Yunshang was already beyond furious. When fighting, he fought until the void fractured. However, the Heavenly King palaces were extremely sturdy and actually did not budge an inch. On the other side, the strength of the fiend race supreme hegemon was also not the slightest bit weaker. The two people's battle was fought extremely trepidatiously. Before long, a great battle also erupted in the burning sky Heavenly King Palace too. Those participating in the battle this time were similarly supreme hegemons. Very soon, terrifying battles erupted in the 12 Heavenly King palaces. Virtually at the same time, around the Heavenly King palaces, The sky was already rent asunder, and the earth split open by the berserk power of origins. Those that were strong, their strength was already close to great. Beyond, powerhouses won. When those geniuses who did not enter the heavenly king palaces looked at the terrifying battles above the void, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. My God! There are actually so many hidden supreme hegemons. Luckily I didn't go up. Otherwise I'd have already been reduced to dust now, right? 18 supreme hegemons. How many big shots came? Very soon, even more supreme hegemons debuted, shocking everyone until their jaws hit the ground. As for some ordinary hegemons and peak hegemons, they joined the battles one after another too. The various major camps fell into frenzied great battles, vying for the treasures. Some origin powerhouses and Emperor Sakra heavens who overestimated their own ability were directly reduced to dregs by this power. Boom! Hegemon Yun Shang's palm went past. Hegemon Kong Hai took the palm solidly, only to see his body fall down, already ceased breathing. A hegemon fell. Everyone's complexions were deathly pale, and only then they realized the horror of the battle. Shortly after, more and more hegemons fell. In a blink of an eye, 7 to 8 ordinary hegemons fell, and more than 20 hegemons severely wounded. Only then did everyone know it turned out that, in the eyes of top powerhouses, ordinary hegemon realms were nothing more than this too. But at this time, in the heavenly king palaces, there were still some people who were aloof and indifferent to the battles outside. A middle-aged man in a black robe was currently sizing up everywhere. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a table. There was a pen rack on the table. He extended his hand to move the pen rack, and discovered that it could not be moved. His hand brushed over several pens and suddenly stopped on one of the pens. Then he turned it. Swoosh! Behind the table, a spatial door actually appeared. An extremely thick heavenly Tao aura faintly transmitted out of the spatial door. The corners of the black-robed, middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Old man heavenless, do you think that by hiding it covertly, this seat won't be able to find it? This seat will be accepting one of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." When the black-robed, middle-aged man came out of the spatial door, there was an additional red-green jade scroll in his hand. This red-green jade scroll was crystal clear, a majestic great Tao aura peering on it. One look and it was clear that it was not ordinary. The black-robed man was overjoyed, an extremely smug expression appearing on his face as he laughed loudly and said, "Old man heavenless, you were called the number 1 genius since ancient times. Actually, it was merely by relying on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Having acquired one, it will be effortless for this seat to surpass you. Watch closely. Brother Ming Hui, aren't you being pleased with yourself a little too early?" In the great hall, another figure appeared at God knows when. It was a 20-years-old-looking youth in an azure shirt. When the black-robed man saw him, his pupils constricted. But very soon he smiled coldly and said, "Ming Hui, how long has it been since I've heard this name? Old man endless, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings have 12 scrolls, and yet you want to fight with me for one." The 20-years-old youth in the azure shirt smiled and said, "The one in your hand is the most precious heaven scroll. Do you think that this seat will let it go? Hand it over so as to avoid the harmonious relations between us, brothers being harmed." The black-robed man's eyes turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Old man endless, do you think that you've cornered this seat?" The 20-years-old youth in the azure shirt just smiled lightly and did not speak. But the black-robed person's pressure suddenly increased. Nobody knew that Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heavens Overlord-level powerhouse. The 33 Heavens number 1 Alchemy Tao person Ancestor Endless actually appeared here too. At the same time, in a palace below, Yi Yuan took a tattered goatskin scroll from an old bookshelf. This goatskin scroll was full of dust, looking extremely ordinary. Yi Yuan lightly wiped off the dust on it, only to see an extremely ancient word written on it. But Yi Yuan recognized this word at first glance. Heaven, you're interested in this kind of junk? Stop wasting time, hurry up and find something good. When Yang Qing saw Yi Yuan dig out such an unremarkable thing, he could not resist urging. The moment Yi Yuan saw the heaven word, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. Although he had never been to the Labyrinth Divine Palace before, he was not unfamiliar with the Labyrinth Divine Palace at all. Yi Yuan understood that those truly top powerhouses were all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What were the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? No one knew, but Mi Tian knew that the Labyrinth Divine Palace's rise was precisely because of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, and the last generation Labyrinth Divine Palace's palace master, Hegemon Heavenless, relied on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and reached an inconceivable realm. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had a total of 12 scrolls. The most important volume among them was the Heaven Scroll. A character for heaven was written on this goatskin scroll. Could this be the Heaven Scroll? Yi Yuan also did not expect that he actually found such a precious treasure in an unassuming side hall. If it were others, when they saw this junk covered in dust, they would definitely turn their noses up at it. But Yi Yuan cultivated the eternal river's chaos and had a sensitivity different from ordinary people toward some things. The moment he laid eyes on the goatskin scroll, he felt its extraordinariness. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was someone with a great destiny in the first place. Coupled with the extreme medicine sect's blessing power, being luckier than others was very normal too. Heh? This isn't some junk. We might have picked up a treasure.
Yi Yuan
Smiled and said. When Yang Qing heard that, he sized it up carefully again and said, disdainfully, screw off. Just this junk. I reckon that it's just some lousy cultivation method recorded in it. You're treating it as a treasure too. Yi Yuan said, do you know about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Yang Qing was stupefied and said, you wouldn't tell me that this junk is the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, right? Got to be kidding. Who do you think you are? You can randomly pick up a treasure. Yi Yuan did not expect that Yang Qing really knew about it. Hence he nodded his head and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, this is the Heaven Scroll in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool and said with a loud laugh, the Heaven Scroll is the most important volume in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even great beyond powerhouses will be moved. You're telling me now that this junk is the Heaven Scroll? Stop fooling with me. Do you take me to be a 3-year-old child? Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came over. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace seemed to have started swaying. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. Goodness me, there are really great beyond powerhouses. Could it be that they are all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Yi Yuan nodded and said, apart from the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, what else can move them? Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a look of contempt and said, then you're telling me that you picked up the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?
Hur.
The two people went out of the great hall only to see 3 figures standing in a triangle formation above the void. They were currently fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. The 3 people carried the might of heaven and earth with every move and stance. Even the supreme hegemons who were fighting fiercely previously had already kept a good distance away too. They could not afford to provoke. Great beyond powerhouses were too strong. The black-robed, middle-aged man said in a cold voice, Old Man Endless, if you still don't give up, you'll definitely die here today. On the other side, a woman in a white robe similarly said fiercely, Old Man Endless, hand over the Heaven Scroll and I can spare you from death. Ancestor Endless was holding the Heaven Scroll, his momentum unstoppable. Fighting 2-on-1, he actually did not show the slightest hint of getting defeated. He actually snatched the heaven scroll from Hegemin Ming Hui's hands. The heaven scroll in his hand had an archaic heavenly Tao aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. One look and it was clear that it was not ordinary. Haha? Younger sister Profound Ice, don't say this kind of spiteful words. If I hand over the heaven scroll, do you think that you can walk out of here today? Ancestor Endless said with a loud laugh. Hegemin Profound Ice snorted coldly and said, then don't blame this younger sister for being merciless. Finished saying, the three people's auras were released and they actually clashed together again. Below, Zhou Xianchen looked toward Ancestor Endless with a look of shock and muttered, I didn't expect that Ancestor actually personally took action. Just, what is the heaven scroll in his hand? Not far away from him, Zhang Hexin said with a cold laugh. Eh? Haven't you heard before? The Labyrinth Divine Palace's ultimate treasure. The first volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the heaven scroll. Said that back then Old Man Heavenless could only reach an inconceivable realm, because he comprehended the 12 heavenly Tao paintings fully. Do you think your ancestor will be moved by it? Zhou Xianchen's entire body trembled, only then knowing what the thing that his ancestor was fighting over was. Ancestor's strength was unfathomable, but it was far too difficult to want to improve further. This heaven scroll was clearly his hope of advancement. Hence, he secretly cheered Ancestor on, hoping that Ancestor would win. And those supreme hegemons were long already extremely shocked. This was because these three mighty great beyond powerhouses were actually humanity's three supreme heavens, three mighty great beyond hegemons, Xiu, Ming, Linghua, and Endless. It was just that the names that came out of their mouths were actually wrong. Why is Ancestor Endless calling Hegemon Linghua Hegemon Profound Ice? MN? Isn't one of the palaces among the 12 heavenly king palaces the Profound Ice Heavenly King Palace? Could it be? Also, they are calling Xiaoming as Burning Sky. There's a palace called Burning Sky Heavenly King Palace among the 12 heavenly king palaces too. This. Could it be that the three of them are actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace? This is impossible. Back then, Hegemon Samsara led all the heavens and was said to have slaughtered the Labyrinth Divine Palace completely. How can there possibly still be remnant spawns? Ancestor Endless is the Alchemy Tao's #1 person. Among the 12 heavenly king palaces, there's one called True Pill Heavenly King Palace too. These three people's identities are almost certain. This deduction made everyone dumbfounded from shock. No one could have expected that humanity's three supreme heavens strongest people were actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Today, the truth was finally revealed. The truth of history was always complicated and confusing. While at the other side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and laughed loudly as he said, Yi Yuan, you say that it's the heaven scroll in your hand, right? Ha ha ha. Really too hilarious. If what's in your hand is the heaven scroll, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? The items in the two of your hands completely can't be mentioned in the same breath? Ha ha ha. Swoosh. All of a sudden, Yang Qing felt like he had disappeared. More accurately speaking, he was currently standing above the sky, overlooking everything. Below, three great beyond powerhouses were currently in the heat of fierce fighting. Numerous powerhouses kept a good distance away. There was even a group of geniuses currently searching for treasures. Every movement and action in this world fell into his eyes. Of course, he even felt that another person existed beside him. That person was Yi Yuan. But he could only feel him and not see him. What was going on? Yi Yuan, where are you? Yang Qing's heart shook wildly, and he could not resist asking. I'm right beside you. How do you feel now? Yi Yuan's voice came over. Yang Qing drew a deep breath and said, I feel like I'm the heaven right now. Everything in the world seems to be in my grasp. Could it be? Yes. It's the goatskin scroll in my hand. Yi Yuan's voice came over again. Perspective of God. Even Yi Yuan was also amazed by the heaven scroll's miraculousness. He seemed to be standing above heavenly Tao, overlooking all life. Everything and everything was in his eyes. At this time, every flower and blade of grass, every leaf and tree, even the slight movements of the wind, they were all in his sight. Transforming into heaven and feeling the changes of all life? No, not just all life in the world. Even if it's an object without life, one can feel it. 2. All things have their own spirit. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan said in shock. How is this possible? If that's the heaven scroll in your hands, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? Yang Qing still could not restrain the shock. In his heart, Yi Yuan thought about it and said, that might be the heaven scroll that Ancestor Heavenless copied. Although the aura of Tao is very rich compared to this, it seems to still be lacking something. Yang Qing felt it carefully and said in surprise, it's true, but why would this thing be casually placed in a side hall? Doesn't Ancestor Heavenless want it anymore? Yi Yuan said, Ancestor Heavenless didn't need this item since a long time ago, right? If this thing is useful to him, he would have long broken through the shackles and transcended the great beyond. How could he have been defeated? By Hegemon Samsara? Even if it's a heavenly Tao treasure, each person has a limit to comprehend it too. It's far too difficult to be equal with heavenly Tao. Yang Qing thought about it and felt the same. No matter how powerful the treasure, that would also have to depend on who attained it. When some people obtained it, they would directly soar to the heavens in one bound. But some would have limited accomplishments. It might even call down a disaster. Treasures were not necessarily good things. Ancestor Heavenless talent was the strongest among past generation palace masters, but he had his limits too. Yang Qing said speechlessly, your luck is also too good, right? A group of great beyond powerhouses is fighting to the death below, but in the end, it's a fake. You casually pick something up, and it's actually the heaven scroll that they yearn for even in their sleep. Do you still want people to live? Yi Yuan smiled and said, hence, I'm someone with a great destiny. This is called when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. You benefit immensely from following me by the side too. Pooh? You're the chicken or dog. Yang Qing said angrily. Is that so? Then I'll kick you out. Don't. This feeling is too magical. Let me feel it more. I'm a chicken and dog. I'm a chicken and dog. When Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were currently overlooking everything from the perspective of God, the situation below suddenly changed. Boom! Another surge of great Tao aura rose to the sky. A red-green jade scroll actually flew out from a heavenly king palace. Ancestor Endless, 3 people who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Their expressions changed wildly. This is Earth Volume. Ancestor Endless cried out in surprise. Swoosh! Hegemon Profound Ice grabbed toward the Earth Scroll right away. However, right at this time, the 3rd heavenly Tao painting flew out. The Universe Volume. What medicine is Old Man Heavenless selling in his gourd? Ancestor Endless' expression became more and more ugly. He instinctively felt that it was not right, but he also could not pinpoint what was not right. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings appeared one after another. Faced with such a huge temptation, nobody could resist. Following that, one heavenly Tao painting after another appeared. Boom! A massive energy directly sent Hegemon Profound Ice flying. She failed to get the Earth Scroll. Boom! The Heaven Scroll in Ancestor Endless hand directly exploded, flying towards the sky. Ancestor Endless' expression was livid. After expending such a great effort, the Heaven Scroll actually flew away. Very soon, 12 heavenly Tao paintings were arranged in a sequence above the void. Everyone looked at the sky in great shock. Ancestor Heavenless really played a major hand. Without the slightest surprise, Ancestor Heavenless figure appeared above the void. He looked at the hegemons that filled the sky, his eyes revealing ruefulness. Only to see him stand with his hands behind his back, his gaze landed on Ancestor Endless three people as he said coolly, Endless Ming Hui profound. Ice, how have you been? Endless three people snorted coldly, but did not speak. Ancestor Heavenless did not think anything of it too as he continued, saying, This ancestor is just a dead man, no matter how many grudges in the past. It's also transient as a floating cloud. The three of you betrayed me. This ancestor doesn't blame you. Back then, it was this ancestor who was too anxious. However, the 33 heavens are currently at a time of great crisis now. Once that blood race progenitor comes into being, his strength will probably be above this ancestor. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. The crisis of the blood race was no longer some secret. In fact, the blood race's general direction was already formed. They are gaining momentum. These powerhouses could not help it either. As long as they could protect themselves in this overall situation, that would suffice. Ancestor Endless and the others naturally knew the danger of this trip. But they still came. Most likely they felt the pressure too. This ancestor was once the overlord of all the heavens. Today, the 33 heavens are confronted with danger. This ancestor naturally has to do my part. Today, this ancestor will open up the Labyrinth Divine Palace and share the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whichever among you can obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and become the strongest, you'll be able to receive this ancestor's origins, enlightening you, inheriting all of this ancestor's strength. Now, start comprehending Tao. Ancestor Heavenless said it neither too fast nor too slow, but each word stirred people's hearts. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. This allure was seriously too great. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. My God, doesn't that mean that a second Ancestor Heavenless will appear? I heard that Ancestor Heavenless strength is not the slightest bit worse than Hegemon Samsara. If I can become the second Heavenless, then who in all the heavens and myriad worlds can still pose a threat to me? Too crazy. This trip really wasn't in vain. This time I definitely won't lose to Yi Yuan. The group of geniuses went completely crazy. Ancestor Heavenless was synonymous with supremacy. Although he had long fallen, he was absolutely a legend. His awe-inspiring reputation was not the least bit weaker than Hegemon Samsara's. His mantle drove people too crazy. Hence, how could the group of geniuses still care about searching for treasures? Each and every one of them wished to burrow into the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings each emitted a different aura, as if a complete heavenly Tao was displayed in front of everyone. Heaven scroll. Clouds rolled and smoothened out, the sun, moon, and stars changing unpredictably. Earth scroll. The atmosphere was deep, mountains and rivers could carry everything. Universe scroll. Space flowed, all the heaven and earth were inside it. Aeon scroll, with a distant source and a long stream, however much time elapsed with the wind. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What it brought to everyone was endless shock. As if all the truths in heaven and earth were all within these 12 painting scrolls. So that's how it is. So that's how it is? Ha ha ha. 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it indeed lives up to its reputation.
Ive comprehendet.
Kong Tan suddenly let out a loud laugh, the door of eternal life appearing. Behind him, a Middle Emperor Sakra Heaven actually skyrocketed in aura, heading straight for Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. Everyone was in great shock. Is he going to directly assault Hegemon Realm? Well deserving of being the Fiend race's #1 genius, this comprehension ability really surpasses ancient and modern times. This time, Yi Yuan is finally beaten. That Yang Qing too He can't be unconvinced this time even if he wants to. Once Kong Tan enters Hegemin, he won't let him off. Open for me. Kong Tan turned into a true fiend, his imposing momentum already rising to peak Emperor Sakura heaven. It was only to see him throw a punch out. The third seal trembled, but it did not immediately break. Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Tan threw out his second punch. Third punch, fourth punch. Kong Tan's true fiend body was formidable to the extreme. The third seal became increasingly looser under his punches. Boom! When Kong Tan threw the 19th punch, the third seal broke at the sound of it. Whoosh! The thick origin power seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, pouring down and filling Kong Tan's true fiend body. Kong Tan felt invigorated to the extreme at this time. He let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. Yangqing Yi Yuan, it's ultimately me who took this step first. This seat is the #1 genius in all the heavens." His voice reverberated throughout the heavens. It was clearly audible in the entire labyrinth divine palace. Everyone was searching for Yi Yuan and Yangqing's figures in the crowd but could not find them. Heh? It looks like the two of them don't dare to show themselves anymore. Truly, change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Nobody could have expected that Kong Tan actually made a comeback at the final moment. Looks like he's the true son of destiny. The winner is decided. It looks like Kong Tan will be the next Hegemin. Heavenless. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, someone breaking through to Hegemin realm was within reason, but no one expected that Kong Tan's breakthrough was so fast. In the trials previously, Kong Tan, this son of the fiend race, was suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan and Yangqing. But now, he finally turned things around. With regards to the sudden turn of events, Hegemin Endless and the rest did not show any visible changes in emotions. They were currently visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings with all their hearts. They had all visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings before. But at that time, Heavenless treasured his own belongings and did not let them visualize all of them. Especially the Heaven Scroll, Heavenless never took it out before. But this time, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were gathered. The power was unimaginable. Having just visualized for half a day, these Hegemin realms had already faintly understood some of it. One had to know that their cultivation realms had long already reached the limit. They might not be able to make progress for hundreds of thousands of years. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were the only channel for them to become stronger. At this time, the entire labyrinth divine palace was a harmonious sight. Everyone was visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whatever treasures, whatever scheming against each other, nobody paid attention to all that. However, it was not just Kong Tan alone who was impressive. 3 days later, Feng Qingxian started undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Yes, under the circumstances where she did not get injured, she directly started to undergo nirvanic rebirth. However, her nirvanic rebirth time was very long. Many people had already broken through their cultivation realms, but she did not budge an inch. Under Kong Tan and Feng Qingxian, the various races' geniuses also broke through the fetters one after another. Those top geniuses broke through to Hegemin realm in succession. In front of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it was a banquet of Hegemin breakthroughs. Qin Baichuan, Wang Ningyan, and Zhou Xianqin, these people also all broke through to Hegemin realm one after another. Even people who were lacking in talent, after visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, their strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Yi Yuan and Yangqing, two people, were still observing everything from the perspective of God. Eh? She came too. Yi Yuan discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Nirvanic Soul, Clan's Cloud Neon. The soul race was very low profile this time. Yi Yuan was also not familiar with the people who came, so he did not say hello to them. He did not expect that Cloud Neon was actually hiding among them. Cloud Neon's talent was only stronger and not weaker when compared to Feng Qingxian. facing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, she naturally gained quite the knowledge. Yi Yuan could perceive that her soul force was currently strengthening. She was already not far away from supreme hegemon. This woman was really formidable. Just how long had it been since she broke through to hegemon realm? She was going to break through to supreme hegemon already? Yi Yuan, could it be that we were both wrong? That ancestor heavenless is really doing it for the sake of all the heavens and myriad races?
Yang King
could not resist asking. Although the labyrinth divine palace trip this time had many geniuses who fell, the progress made was even more. Especially the appearance of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it made many geniuses transform, becoming leviathans of a region. This made Yang Qing unable to refrain from somewhat doubting heavenless goal. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it's not that simple. Furthermore, I feel like the labyrinth divine palace's matter isn't over yet. Yang Qing said with confusion, even great beyond powerhouses have come out. How is it not over yet? Could it be that there are even stronger existences? That's impossible. Although the 12 heavenly Tao paintings are imitations, the power is really strong. No one will be able to resist being moved. Yi Yuan said, with the labyrinth divine palace reappearing, all the heavens are astir. Such a major matter, it's impossible for the blood race and hegemon. Samsara to not know at all, right? 12 hegemon paintings, aren't they moved by it? Yang Qing said indifferently, this place is ancestor heavenless lair. Do they dare to come? You, this fellow, you're over-suspicious. Speaking of which, you've visualized for so long. Do you have any breakthroughs?
Heha, Eva.
Already comprehended spear Tao origin and destruction origin. 2 years had already passed. With Yang Qing's talent, he naturally benefited greatly under the heaven scroll. Even Kong Tan could break through to hegemon. So how could he, Yang Qing, be weak? Of course, Yang Qing did not have Kong Tan in his eyes at all. There was only Yi Yuan. Comprehending 2 powers of origin at the same time, Yang Qing could be rated as a prodigy, so he could not resist showing off to Yi Yuan. Is that so? Congratulations to you. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This fellow, is it that you didn't comprehend anything? Heh. This emperor knew that you're still that tiny bit lousier than me. Yang Qing said smugly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, my Tao sword should be able to kill origin powerhouses now. Not the kind like you. Yang Qing's expression turned stiff. Of course, his expression could not be seen right now. Origin powerhouse, under normal circumstances, it referred to above grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven. Those such as Yang Qing who comprehended origin at lower Emperor Sakra heaven were in the minority after all. With the labyrinth divine palace opening up this time, geniuses from all heavens gathered. That was why it seemed like there were a lot. But actually, top geniuses like this would not exceed 5 fingers in one plane. With you as the exception, it was naturally referring to grand completion. Emperor Sakra heaven origin powerhouses. Yang Qing stopped talking. He did not know what he should say. Posturing. He got slapped in the face again. Yang Qing was very strong. He could be said to be the #1 genius in all the heavens. But, although he comprehended origin now, when facing off against origin powerhouses, he would still fall far short. After all, his cultivation realm was placed there. But Yi Yuan was just middle emperor vast heaven. This guy's Tao sword was already powerful to such an extent? Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could cross a major cultivation realm and kill an origin powerhouse at the expense of being seriously injured? This was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Yuan's Tao sword only had the power of 1 strike. But even so, it was much stronger than him comprehending 2 origins at the same time. Do you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing was like a deflated leather ball and had no more temper. I don't want a posture. So why do you have to force me every time?
Ye Yuan
Said helplessly. Ancestor Endless slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pondering look. With 18 years of comprehension, he reaped great benefits. Compared to when he came, his strength grew significantly. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are indeed unfathomable. But sadly, I'm not old. Man heavenless match. Otherwise, I'd definitely snatch the 12 heavenly Tao paintings away. Ancestor Endless said with vicissitudes of emotion. Ancestor Profound Ice said with a cold snort. Do you really think that old man heavenless is so kind? His thoughts are hard to guess in the first place. You don't know what he wants to do at all. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, yes, but what choice do we have? It's just that I don't know who can have such a good life to obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Ancestor Burning Sky looked in Kong Tan's direction and said with a smile, this kid originally thought that he'd definitely win, but he didn't expect the soul race last to interject halfway, right? It seems like his Tao heart is currently a little unstable. Kong Tan reached the heaven in one step and was the first to break through the shackles of Hegemon realm. He originally thought that he had secured the first place. But he did not expect that Cloud Neon was even more monstrous than him. In a short 18 years, Cloud Neon actually directly broke through from peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon. The Kong Tan instantly felt tremendous pressure. In these 18 years, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, desperately comprehending the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. However, Cloud Neon visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings step by step, developing the origin of dream to the extreme. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were all-encompassing, deriving heavenly Tao to the Cloud Dream Soul physique. It was absolutely a priceless treasure. Ancestor Endless said, the young are to be feared, Kong Tan and the soul race. Lass, their comprehension ability is truly terrifying. However, with Yang Qing and Yi Yuan, two people's comprehension ability, they shouldn't have faded into the crowd. Could it be that they were held back by some other matters? No. Wait, what could be more important than visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Ancestor Profound Ice said coolly. Fading into the crowd is also not
Impossible.
Back then, the few of us weren't top folks in the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. But in the end, it was us who became the 12 heavenly kings.
Kong
Tan, Yuran, and Qin Baichuan, these juniors are descendants of pedigree, ancestry. There's nothing strange about thick accumulations erupting. Being in the lead for a short while doesn't mean forever taking the lead. When the other two heard that, they felt that it made sense too. The most important thing in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was naturally the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Heavenless inheritance, this kind of temptation was not what the average person could resist. How could Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, that sort of lousy place, possibly produce any world-shocking genius? Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings suddenly extinguished, becoming one red-green jade scroll after another. Everyone stopped breathing. They knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had clearly already found the person that they acknowledged. The greatest reward for this trip to the Labyrinth Divine Palace was here. Who would obtain all of Ancestor Heavenless legacy? This reward was much better than obtaining whatever Chaos heavenly treasure. You guys, who do you think will obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? It's definitely Kong Tan, right? Among so many geniuses, his improvement is clearly the biggest. That soul race Hegemon realm is also monstrous to the extreme. Peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon. This step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She actually crossed it so easily. There are also Feng Qingxian and Yuran. They are not bad at all either. No. One knows what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings benchmark is. No. Indeed. There's really this possibility. Don't know who can become this trip's child of destiny. Kong Tan clenched both hands tightly, his breathing somewhat ragged. Clearly, he was rather nervous. The other young geniuses were pretty much the same as him. Although their hope was not as high as Kong Tan's, they did not know what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings criterion was either. Who knew whether or not they would be hit by the meat pie that fell from the sky? Compared to them, Cloud Neon seemed much more composed. Breaking through to Supreme Hegemon, she was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a streak of green light flew out of the 12 pieces of red-green jade. Scrolls respectively. After the green light appeared, it converged in the air. Everyone's heart was nervous to the extreme. In the crowd, there were two people who stood aloof from things of no personal interest. These two people were naturally Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. 2 years ago, they broke out of the Heaven Scroll. In these 2 years, they turned these side halls inside out, and sure enough, they found another 3 lambskin scrolls. Counting the Heaven Scroll, Yi Yuan had obtained 4 heavenly Tao paintings. 12 heavenly Tao paintings in their order were Heaven, Earth, Universe, Aeon, Sun, Moon, Star, Man, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. The changes of all things in heaven and earth were generally speaking within these 12 heavenly Taos. And these 3 heavenly Tao paintings that Yi Yuan obtained, they were, respectively, the Sun Scroll, Universe Scroll, and Winter Scroll. Yi Yuan, who do you think will obtain the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Recognition?
Yang King asked.
Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It should be Kong Tan." Yang Qing said in surprise, "I even thought that you'd definitely say Cloud Neon." Yi Yuan said, "I'm just guessing. Talking about comprehension ability, Cloud Neon is only stronger than Kong Tan and not weaker. But her cultivation realm is too high. Her improvement is limited." Meanwhile, Kong Tan ascended to heaven, stepping into Hegemon realm from Middle Emperor Sakura heaven in 1 step. His current strength can probably already rival peak Hegemons. In comparison, his potential is clearly a little higher. Yang Qing nodded and said, "Now that you said it, it's indeed the case." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But I feel that no matter who the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledge, it will all be in vain in the end. Cloud Neon is still all right. Her temperament is cold. She'll remain indifferent when granted favors or being subjected to humiliation. But if it's Kong Tan, his heart will probably shatter all over the floor." When Yang Qing heard that, a hint of a smile could not help appearing in the corners of his mouth. Looking at this guy feeling deflated seemed to be pretty good too. At this time, the green light descended. It fell from the sky like a comet. Boom! That green light directly smashed onto Kong Tan's body. The dust was settled. Kong Tan only felt that there was an additional trace of inexplicable connection between him and those 12 red-green scrolls. He was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha ha! It's indeed me. Indeed me. This time it's finally me who had the last laugh. Yi Yuan, Yang Qing, Hegemon, Cloud Neon, do you guys see it? The one who has the last laugh is the real winner. You all are my Kong Tan's stepping stone. Kong Tan let out a wild laugh as he said, defeating Cloud Neon. He had indescribable joy in his heart. The nervousness of more than a decade was all dispersed at this moment. He felt that he was going to step at the peak of all the heavens and look down on all life. Feng Qingxian, Yu Ran, and the rest all revealed looks of disappointment. A miracle indeed did not happen. Sigh? I didn't expect that Hegemon Cloud Neon actually lost to Kong Tan. Feel that her talent is only stronger and not weaker than Kong Tan. Isn't that so? With this, the fiend race is really going to rise up. Kong Tan obtained the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and Ancestor Heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments will probably be above progenitor Kong.
Yes.
The dust settling, everyone could only use envious gazes to size Kong Tan up. Congratulations! Congratulations!
Phèo lao đào ít công tàn át tài giao.
Overnight. In the future, we can only look up to you. Hegemon Yun Shang came forward and clasped his hands at Kong Tan. There was an uproar. Hegemon Yun Shang, this kind of supreme hegemon, actually took the initiative to build friendly relations with Kong Tan. Not just him, many peak hegemons and supreme hegemons all went up and
Congratulated Kontan.
Meanwhile Kong Tan replied to them one by one, all the glory gathering onto one entity. This was how it was. He obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and became the Son of Destiny. Very soon, he shall even obtain all of Hegemon's heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments would be immeasurable. In fact, he might even become the second Hegemon heavenless. With this kind of future, no one dared to ignore him. Building a relationship at this time was naturally no big deal. At this very moment, there was already nobody who had doubts about heavenless motives. Even the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were released. The powerhouses from all heavens made tremendous progress in these 18 years. Everyone could not think why someone who had ulterior motives would go through so much effort to improve everyone's strength. Therefore, everyone thought that heavenless had long already fallen. Opening the labyrinth divine palace was just to look for a successor. Humph! These 12 heavenly Tao paintings are really blind to actually choose that kid. In terms of talent, you're much stronger than him. A nirvanic soul. Clan Hegemon said unhappily. He felt unjust for Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon's talent was clearly stronger than Kong Tan's. In the end, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings actually picked Kong Tan. Was this comparing advancing realms? Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, lucky chances, it's naturally obtained by those who are fated. These 12 Hegemon paintings naturally have their own rules, can't be forced. Moreover, it's already very remarkable that I could break through to Supreme Hegemon. This kind of lucky chance isn't what anyone can have. The Nirvanic Soul Clan Hegemon nodded and said, yeah, this way our Nirvanic Soul Clan will have 2 great Supreme Hegemons. If Hegemon Samsara doesn't come out, we can sufficiently crush the Chi Soul Clan. Kong Tan's gaze also glanced towards this time, very unhappy. This soul race actually dared to not come and congratulate. The winner becomes king and the loser an outlaw. Since the soul race lost, then they had to bow their heads in submission. This bunch of guys was actually so haughty. After this seat achieves great beyond, I'll definitely teach you all a lesson. Also, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, hehe, weren't you guys showing off earlier? Very soon, this seat will bring the Fiend Race Army and trample Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Presently, he was really looking forward to Ancestor Heavenless inheritance. This kind of heaven-shocking major figure, if one could inherit all of his mantle, what a wonderful thing that would be. Suddenly, he glimpsed the Yi Yuan and Yang Qing in the crowd, and he immediately grinned. The 2 of you, come over. Kong Tan pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a tone that allowed no questioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, want a posture? Come yourself. Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the winner becomes king. No matter how breathtaking your and Yang Qing's performances were previously, it can't change the reality of being losers too. You dare to be disrespectful to this seat. This is courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, is that so? Congratulations to you then. Very insincere. It looked more like sarcasm. The powerhouses present all shook their heads, secretly sighing at Yi Yuan's unwise move. Regarding Kong Tan finding Yi Yuan, everyone knew that he was posturing to regain face from before. Although Kong Tan's performance had always been stunning, how could such a genius be willing to submit to others? Forget about Kong Tan. If it were Yuran, Qin Baichuan, and the rest, if they attained Tao overnight, they would definitely regain face too. Yi Yuan was not even willing to lower his head at this time. Got to admit, he was courting death. Kong Tan had already obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. He would obtain Ancestor Heavenless inheritance very soon. Even if Yi Yuan was hiding inside the heaven formation, it was useless too. I thought that 2 dark horses were going to emerge this time. Didn't expect that they were so useless. Yeah, other people's strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. They practically did not improve much. Forget about dropping the ball at the critical moment. But to actually not even recognize how capable they are. This is courting death. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings this time, virtually everyone's strength soared. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, appeared somewhat glaring to the eyes. Therefore, they naturally became idiots in other people's eyes. However, the two of them clearly did not have this self-awareness. Kong Tan's face became black as the bottom of a pot, only to see him snort, coldly and casually thrust a palm out. The strength of a hegemon realm erupted fully. During these 18 years, Kong Tan's strength improved greatly. The power of this palm was absolutely not beneath peak hegemons. He had the intention of using Yi Yuan and Yang Qing to establish awe. Some people shook their heads. Some were disdainful. Some gloated over others. Misfortune. All in all, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan, only to wave her hand casually. That powerful palm of Kong Tan's directly dissipated. With the wind, it was Cloud Neon, but on the other side, Feng Qingxian secretly stomped her feet. Damn it! This woman beat me to it. When in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Feng Qingxian already knew about Cloud Neon. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was very close to her. Therefore, she naturally felt a sense of urgency. Furthermore, Cloud Neon's talent was even greater than hers. This time she actually broke through to Supreme Hegemon. Kong Tan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Why does your soul race want to become enemies with this seat? You should understand what kind of existence you're facing." Cloud Neon said coolly, "You can think whatever you want, but you can't kill him." Kong Tan's face turned black. How embarrassing. This woman was courting death. He snorted coldly and said, "Very good. This seat has remembered it. On the day this seat breaks through to great beyond, it will be when you're nirvanic. Soul Clan bears this seat's wrath. All the best to you." He could not bear the sight of Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. Since he could not bear looking at them, they could die. Suddenly, a figure condensed and formed above the void. It was precisely Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless has appeared. He's going to impart his skill. Sigh. Really envy Kong Tan. I wonder what Ancestor Heavenless inheritance is like. When Ancestor Heavenless showed himself, everyone was very excited. This was the moment that everyone looked forward to, although it had nothing to do with them. But witnessing this moment was also pretty good. Kong Tan's face went from being overcast to bright, changing to a smiling face. As he went to greet, Cloud Neon arrived next to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't seem worried at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you take action? What am I worried about?" Cloud Neon said, "You know that I'm not referring to this." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The show is just starting." Cloud Neon's brows furrowed, clearly not understanding what Yi Yuan was referring to. In her view, the overall situation had already been decided. As for Kong Tan's revenge, she did not care. The Tao enlightenment this time, she had benefited greatly from it. Maybe when Kong Tan became a great beyond powerhouse, she would be able to step into great beyond too. The Cloud Dream Soul physique was no joke. Except why did Yi Yuan say that the show was just starting? Oh, right. Haven't congratulated you for becoming Supreme Hegemon. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Neon still remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. She said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to congratulate. When conditions are ripe, success will follow." Paying respect to Master. Many thanks for Master's grace of inheritance. Kong Tan will definitely inherit your great cause. Kong Tan greeted Ancestor Heavenless and knelt down respectfully. Everyone looked at him, incomparably envious. Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back. Even if it was just a phantom, he also made everyone look up to him. His gaze did not fall on Kong Tan but passed through the crowd and looked over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you willing to become this ancestor's successor? Heavenless looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, Amen? What was Ancestor Heavenless talking about? Everyone was absent-minded and did not react to it for some time. The person the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledged, was it not Kong Tan? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Was there something that was mistaken? Kong Tan's entire person was petrified on the stop, being stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the hell? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? Even if it's really a mistake, there are still many people to choose from. Why did he pick Yi Yuan? Could it be that Ancestor Heavenless has died for too long and became muddle-headed with age? After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan, full of incomprehensibility. They did not understand why Yi Yuan, who already faded into the crowd, suddenly became the center of everyone again. Even Ancestor Endless and the rest also had dumbfounded faces. This old man is muddle-headed, right? Putting so many geniuses aside, he wants to pick a good-for-nothing to be his successor. Endless said in confusion. If he picks Yi Yuan, then wouldn't what he said before become bullshit? He Gemin Burning Sky also said in puzzlement. Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look but discovered that the latter similarly had a struck senseless look. She immediately felt relieved. It turned out that this guy also had something that he could not predict. Ever since knowing Yi Yuan, she discovered that he had always acted after planning things out. It seemed like nothing could escape his control. He was clearly very weak but could always play a role to the fullest. With regards to this friend, she viewed him in a different light. Even if it was a moment ago, Yi Yuan looked like he had ready plans to meet any situation too. But now he was stunned. Amen seemed pretty good too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Ancestor Endless would suddenly ask this. But very soon his brows knitted together. This was a very bad omen. Are you going to take action? Yi Yuan replied with a question. Heavenless smiled and said with a nod, You're very clever. Then are you dead now or still alive? Yi Yuan asked again. You can say dead. You can also say alive, Heavenless answered again. Yi Yuan frowned and asked again. I'm very curious. How did you place the labyrinth divine palace into the eternal river? You actually detected it. This time Heavenless face also revealed a look of surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I detected it from the moment I entered. Heavenless smiled and said, This ancestor indeed didn't judge wrongly. You might very likely reach this ancestor's height in the future. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm a divergent cultivator. Heavenless said, So what if you're a divergent cultivator? My generations. Cultivators, which one doesn't go against cultivation? Nobody has ever survived in the eternal river. Didn't this ancestor survive too? Becoming my successor, there can only be one in the world. How can you sweep across the world by learning from other people's footsteps? A hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was still his first time hearing that someone did not care about his identity as a divergent cultivator. This ancestor Heavenless was really different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel his heroic spirit, that kind of looking down at the world, not even putting heaven in his sights. It was also precisely because of this that he dared to resist all the heavens. With the power of one sect, right? Although defeated, it was a glorious death. Yi Yuan and Heavenless conversation did not make any sense. People did not understand what was going on. The powerhouses of all heavens were like a bunch of fools. As if the only clear-headed people present were Yi Yuan and Ancestor Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless was a clear-headed person. But what right did Yi Yuan have? However, they also discerned it. It seemed like the place that they were in was actually the eternal river. This realm was actually located in the eternal river. The whole audience was in an uproar. This place is actually in the eternal river? This is impossible. How can a world possibly be hidden in the eternal river? Ancestor Heavenless strength is exceedingly formidable. If he survived in the eternal river, forget it. But how can he possibly hide the entire Labyrinth divine palace inside the eternal river. What on earth does this guy want to do? The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Ancestor Heavenless eyes revealed a hint of disdain. What a bunch of idiots. How unparalleledly talented was this ancestor. Even if he died, he would also have to die in a blaze of glory. How could he possibly impart his skill to others? Everything in this world, he knew it like the palm of his hand. The world was drunk. Only Yi Yuan alone was awake. This boy never believed in whatever inheritance from start to end. He came here simply to fish for benefits. When those supreme hegemons, great beyond powerhouses, were fighting for the 12 hegemon paintings, only Yi Yuan was unmoved. Furthermore, this boy's luck was unbelievably good. He could actually find for heavenly Tao paintings. In the end, he was the biggest winner. Master, didn't you say that as long as I obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, I'll be able to inherit everything of yours?
Con Tan.
Panicked, Heavenless looked at Kong Tan like looking at a fool and said, "What kind of character is this ancestor? Why would I need some disciples? Inherit this ancestor's mantle? Her? You're really a toad lusting after swan meat. But what about Yi Yuan?" Kong Tan felt like his brain was eaten by a dog drawing water with a sieve. It was all for naught. In the end, he was actually toyed in circles by people. Heavenless said coolly, "He's different from you." In the crowd, Hu Gaoshan suddenly stood up and walked toward Yi Yuan. It was just that, at this time, Hu Gaoshan's disposition became like a different person from before. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Gaoshan, who was walking over head-on, and could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. Cloud Neon, who was next to him, her eyes also turned intent, her entire body going on full alert, akin to facing a great enemy. Hu Gaoshan arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Heavenly Saint Yi, can you hand over the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in your hands to me for safeguarding?" He looked at Yi Yuan quietly just like that, not caring about the Cloud Neon, who was beside him as well, as if doing something very ordinary.
Yi Yuan's pupils constricted.
Only he and Yang Qing, two people, knew about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. If there was another, it would be Heavenless. But Hu Gaoshan actually knew too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and had his eyes glued on Hu Gaoshan. He already knew his identity. "I really didn't expect that the exalted hegemon Samsara was actually hiding right next to me," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "What?
Hegemon Samsara.
Yi Yuan has lost his mind, right? Hegemon Samsara is mysterious and hard to fathom. How can he possibly appear here? This guy is merely Emperor Vast Heaven. How can he possibly be hegemon Samsara? No, wait. Aren't the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in the sky? Why would it be at Yi Yuan there?" One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In this short 15 minutes time, there were really repeated unforeseen events, making everyone unable to take it all in. Hu Gaoshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Old man Heavenless is right. You're really very smart. ***. Hand the heavenly Tao paintings to me. This ancestor can take you in as a disciple. Old man Heavenless is half dead. He can't prevail. You have the
Enshrouding mist sous le physique.
This ancestor can let you be reborn anew and reach the great beyond." Hu Gaoshan did not deny his identity but also wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple instead. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two great overlords, the strongest two great hegemons of eternity, actually wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple at the same time. No matter what they were after, with just these words being uttered, it was sufficient to prove Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Meanwhile, Kong Tan had already completely become air. The glory previously had long already been shattered all over the ground. There was only him and Heavenless above the sky. He was kneeling on the ground, not knowing what to do, unable to leave nor stay, so awkward. Luckily, there was already no one paying attention to him now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement by the sudden turn of events that came back to back. Everyone's attention was focused on Yi Yuan. They were all waiting for Yi Yuan's choice. Her? There's no problem handing it over to you. It's just that someone else probably won't agree to it, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Take him in as a disciple? Hoo. Yi Yuan was not a fool. Gemin Samsara turned into Hu Gaoshan and schemed for a long time by his side. This kind of person, how could Yi Yuan possibly hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to him? Yi Yuan was originally banking on the fact that Gemin Samsara could come forward now that the 33 heavens were met with a calamity. But now, through Gemin Samsara's various actions and conduct, he made a judgment on his character. During the havoc of the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then, Gemin Samsara only came forward at the last moment too. With his strength, why did he not come forward earlier? Now, being met with the disaster of the blood race, Gemin Samsara was similarly quiet and motionless. Gemin Samsara reincarnated into hundreds of millions and comprehended on the Tao of Samsara. Yi Yuan did not believe that this level of existence would not detect the blood race's unusual movement. But he did not take any action. What did this show? This showed that Gemin Samsara was a selfish person. This time he was clearly aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Then what about the havoc of the Labyrinth Divine Palace the previous time? Was his goal the 12 heavenly Tao paintings to begin with? Highly probable. This kind of person, you were hoping that he could fight to the death with the Chaos Bloodstone for the 33 heavens?
Impossible.
Giving the heavenly Tao paintings to him might not be a good thing. Haha? You're talking about Heavenless, that old ghost? This ancestor doesn't take him seriously yet. Gemin Samsara said coolly. I'm not talking about him. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and he said coolly, still not coming out. If the heavenly Tao paintings get snatched away by this guy, you'll gain nothing good out of it. Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a blue-robed youth. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. He was a member of the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven Army too. He did not expect that these two guys were actually both hiding in his squad. However, when he saw the blue-robed youth, Yi Yuan's pupils could not help constricting. The blue-robed youth smiled strangely, and he said, looks like you've already discovered it. Got to admit, among these guys, the one that this progenitor thinks the most highly of is you. Yi Yuan's heart sank. This blue-robed youth was naturally the Chaos Bloodstone. However, at this time, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately suppress his origin of blood. Yi Yuan had detected it. This blue-robed youth was not blood one, blood two they all. This guy was a fused body. This was also to say that the blue-robed youth was the combined body of several bloodstone clones. This guy's strength was unfathomable. Samsara's pupils constricted and he said, didn't expect that you came too. Looks like you're aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings too. The blue-robed youth smiled sinisterly and charmingly as he said, this kind of precious treasure that was born in the eternal river, who won't be moved. Yi Yuan, you have a trace of this progenitor's origin of blood. As long as you hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to this progenitor can guarantee that you'll only have one person above you and everyone else under you. In these 33 heavens, nobody will be able to shake your status. It's the blood race's progenitor. This blue-robed youth is actually the blood race's progenitor. What capability does Yi Yuan have to actually make these three great overlords show favor to him at the same time? Also, what are the heavenly Tao paintings that they are talking about? Could it be that those red-green jade scrolls are actually the heavenly Tao paintings? Then what did we comprehend? The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Many people did not know about the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone, and so they addressed him as the blood race's progenitor. Of course, there was no reason to know. It was just that heavenless Samsara blood progenitor, these three great overlords could be said to be the apex of the 33 heavens already. These three great overlords actually tossed out an olive branch to Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan's weight in these three people's hearts could be seen. In comparison, Kong Tan was simply weak to the max. What was laughable was that he previously actually still thought that he had already obtained it and wanted to harm Yi Yuan. Thinking about it now, it was really laughable to the extreme. At this time, Samsara said coolly, Yi Yuan, that lover of yours seems to already have a part of her divine soul enter Samsara, right? In the heavens, above and below the ground, only this ancestor can find her. Do you want to consider it? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, looking at Hegemon Samsara with a look of shock. He actually even knew about this. Hegemon Samsara was really too scary. This guy had God knows how many clones. Furthermore, there were not many who knew that Mu Lingxue existed. It looked like this clone even had a considerable connection to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's agitated expression, the blue-robed youth knew in his mind that things were not good. He snorted coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A formidable to the extreme power of origin completely locked onto Yi Yuan. He could not even move a muscle. Yi Yuan was horrified in his heart. Was this the superlative of power? Too strong. When Hegemon Samsara saw the situation, how could he be willing to yield? Similarly, he also grabbed toward Yi Yuan. Samsara origin erupting, it was actually not the least bit weaker than the blue-robed youth. No one could have expected that a puny little Hu Gaoshan actually erupted with such terrifying strength. Yi Yuan shouted madly in his heart. Damn it, old man heavenless, why haven't you made a move? Sure enough, right at the same time when the two people erupted, Heavenless also erupted. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. Boom! A large hole was directly blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing. Hitting thin air, the two people's expressions were very ugly. Ancestor Heavenless snorted coldly and said, These 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it can land in whoever's hands, but it can't land in your hands. Moreover, you guys are very arrogant. Have you forgotten whose territory this place belongs to? Samsara snorted coldly and said, Old man Heavenless, in your half-dead state, what can you do to me? The blue-robed youth also smiled and said, Heavenless, now isn't your era anymore. Go in peace. Leave the 33 heavens to this progenitor. When Heavenless heard that, he let out a wild laugh and said, Ha ha ha. You guys are also too naive. The two of you are merely clones. That's all. To also dare act wildly in front of this ancestor. Haven't you guys always been guessing what this ancestor's goal of opening up the labyrinth divine palace is for? Now, I'll let you all witness the plan that this ancestor has been preparing for several 100,000 years. Extreme Tao True Fire, arise. Boom! Heavenless spread out both arms. Flames that covered the sky filled the entire labyrinth divine palace. Terrifying fire tongues danced wildly in the space. Ah, ah! A group of people who were slightly weaker was directly swallowed up by the fire tongues, emitting shrill screams. They did not die immediately but were burned by the true fire. Meanwhile, the people who were not engulfed, they avoided those flame tongues. Crazily, Hegemon Samsara and the blue-robed youth were originally somewhat apprehensive, but seeing these flames, they immediately revealed a hint of disdainful expression. Her? I was wondering what trump card. Turned out that it's this? This fire is too weak. Hegemon Samsara casually pushed a cluster of flames aside and said coolly. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, Ancestor Heavenless, you're old. Go in peace. This bit of cultivation base can't trap us. Not just them, Ancestor Endless and the rest, even those supreme hegemons, turned their noses up at this. The power of this flame was too weak. But Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. He detected a trace of a different aura. What? This flame isn't powerful, right? Cloud Neon asked. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. This scene looks somewhat like refining pills. Cloud Neon's brows shot up, and she said in surprise, refining pills? Using so many living people to refine pills. Yi Yuan said with a look of shock. That's right. I think I understand what he's trying to do. This guy is really too crazy. Ha ha ha. You brat, you can really be described using wise and farsighted. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right, this seat opened up the labyrinth. Divine palace, and let the geniuses from all heavens come in, and even brought out the fake 12 heavenly Tao paintings of my lifetime comprehension to let all of you visualize and gain enlightenment, improving your strength. It's for the sake of refining a chaos heavenly pill that no one has never refined. The stronger you all are, the greater the medicinal effect of this chaos heavenly pill. This seat wants to corroborate my Tao with this pill and transcend the great beyond. Ancestor Heavenless let out a loud laugh and said, what? He wants to use us to refine pills? This. Kong Tan was not far away from Ancestor Heavenless. He could hear these words clearly. It was seriously too shocking. There was actually someone who would do something so crazy. He thought that he had swept across his peers and obtained Ancestor Heavenless recognition. He could look forward to the future. But only until now did he know that he was a complete and utter idiot. Ancestor Heavenless never looked him in the eye before. In comparison, Ancestor Heavenless said that he wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple previously. That was to give him a chance to survive. The disparity between the two people was really like heaven and earth. Arg? I don't want to be refined in a heavenly pill. I want to charge out. No way. I can't die here. I'm going to break this world and leave the labyrinth divine palace. Hurry up and go. Can't sit here and resign ourselves to our doom. The powerhouses of all heavens fell into madness. They desperately wanted to charge out. Except how could they charge out? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where can you all escape? The seat turned into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill refining furnace. All of you are merely inside the pill refining furnace. Or should I say, you all are inside this ancestor's body. Without this ancestor's agreement, which of you can go out? Heavenless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also had a look of shock as he listened. This Ancestor Heavenless was really a complete and utter madman. He actually completely turned himself and this world into a part of chaos. No wonder he could survive in the eternal river. Yi Yuan also understood why he said that he was alive and also dead. Ancestor Heavenless could not leave the eternal river at all. But he made use of the eternal river to open a passageway to all the heavens. And he then attracted countless geniuses and major powerhouses into the labyrinth divine palace. Disregarding other things, no one could stop the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It looked like Ancestor Heavenless was really forced into a desperate situation back then. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this plan too. Corroborating his Tao with alchemy, how similar was this to him refining the Tao-defying pill back then? Turning the tables in a desperate situation. Facing the sun and being born in adversity. It was just that his method was seriously too cruel. Of course, Yi Yuan also did not expect that Ancestor Heavenless was actually also such a terrifying chaos heavenly master. Extreme Tao True Fire. Start again. Refine for me. Heavenless roared loudly. The power of the extreme Tao True Fire directly rose. Significantly, with this, those hegemons could not hold out anymore too. There were a few hegemons who were slightly inattentive and were directly wrapped up by the true fire. They could not even escape. Miserable cries lingered on incessantly. The aura of despair was spreading. Kid, this ancestor will give you another chance. Do you want to become this ancestor's disciple? After this ancestor unifies the 33 heavens and kills Samsara, that old dog, you'll be the #1 person under this ancestor. This kind of glory isn't what anyone has the chance to enjoy. Heavenless, said. Clearly, he was moved by his love for geniuses. However, Yi Yuan was unmoved and shook his head and said, I'm sorry. Already have a teacher. I won't change lineages in this lifetime, Ancestor Heavenless said with a cold snort. In these 33 heavens, who is more qualified than this ancestor to be your master? With your cultivation base, even if it's ordinary hegemon realms, they can't teach you anything anymore, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, my master is just a peak hegemon, but he's more qualified to be my master than you. You all, these supreme powerhouses, are all self-centered people. Why would you really have the intention to accept a disciple? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're probably very apprehensive of me, right? Taking me in as a disciple is merely to lock me by your side and to not give me a chance to surpass you. I wonder if I'm right. By the side, Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the rest all revealed looks of
Surprise.
This answer was really surprising to them. Ancestor Heavenless laughed loudly and said, Kid, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Why would this ancestor fear you, a measly little emperor?
Fast Heffe.
Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, you transformed into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill furnace. You're strong, very strong. You can even trap Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstones. Clones. But unfortunately, you know that you can't trap me, because what I cultivate is also the eternal river's chaos. If I didn't guess wrongly, my appearance should be something that you didn't expect. You also didn't expect that after several 100,000 years, there's actually a brat who similarly cultivated the eternal river's chaos. Ancestor Heavenless complexion gradually turned dark. This boy's intellect was close to monstrous. Really, nothing could be hidden from him. His thoughts were actually guessed not far off the mark by him. Starting from when Yi Yuan appeared in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he was shocked. In this world, other than him, how could there be someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos as well? Although the two of their Daos were very different, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was pure to the extreme. He transformed into chaos. Actually, it was blazing another trail to integrate, as one with the eternal river. Then he was using the eternal river's power to go and kill someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos? This was impossible. Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the others who were by the side were all stunned. The exalted ancestor, Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest major powers in the 33 heavens since ancient times, was actually fearful of a measly little Emperor vast heaven. Such a thing was seriously too fantastical. The development of things was really full of twists and turns. It was just that no matter how it twisted, they also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually played such an important role in it. In that case, you're going to be enemies with me? Heavenless expression gradually turned cold. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor vast heaven. He was apprehensive of Yi Yuan but did not really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you want to see the light of day again? Has nothing to do with me. You want to transcend the great beyond, and it has nothing to do with me as well. However, these people that I brought, I'll naturally be bringing them away too. In addition, my friends will be brought away too. Apart from these, do as you please. Search new novel on Google. Yi Yuan was just doing what ought to be done. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. But he was not a goody two-shoes. He knew that bringing everyone away was not too realistic. After all, his strength was limited. But to let him watch Yangqing, Feng Qingxian, Cloud Neon, these close friends, court their death with his own eyes, he could not do it. This was true even if he was facing the three great overlords. Heavenless sneered and said, Yi Yuan, this ancestor is a little apprehensive of you, but aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? It's as easy as turning over my hand for this ancestor to kill you. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, don't try that stuff with me, all right? If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone didn't come, it's naturally easy for you to kill me. But now, the majority of your energy will have to be placed on them, right? Making a move against me will be equivalent to giving them an opportunity to exploit. Are you sure that you want to make a move against me? Heavenless was virtually about to collapse. This brat was really hard to deal with. Heavenless thought that he had schemed against all the heavens, but he did not expect to be cornered by a little bastard. Boom! A loud noise. Suddenly the void trembled. Heavenless expression changed, immediately disappearing. The swaying labyrinth divine palace stabilized very quickly. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had joined forces. They were bombarding the space, trying to breach this world. Ordinary power was naturally unable to do it, but they could. These two people both grasped people at the end of the world and were terrifyingly strong. Although their true body did not come here, their strength similarly could not be underestimated. The two people joining hands, their strength could be seen at a glance. However, Heavenless was stronger. In the eternal river, the power of chaos flowed in an endless stream. Heavenless could draw out the power of the chaos endlessly to repair the labyrinth divine world. It just depended on whether his speed of repair could match up to the speed of destruction. A bunch of fools, what are you still in a daze for? Everyone attack one point with us. As long as we breach this world, everyone will have hope of escaping. Otherwise, you all can wait to die. The Chaos Bloodstone said with exasperation. Only then did everyone wake up from the dream. These hegemon realms and even great beyond realms naturally could not be refined as and when you liked. This required a drawn-out process. Refining the chaos heavenly pill was similarly a long process. Clearly, they still had the strength left to destroy the labyrinth divine world. Quickly, attack. Fight it out. Old man Heavenless. This seat will find trouble with you. Blood progenitor will listen to you. Powerhouses from all heavens gathered around the two overlords, preparing to attack the labyrinth divine world. Ancestor Endless, Ancestor Burning Sky, Ancestor Profound Ice, as well as Hegemon Yunshang, these supreme hegemons all came over. In order to survive, they put aside their animosity for the time being and joined hands to face the enemy. To such powerhouses, breaking through a world was a common thing. Except this world was different. It was Ancestor Heavenless Incarnation. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "Okay, I'll count to 3. Everyone will join forces to attack that point. This ancestor wants to see how strong this world is. 1, 2. All the hegemon realms, as well as the numerous origin realms, Emperor Sakra. Heaven powerhouses brought out their killing moves one after another. For a moment, the power of origin was torrential and grandiose above the void. 3. Counting to 3, a myriad of arrows was released simultaneously. A series of powers that was terrifying, until it made people feel suffocated. Bombarded right onto a spatial node. Boom! The earth quaked and mountains swayed. That spatial node was directly caved in. The deformation was visible to the naked eye. 2 great supremacies, 3 mighty great beyonds, as well as numerous supreme hegemons. This force was seriously too terrifying. No matter how strong Ancestor Heavenless was, it was impossible to be completely unscathed too. When everyone saw this scene, they were wildly ecstatic. They saw hope, but in the next second, everyone was petrified. This was because that space that dented in was recovering again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a few breaths of time, everything returned to normal. How can this be? This recovery speed is also too fast. The recovery ability is so strong. How can we possibly break through? Ancestor Heavenless strength is also too strong, right? Some people finally could not endure it and were swallowed by the fire. Tongues. Everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "All pulling a long face for? Continue attacking. Old Man Heavenless can quickly repair space by relying on
The Eternal River SKO.
But it's not unlimited either. His repair speed will get slower and slower. It will depend on who can't hold out first. Everyone, follow my orders and attack that nodal point just now again. Far away Yi Yuan Yang Qing, including Cloudnian's soul race and Feng Qingxuan's true spirit race, they all did not take part. Compared to the Chaos Bloodstone, they trusted Yi Yuan more. Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's powerhouses also had quite a number of people that died. There were only over 30,000 people who were still following Yi Yuan now. The numbers were still dwindling continuously. Seeing that the development of things was exactly the same as what Yi Yuan predicted, their confidence in Yi Yuan was boosted. As long as there was Heavenly Saint Yi around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. Right now, the situation was already very clear. Ancestor Heavenless already had no time to spare for other things in order to maintain the stability of the Labyrinth Divine World. And Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone similarly would spare no efforts to attack in order to escape this world. At this time, many Hegemon realms were tainted by many flame tongues on their bodies. This extreme Tao true fire did not look strong, but it was like bone infesting, maggots corroding everyone, and the power of flames that the two great supremacies were enduring was clearly the strongest. The others were merely small fries. Yi Yuan, what should we do? Do we lend them a helping hand? Or operate on our own? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those people are being made use of. Attacking the Labyrinth Divine World will consume power rapidly. The two supremacies' attacks look fierce, but I feel that it shouldn't be their true strength. They are accumulating power, preparing for the final blow. Furthermore, even if these people break through the Labyrinth Divine World, with their consumption, it's impossible to escape the Eternal River too. Estimate that the two great supremacies should have the strength to escape. In fact, maybe their true bodies are already waiting to receive them outside of
the Eternal River.
Everyone was filled with fear. These two great supremacies really had wicked thoughts. Then what should we do? Feng Qingxian said anxiously. Find the universe scroll. As long as I comprehend spatial origin, I'll be able to bring all of you out. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan took out the lambskin skin scroll and let everyone look it over. Everyone exchanged glances, disbelieving expressions on their faces. This is the real 12 Heavenly Tao painting? It doesn't look like it at all. This thing is also too ordinary, right? If it was given to me, I might directly throw it away. What's laughable is that Kong Tan thought he obtained the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. But it turns out that they were actually counterfeits. This lambskin scroll was seriously too ordinary. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, they were also not very convinced that this was the legendary 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. The appearance was really not nice. If Ancestor Heavenless had not personally admitted it, they would definitely think that Yi Yuan was joking. Hence, everyone started searching for the universe scroll. Yi Yuan's spatial rule was already not far from Origin Realm. Actually, with his current strength, leaving on his own was not difficult. Ancestor Heavenless transformed into chaos, which was also to say that the Labyrinth Divine World was one with the Eternal River's chaos. Yi Yuan only needed to activate Chaos Divine Essence to simulate the state of incarnating into chaos and execute spatial divine ability, and he would be able to fuse into one with the Labyrinth Divine World, then break free from the Labyrinth Divine World. But, with his current spatial divine ability, he could not bring everyone away. Yi Yuan also did not dare to slack off in searching for the universe scroll. Along with the passing of time, the power of the extreme Tao True Fire grew stronger and stronger. Even if it was boiling frogs on low heat, it was also not what the average person could withstand. More and more people were being refined. Above the void, rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The fierce battles between Ancestor Heavenless and the powerhouses from all heavens were still at a stalemate. A portion of the Hegemon realms was getting weaker and weaker. Under the extreme Tao True Fire's refinement, their strength was already somewhat falling short of their wishes. Hegemon's Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had also sustained considerable injuries at this time. In this world, the vast majority of the extreme Tao True Fire was released at them. The two people already had multiple areas on their body that were burned. But the attacks were still continuing. Although that spatial node was still being repaired, it was no longer as fast as before. This also gave everyone hope. Originally, it would be able to recover in a few breaths. But now it already needed 100 breaths of time. Furthermore, it was still continuing to weaken. For the sake of this glimmer of hope, those hegemon realms also spared no effort. After all, everyone was doing it in order to live and not be refined into a heavenly pill. Such a conclusion was a little too tragic. In a side hall, Yi Yuan was sizing up and down, currently looking for the heavenly Tao painting. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was precisely Ancestor Heavenless. Yi Yuan, give up. You can't find the universe scroll. Although you've obtained 4 out of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, even if you can find one more, how would you know that it will be the universe scroll? Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back as he said calmly. This phantom of his was very illusory. Clearly, it was not powerful. It could be seen that he also did not have much energy to deal with Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan did not look at him and said coolly, "You came to find me. Does it mean that I'm very close to the universe scroll?" Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but there were no ripples on his face. This sly old fox naturally would not reveal any flaws. However, it did not matter to Yi Yuan anymore. He believed in his own destiny. Her? Whatever you think. This ancestor just came here to tell you that those guys are not far from being refined anymore. Once they are refined, it will be time for you to die. You still have time to leave now by yourself. Heavenless said with a faint smile. You can see through my cultivation. You can see through my chaos divine essence. But regarding some things you won't be able to see through, such as my destiny, Yi Yuan said with a smile. He did not shun away from anything. Destiny was vague and insubstantial. If it was a Tao, no one had ever corroborated their Tao with this before. Other great Taos had their cultivation methods. Only destiny, this path, was elusive, and the extreme medicine sect's blessing power was willingly formed by countless predecessors. That was how it formed such magical power. The extreme medicine sect once had someone who studied this thing before but was similarly gainless. But Yi Yuan was an anomaly. All the predecessors acknowledged Yi Yuan. Heavenless naturally did not believe it. He laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you wouldn't be telling this ancestor that the heavenly Tao paintings previously were all found due to good luck, right? This ancestor is similarly someone who holds a great destiny. But to talk about being able to find a heavenly Tao painting by randomly trying your luck, that's also too nonsensical." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know that you don't believe it, but actually, when I came here, I already gave up on looking for any treasure. I was just strolling around idly. Then I found the heaven scroll." Heavenless was shocked in his heart again. A level of existence like him, how could he be easy to hoodwink? Heavenless felt that Yi Yuan was not lying. While talking, Yi Yuan already left this great hall. Heavenless did not give up. He continued to follow Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan guessed correctly. This place was already very close to the universe scroll. After the great hall, there were rows of houses. Those were the residences of some low-level disciples. Yi Yuan came to this area and walked leisurely. It was as if he was sightseeing. Heavenless heart also tensed up. Could it be that this guy was really so supernatural? Somebody's destiny was actually even stronger than your father's? This ancestor doesn't believe it. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3? Heavenless shouted in his heart. He naturally knew where the universe scroll was placed. He also did not deliberately hide it. He just casually threw it to some inconspicuous place. The universe scroll was in this house's room C3. But freaking hell, the direction that Yi Yuan was walking was getting closer. And closer to room C3. Ancestor Heavenly Tao already did not have the energy to transfer these Heavenly Tao paintings now. Refining so many powerhouses, even with his ability, it was absolutely not a walk in the park too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, turning into room C3. Ancestor Heavenless felt that his heart was about to explode. There were at least several hundred houses here. Why did this guy pick this one? I'm depressed. This boy was simply supernatural. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. This universe scroll is placed extremely secretively. This ancestor doesn't believe that he can find that secret compartment. Even if his heart was already surging like a torrential tide, he did not express it in the slightest. He just pretended to be nonchalant and followed behind Yi Yuan and entered room C3 too. Everything was so natural. Did Yi Yuan know that the universe scroll was here? Of course he did not know. He was really walking randomly, and then he suddenly turned in here. Sometimes luck was this magical. You sought desperately but could not obtain it. But joy would fall from the sky unwittingly. Yi Yuan walked 2 rounds in room C3 and discovered a study room. He then walked in. Ancestor, do you think the universe scroll will be here? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but his face was very calm as he said, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's low-level disciples, their houses number in the tens of thousands, yet you picked this one. If you can really find it, wouldn't this ancestor become a joke? Or are you trying to bait it out of this? Ancestor. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you're overthinking it. I was just bored and wanted to chat with you. I know that an old monster like you, even if I really find it, you all won't show anything too. While talking, Yi Yuan arrived next to the bookshelf and casually picked up a book and started flipping it. Ancestor Heavenless' heart thumped again. This was also too freaking supernatural. This was naturally not the universe scroll, but it was too close to the secret compartment's mechanism. Yi Yuan took a few looks. These were some essays and poems. Feeling bored, he put it back where it was. A large rock landed on the ground in Heavenless' heart. What a close shave. Immediately, he sneered incessantly. What wielder of great destiny, you even bluffed this ancestor. In the end, didn't you still brush past it? This boy, when he's on his deathbed and this ancestor tells him that here is where the universe scroll was placed, would the expression on his face be very fascinating? Heavenless could not help somewhat looking forward to him. In fact, he was really scared half to death just now. However, he also knew that at this time he absolutely could not give anything away. This boy was too sharp. Once he revealed any hints, he would definitely see through something. From start to end, his face was placid without any ripples. Right at this time, a cluster of extreme Tao True Fire rose up, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. A burst of chaos divine essence was fired out, directly dispersing it. Coincidentally, this attack's aftershock was not exhausted, and it actually directly slammed onto the mechanism. Click! The secret compartment opened, revealing the lambskin scroll inside. Ancestor Heavenless, who was still gloating just now, was staring dumbfoundedly. So coincidental? This cluster of extreme Tao True Fire was really divine. The position, the angle, they were just right. As if it was opening the mechanism for Yi Yuan. His extreme Tao True Fire followed like a shadow, but Yi Yuan was too powerful. With the power of the extreme Tao True Fire presently, it was unable to harm him at all. The extreme Tao True Fire previously, Heavenless saw it too. Yi Yuan could crush it with a wave of his hand. Chaos Divine Essence was no joke, unless he could divert his energy to specifically target Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he completely could not do anything to him at the moment. But coincidentally, this cluster of extreme Tao True Fire was really too timely. A myriad of profanities galloped across in Ancestor Heavenless' heart. Yi Yuan also looked at the secret compartment rather surprisedly and suddenly smiled. Senior Heavenless, I didn't expect that it's really so coincidental. This lambskin scroll wouldn't be the universe volume, right? Actually, he already knew the answer. Ancestor Heavenless' expression already landed in his eyes. His dumbfoundedness clearly showed that this was the universe volume. The extreme medicine sex ancestors, you all are really too awesome. Destiny was indeed foreordained by the unseen. Yi Yuan casually picked up the lambskin scroll. Upon looking, what could it be? If not the universe scroll? Her? I said it before. My luck has always been pretty good. However, without Senior Heavenless Extreme Dao True Fire, I'd really have walked past the universe scroll. Many thanks, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless' heart was already filled with shock and depression. He did not expect that it was actually this damn Extreme Dao True Fire that helped Yi Yuan find the universe scroll. A holder of great destiny. Was this the holder of great destiny? This brat's luck was a little too good, right? It was not that he did not believe in destiny. It was just that he never thought that someone could use this kind of unusual method to find the heavenly Dao painting. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you can comprehend spatial origin. Before this ancestor exterminates them. Ancestor Heavenless figure directly dissipated without leaving even a word behind. No more face. In addition, he also had to speed up refining those powerhouses. At this time, his apprehension towards Yi Yuan was no less than that of Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone. Obtaining the universe scroll, Yi Yuan did not get too entangled either, injecting Chaos Divine Essence and directly started gaining enlightenment on Dao. He also knew that it was not the time to be pleased with himself at present. How this farce would end, no one knew either. But Yi Yuan did not want to see Ancestor Heavenless return to the 33 heavens. This might not be a good thing for the 33 heavens. However, making use of Ancestor Hegemon to inflict heavy wounds on Hegemon, Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone was a pretty good choice. It seemed like he could set the snipe and clam at each other and take advantage of them both. The present situation was rather delicate. If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Samsara pill were refined, and Ancestor Hegemon really refined them into the strongest Chaos Heavenly pill in history, he might really be able to transcend the great beyond. With Ancestor Heavenless temperament, the consequences were seriously hard to predict. But, if Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were seriously wounded and Ancestor Hegemon was not able to refine them, this way the three great supremacies would all be hurt. These two great clones were very important existences to Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone. Once heavily injured, the main body would definitely be greatly implicated. However, this angle had to be grasped well. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan already had a plan in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite for all these was comprehending spatial origin. First, Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were almost despairing. At this time, including them, they no longer had the strength left to attack the Labyrinth Divine World anymore. They were very strong, but they were just clones in the end. The entire Labyrinth Divine World was Ancestor Heavenless' main body. This was no joke. Damn it! I didn't expect that I was actually schemed against by this sly old fox. Losing this clone, this progenitor strength will reduce by at least 30%. Once Old Man Heavenless really succeeds in refining the pill and condenses a physical body transcending the great beyond, then the consequences will be too severe. Hegemon Samsara was bitterly remorseful in his heart. The temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings was too strong. It was just that he did not expect that not only did Ancestor Heavenless not die, but furthermore he transformed into chaos and refined himself together with the Labyrinth Divine World. Such means were too fantastical. He was originally very confident. With this clone strength, obtaining the 12 heavenly Tao paintings would be effortless. Who knew that he still walked into a trap? Everyone knew that Old Man Heavenless did not have good intentions. But no one expected that old man Heavenless' boldness was actually so great. He schemed against all the 33 heaven's top powerhouses. There was also the Chaos Bloodstone who had the same idea as him. The blue-robed youth said with regret, "Heh. This progenitor thought that I schemed against all the heavens. Didn't expect that in the end, I'm still less skilled than old man Heavenless. Old man Samsara, I didn't expect that this progenitor would fail to exchange blows with you. I was actually defeated under old man Heavenless' hands in the end." Hegeman Samsara sighed and said, "In the end, this progenitor still underestimated him. Looks like of the three of us, it's still him who won in the end. Yours and my clone being refined into a heavenly pill, it will be equivalent to losing 30% to 40% of our strength. It will simply be impossible to be his match anymore." The blue-robed youth suddenly remembered someone and said, "Where's Yi Yuan? That boy? Is he dead?" Samsara smiled lightly and said, "You seem to have quite a deep resentment toward that boy." The blue-robed youth snorted coldly and said, "That's because you didn't become his opponent. Otherwise, your resentment will be very deep too. Back then, he made this progenitor suffer a huge loss at true sovereign heaven realm. This isn't what the average person can accomplish if he didn't die. Yet, maybe this situation can still have a sudden turn of events." Samsara shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "You're thinking too much. This progenitor admits that that boy is very impressive. But old man Heavenless isn't a worthless wretch like you. Being able to scheme against the two of us at the same time, his intelligence is truly unparalleled under the heavens. Resign yourself to fate." I almost can't hold on anymore. Cloud Neon, do you think Yi Yuan can find the universe volume? Feng Qingxuan's breathing was barely perceptible as she said to the Cloud Neon next to her. Cloud Neon's situation was not much better than hers too. Her soul body was faint. Even if she had myriad origins, she could not withstand being refined by the blazing fire too. There were several supreme hegemons who were already refined. Cloud Neon had formidable strength by relying on the Cloud Dream Soul physique, and forcefully held on until now. Search new novel asterisk. Among the over 50,000 people that Yi Yuan brought, there was only 1/3 left now. Yang Qing's strength far surpassed his peers. But at this time he already could not hold out as well. It's too hard, putting aside that there are tens of thousands of residences here. Even if he can really find a heavenly Tao painting, it might not be the Universe Volume 2. This possibility is negligible. Cloud Neon said weakly. Yi Yuan will definitely find it. Although Yang Qing was weak, these words had a decisiveness that could chop iron. Cloud Neon shook her head and did not argue. Her personality was cold, and she did not like to argue with people. If there were really any altercations, she would just kill them. Yang Qing saw that she did not believe him. He said, "You all don't know this, but Yi Yuan has the extreme medicine sex power of blessing on him. His luck is heaven-defyingly good. Otherwise, how do you all think he found so many heavenly Tao paintings?" The look in Cloud Neon's eyes gradually became somewhat lax. The extreme Tao true fire on her body also gradually grew more vigorous. She could not hold on much longer. Hegemon realm powerhouses were the targets that were prioritized. Instead, it was those under Hegemon realm that had higher hopes of survival. With Cloud Neon being a supreme hegemon, Ancestor Heavenless naturally would not let her off too. I can't anymore. Yi Yuan, where are you? I really want to see you. One last time. Feng Qingxuan's consciousness became a little blurry. The current Ancestor Heavenless was very pleased with himself. The several hundreds of thousands of years' worth of plan, it was finally going to be realized. Ha ha ha. Samsara, blood progenitor, you guys never dreamed that it's this ancestor who had the last laugh, right? This heavenly pill, this ancestor will name it great beyond flower blooming. From now on, above in the heavens and beneath the earth, I alone reign supreme. I'm called Heavenless. I am heaven, Ancestor Heavenless said excitedly. How grieving was the defeat back then. Now he staged a comeback and finally had the last laugh, trampling all the heavens and myriad worlds under his foot. How glorious was this! Also, Yi Yuan Punk won't be able to make it in time anymore. In another 2 hours, this ancestor will be able to refine everyone. So what if he's lucky? You ultimately can't escape death. Ancestor Heavenless voice spread throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Right at this time, a surge of origin power suddenly descended. Spatial origin. Ancestor Heavenless smugness abruptly stopped. How is this possible? It had just been 3 months and he actually comprehended spatial origin. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked. Spatial origin was one of few great origins that was the hardest to comprehend. Out of the myriad origins and rules, in terms of difficulty, it was no less difficult than Samsara origin and the origin of blood. How could this kind of heaven-defyingly complex origin power be easy to comprehend? The Tao of space, very few people dared to dabble in it. Because origin, this hurdle, one might get stuck for tens of thousands of years. Once you were unable to break through to hegemon realm, then you would be forcibly ground to death by Tao tribulation. Only progenitor Meteon, this kind of natural-born hegemon, dared to spend countless years to go and gain enlightenment on spatial origin and attain great Tao. Ancestor Heavenless touched his own heart and felt that he was amazingly talented, but he also did not dare say that he could comprehend spatial origin. Within 3 months, even if there was the universe volume, it would be impossible to. Yet Yi Yuan accomplished it. How could this kid be so monstrous? At the same time, Yi Yuan's imposing aura was currently rising crazily. Ancestor Heavenless' expression changed drastically because he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power to increase his cultivation realm. Was this boy crazy? He incarnated into chaos. The labyrinth divine world was his physical body. Now, with Yi Yuan absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power, it was equivalent to drawing out his power. Damn it! Boy, you're courting death. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, this ancestor will exterminate you first. Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice reverberated throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop. Ever since he entered the labyrinth divine palace, he comprehended 2 great origins consecutively, and he also comprehended the universe scroll. Actually, he could have broken through long ago. But before this, he chose not to break through in order to not alarm the enemy. At this time, when he comprehended spatial origin, his cultivation realm seemed like the floodgates opening, rising in a surging tide. Ancestor Heavenless was utterly horrified because Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the power of chaos was seriously too fast and too much. His power was being diminished rapidly. He actually discovered that him absorbing the eternal river's power was not as fast as Yi Yuan absorbing it. Originally, Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone, who were already on death's door, were startled awake again by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. An unforeseen accident really occurred. It was Yi Yuan. In an instant, they even felt that the power of the extreme Tao True Fire had also weakened by a lot. Damn punk! You ruined my great plan. This ancestor will kill you.
D4.
This ancestor. Heavenless was furious. The extreme Tao True Fire around Yi Yuan instantly engulfed him.
Yi Yuan.
Cloud Neon and the rest were originally pleasantly surprised. But at this time they turned pale with fright. They knew how great the power of this extreme Tao True Fire was. Once Ancestor Heavenless deliberately targeted Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan would die. Beyond a doubt. Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone exchanged a glance. The other party instantly understood tacitly. At this time, they felt that the extreme Tao True Fire that suppressed them was clearly weakened by a great deal. Heavenless power had quite a bit that was drawn out to begin with. Now he was also deliberately targeting Yi Yuan. He naturally did not have that much energy to place on samsara two people. An opportunity like this, how could sly foxes like them possibly let it go? At virtually the same time, the two people erupted again. Old Man Heavenless, watch this! A shocking power suddenly erupted. Although they were being refined to the point of death, they had always retained the power of a single blow, being able to be named three great supremacies with Ancestor Heavenless. The two of their strength could be imagined. Boom! The labyrinth divine palace shook violently. The spatial node that they bombarded actually had a large hole that was blasted out. The eternal river's power of chaos flooded in crazily. Ha ha ha! Old Man Heavenless, you were pleased with yourself too early. You never dreamed that you'd fall at the hands of a measly little emperor vast. Heaven, right? Old thing. This progenitor is leaving. The chaos bloodstone gave a loud laugh, turned into a streak of bloody light, and tunneled right into the chaos. Hegeman Samsara smiled and said, Old Man Heavenless, although this progenitor is seriously injured, who will emerge victorious is not yet known.
Yeyuan.
This boy, he really gives people a pleasant surprise. Finished saying. He also turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled out. Ancestor Endless three people, as well as many supreme hegemons, were all not refined yet. Seeing a large hole being blown out in the labyrinth divine world, Ancestor Endless three people's eyes flickered, directly tearing across the air. However, those supreme hegemons were not so lucky. Although the vast majority of the people among them had not been refined yet, they no longer had the strength left to escape anymore. Only several powerful individuals followed Ancestor Endless three people and escaped.
Yuane.
Feng Qingxian choked and could not continue. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at had already turned into an endless sea of fire. Further, under Ancestor Heavenless violent rage, Yi Yuan had no possibility of surviving at all. Cloud Neon sighed slightly and said, If he went, then he went. Before long, we'll be following him too. Hegemon Samsara they all ran. But these supreme hegemons had not run away yet. It was naturally impossible for Ancestor Heavenless to let them off. Feng Qingxuan's expression turned dim. Her eyes actually had an additional hint of liberation. Yi Yuan punk, you ruined my great plan. This ancestor wants you to die. Without a burial ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Above the void came Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice. He had plotted for several 100,000 years and throughout the labyrinth divine palace this enormous bait. It was for the sake of luring progenitor Samsara over. In fact, the Chaos Bloodstone was in his scheme too. This time, if he rounded up all the heavens' powerhouses in one fell swoop, he would recover his peak strength. Even improving a step further was possible. However, such a perfect plan was ruined at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he not be furious? Without Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone, these two great supremacies, his great beyond flower blooming pill could only be considered a defective product. No matter how many supreme hegemons there were, it could not make up for the loss of great beyond powerhouses too. But very soon, Ancestor Heavenless realized that something was wrong. This is impossible. That kid is already dead. But why is my power still flowing away? Ancestor Heavenless became alarmed and furious. Under this kind of blazing fire, Yi Yuan had long already died thoroughly. But his power of chaos was still fading away rapidly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and he was struck dumb with amazement. This is impossible. Could it be that punk already tore through the boundary? He's absorbing my power in the eternal river. On the eternal river's shore, in a different place, a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. This person was wearing a silk headdress on his head and had a handsome face, like carved jade, looking suave and free, like a very ordinary scholar. It was only to see him open both arms up. One invisible force after another gathered in one place from all directions. His power could also be seen rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. No idea how long had passed either. His power could not rise anymore. This was the eternal river's mainstream, the surging power of chaos virtually crushed people until they exploded. Only by reaching his level of boundary, with strength infinitely close to, transcending the great beyond, could one stay in the eternal river for a short duration. He looked at the boundless eternal river and said under his breath, "I didn't expect that old man heavenless actually concealed such a plan. This time I really suffered a double loss. Fortunately, the Chaos Bloodstone also suffered serious injuries this time. From today onwards, the 33 heavens will likely be reshuffling." This handsome scholar was the incomparably mysterious Hegemon Samsara. In order to save this great beyond clone, he summoned his clones from all heavens and reunited the soul bodies. It was only the current him, was that Hegemon Samsara who made people tremble with fear. Except, his expression was very ugly. He already knew about the events that happened in the labyrinth divine world. His moment of greed actually made him fall for the trick. However, he never dreamed that Ancestor Heavenless could actually survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the eternal river. If not for this, how could he easily risk his life? Suddenly, Samsara's mind stirred, his figure entering the eternal river. Around him, the power of chaos surged frenziedly. He actually forcibly split apart the incomparably powerful eternal river's water. The might of Hegemon Samsara was unbelievably formidable. His speed was extremely fast, like a great whale cleaving the waves and advancing without equal. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a place. It was precisely where the labyrinth divine world was at. Right at this time, a streak of bloody light cut through the waves and came from another direction. Who could it be if not the Chaos Bloodstone? But what came over was actually a blood-red colored stone. This stone gave people an extremely evil feeling. It was as if it could corrode the myriad worlds. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's main body. No one knew where it was. But at this time he came for this clone. Hegemon Samsara looked at the Chaos Bloodstone and said, "I didn't expect that. The first time we would meet would actually be here." The Chaos Bloodstone said, "This progenitor also didn't expect it. Having obtained this chance, Ancestor Heavenless is probably going to stage a comeback, right?" Samsara stood with his hands behind his back and said with a slight nod, "His ambitions are huge. He definitely won't let this opportunity go. It's just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this monster, actually appeared and ruined his grand plan. You and I broke out. His wishful thinking is considered to have fallen flat." The Chaos Bloodstone laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. This time you all know this progenitor's gloom, right? This boy has ruined my plans time and again starting from true sovereign heaven. It's just that I never expected that he actually saved this progenitor this time." Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Do you think that he'll be so kind-hearted? This boy is shrewd as hell. I suspect that he deliberately dragged it out until the last second before choosing to break through. This time, the three of us are all weakened and defeated. We probably won't have the strength to take action within a short time. This boy is so cunning." Hegemon Samsara cultivated his heart across myriad worlds. How astute was he? With Yi Yuan creating an opportunity, letting them break free, he saw through what Yi Yuan was thinking with one glance. It was just that this was an open scheme. Even if he knew about it, he was helpless too. Great beyond clone being seriously wounded, he needed to go into closed seclusion for a period of time. The Chaos Bloodstone smiled and said, "But this time he's dead for sure too. Old Man Heavenless will definitely vent all of his anger on him. There's no hope for him." Hegemon Samsara nodded slightly, clearly quite in agreement too. Suddenly his mind stirred. A figure cut through the air. It was precisely his great beyond clone. The power of Samsara surged, directly splitting apart the eternal rivers. Massive waves, welcoming back his clone and integrating it into his body. On the other side, the Chaos Bloodstone did the same. Done with these, he turned around and left. But right at this time his entire body trembled. In the eternal river, an astonishing aura surged to the sky. The door of eternal life stood proudly in the void, only to see a figure rush up to the sky and smash toward the door of eternal life with a punch. Hegemon's Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone's pupils constricted, looks of astonishment on their faces. That's
Ye Yuan.
Hegemon Samsara said in shock. Not only did he not die, but he also even pry open the second seal? Chaos Bloodstone seemed to be trembling. This boy can actually be like fish in water inside the eternal river. Hegemon Samsara sighed again. I even thought that ancestor Heavenless burned him to death. I didn't expect that he had actually already escaped into the eternal river. Old man, Heavenless can only show off his power in the labyrinth divine world now. How can he do anything to him? The Chaos Bloodstone said in shock again. Boom! With a loud bang, the second seal opened in response to the noise. The astonishment on Hegemon Samsara's face turned into a bitter smile, and he said, I didn't expect that in this drama that schemed against all the heavens. The one who had the last laugh is actually this boy. Looks like we got to think of a way to eliminate this boy. Hegemon Samsara felt a grave threat. This kind of threat was even stronger than Chaos Bloodstone and Heavenless. With his cultivation, he would not be so at ease in the eternal river too. Refine for me. Heavenless roared angrily. The extreme Tao True Fire on Cloud Neon and the others suddenly became stronger. Everyone let out a muffled groan without prior agreement, their auras dropping considerably all at once. It looked like they were not going to make it. Yang Qing could not stand it a long time ago, if not for Cloud Neon splitting off a portion of soul force to help him resist the extreme Tao True Fire, he would have long died. Seeing everyone falter, Heavenless laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Yuan brat, this ancestor can't do anything to you. But did you think I am helpless against your friends? This ancestor wants you to regret what you've done. Incarnating into chaos, Ancestor Heavenless had given up too much. Outside of this world, he lost the ability to take the initiative to launch attacks. Hence, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. He could only vent his fury on Yi Yuan and the rest. Yang Qing's entire body was being burned by the blazing fire, and no longer looked human. His entire body was chapped. It was as if a layer of skin was going to shed. He gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, Heh. This old man is really coward. Just you wait. After this seat achieves great beyond realm, I'll definitely thrash you until not even your mother can recognize you. Feng Qingxian was at her last breath as she said, Already someone who's about 2D. What are you still posturing for? But knowing that Yi Yuan didn't die, I can also close my eyes in death. Her eyes carried endless reluctance to part, but the vitality of life on her body gradually started dissipating. Right at this time, a thick divine essence wrapped her entire body up. A surge of spatial power separated the extreme Tao True Fire and forcibly pulled Feng Qingxian out. A chill struck. Feng Qingxuan's entire person immediately felt much more awake. It was a sea of chaos before her eyes. A figure was standing not far away, with chaos divine essence flooding out of his body. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? There was also Cloud Neon, Yang Qing, and the rest who were rescued along with her. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's several thousand powerhouses were also brought out by Yi Yuan. These several thousand people actually withstood the test of the blazing fire and survived. In fact, Yi Yuan even brought Kongtan, Yuran, and the rest of the younger generation Hegemon realm powerhouses out. Feng Qingxian was wildly ecstatic. I actually didn't die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I promised you all to save everyone. I naturally won't go back on my words. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a dazed look, You are already Emperor Sakra Heaven. Clearly, the key point that he was focusing on was different. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven meant that he could wreck Yang Qing without employing the Tao sword. Unbearable. Why was it that, in a blink of an eye, this guy was going to catch up to him? Again? Yi Yuan smiled and said, even Kong Tan could cross a major realm. I wouldn't be worse than him, right? Eft. Kong Tan spewed out a mouthful of old blood and nearly fainted in anger. He really almost fainted. Each and every one of them was incomparably weak right now. They were just hanging on with one final breath. Yeah, Big Brother Yi Yuan is really a peerless talent. He's very different from us mortals. Previously, I had some misunderstanding with Big Brother Yi Yuan. It was all this younger sister's fault. The life-saving grace this time. Yuran will bear it in mind. Yuran also turned pale at this time, but her attitude was already very different. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually save her. After all, it was not pleasant previously. No matter what objective Yi Yuan had, he saved her life after all. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just nodded his head slightly and did not express much. He naturally saved Kong Tan and the rest for a purpose. After going out this time, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would definitely come under attack on all sides. The blood race, soul race, and also the various races in all the heavens, they would not be friendly to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, especially since his own existence was a huge latent danger. The Chaos Bloodstone, Hegemon Samsara, Ancestor Heavenless, these three supremacies all viewed him as a thorn in the side. Therefore, allies were very important. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was mostly geniuses having disputes caused by personal feelings and not irreconcilable enmity. Saving these people, even if they did not bear the kindness in mind, they would at least be embarrassed to kick them while they were down. Only Kong Tan's face turned bright red. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time, although he broke through the fetters in one stroke and broke through to Hegemon Realm, his face was utterly lost. Originally thought that he was the child of destiny, the ruler of all the heavens in the future. Who knew that he actually became a jumping clown in the end? Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, he did not even dare to let out a fart. If it were before, he would definitely rebut Yi Yuan. But, feeling that incomparably thick chaos divine essence around, he kept his mouth shut sensibly. This chaos divine essence was too strong. A genius like him, the fiendish skill that he cultivated was incomparably pure. His fiend essence was also incomparably thick. But compared to Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence, it was like glass meeting diamond. Too fragile. This chaos divine essence did not have the slightest discordance when it met with the eternal river's chaos. It was also precisely because of this chaos divine essence that they could survive in the eternal river. As long as Yi Yuan rescinded the chaos divine essence, they would immediately be crushed into dregs by the eternal river's chaos. Only at this moment did he deeply experience why the dignified ancestor Heavenless would be so fearful of Yi Yuan. Many thanks for Brother Ye's life-saving grace. My world's end pavilion owes you a favor. Many thanks to Brother Yi for helping out. Our Fire Spirit clan won't forget your kindness. Brother Yi, if you're free in the future, come to our Flying Cloud clan to be a guest. I'll definitely satisfy Brother Yi. The geniuses who were rescued cupped their fists and saluted Yi Yuan one after another. This kindness was not small. However, those that Yi Yuan rescued were all juniors. Yi Yuan did not save a single one of those peak hegemons and supreme hegemons. The divine essence consumed to save a supreme hegemon was too much. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an Emperor Sakura Heaven. Now, one Cloud Neon already consumed half of his energy. Bringing another one would take his life. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, just a matter of lifting a hand. It's not worth mentioning. But everyone shouldn't be happy too early. With 3 great overlords coming into being, a sanguinary slaughter will surely be set off in the 33 heavens. Nobody can stay detached from the matter. Therefore, from now on, everyone will be on the same boat. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and headed to the nearest eternal river branch stream. rumble. Behind, the labyrinth divine world gave off intense tremors. It turned into a huge fireball in an instant. When everyone saw it, their expressions could not help but change. If they did not come out, they would probably all be refined now, right? Thinking of how those supreme hegemons all fell in the labyrinth divine world, they rejoiced jubilantly. Yi Yuan brat, you ruined my grand plan. When this ancestor recovers my physical body, I'll cross worlds and come. I'll definitely exterminate your grand bright jade complete heaven until not even chickens and dogs are spared. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared. From behind came ancestor heavenless bellow. This furious roar made even the eternal river tremble. Everyone's faces turned pale, afraid that ancestor heavenless would chase after. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need to worry. He's badly wounded now and needs to focus fully on refining the pill. He can't chase after us at all. Suddenly, everyone saw that there were two more powerful auras not far away, only to see that Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone were both cleaving through the waves and advancing, their imposing momentum shocking the heavens. These two great supremacies' main bodies arrived in person, but at this time, they were gasping heavily for air, seemingly very wretched. But Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was like a large ship, carrying everyone forward along with the waves very comfortably. Everyone exchanged glances, incredibly shocked in their hearts. Are the two of you hurrying on your way? Do you want to ride? Yi Yuan looked at the two great supremacies and said with a relaxed expression. Hegemon Samsara's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, boy, forming an irreconcilable enmity with this progenitor isn't some wise move. Every day that you don't step into great beyond realm, it will be one day that you don't have the qualifications to challenge this ancestor. But the current Hegemon Samsara was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. That pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It was just that powerhouses from all heavens were watching, and Yi Yuan kicked him in the face. It was very ugly. The Bloodstone also spoke up, saying angrily, Yi Yuan brat, after returning. This time, this progenitor will do my best to destroy Grand Bright Jade. Complete heaven. You have to be prepared. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, is this how you talk to your savior? With your tolerance, how will you guys rule the heavens? Next to Yi Yuan, many people were all desperately holding in their laughter. Although Yi Yuan had suspicions of playing with fire and burning himself, looking at the two great supremacies getting deflated was still a very pleasant thing, especially that these two great supremacies were not on friendly terms. Hegemon Samsara stared at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you think that you can hide from this progenitor's arcane eyes with your bit of cunning? You're still a bit too inexperienced to fight with this progenitor. You want to make the three of us tie each other down so as to buy time to grow up. You counted your chickens before they hatched. Now you're the common enemy of the three of us. After this ancestor returns to my position, the first thing that I'm going to do is to kill you. Chaos Bloodstone also said, kid, you're already Emperor Sakura Heaven. Do you think that this progenitor will still give you time to grow up? You're probably thinking too much. With two great overlords being unanimous and actually wanting to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan, this made everyone quake in their boots. This was no joke. Although these two great supremacies struggled immensely in the Eternal River, it was precisely because of this that made their strength even more evident. At this time, the strength that these two great supremacies exhibited made them feel suffocated. This was true strength that was about to transcend the great beyond realm. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all, saying with a light smile, you guys had better consider how to recover your strength first. If my guesses are right, the two of you are seriously injured this time and your main bodies also have to enter the Eternal River. You'll definitely suffer great damage. Even at this time when your Tao foundations will be damaged or not is hard to say. You actually still have spare time to come and threaten me. Once your Tao foundations suffer damage, no matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it will be impossible to transcend the great beyond too. Being exposed by Yi Yuan, the two great supremacies turned somewhat angry from embarrassment. Just as Yi Yuan said, the two of them were already struggling to save their own skin. How could they have the energy to come and deal with Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan scheming against the three great supremacies this time could be said to be extremely successful. Alright, since the two of you have unmatched powers, you don't need this Yi. Then I'll be making a move first. Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone, and actually overtook the two great supremacies. In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan's speed of advancement was extremely fast, even faster than the two great supremacies. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling great admiration in their hearts, posturing without leaving a trace, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Afterward, Yi Yuan was really too impressive. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hegeman Samsara's expression was very grim. Can't let this boy continue to grow up unchecked. This boy cultivates chaos. His destiny is heaven-defying. Once he breaks through to Hegeman realm, it will be difficult for you and me to deal with him as well, Samsara said in a solemn voice. After going back this time, this ancestor will gather the blood race members across the heavens and besiege Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. I won't rest until I kill Yi Yuan. Really didn't expect that this boy would actually grow to such a level. If I had known it would come to this progenitor should have killed him back then at all costs. The Chaos Bloodstone's intestines were green with regret. Back then, if he did his utmost, killing a puny little Yi Yuan would naturally be like taking something out of his own pocket. But at that time he had many misgivings, resulting in missing the opportunity. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was already Emperor Sakura Heaven. At present, although Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet, he could already sufficiently stand alone. After they recovered from their injuries and exited seclusion, no idea to what extent Yi Yuan would grow. Hegeman Samsara's gaze flickered, and he said, "You don't have to regret it, either. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. Don't you forget, before Hegeman realm, he still has a shocking great tribulation." The Chaos Bloodstone shuddered, and he said, "You mean the Hegeman Dao tribulation?" Hegeman Samsara nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is going against heaven. His strength can be rated as monstrous. His Hegeman Dao tribulation is bound to shock heaven and earth. If he makes it through this hurdle, you and I might not be able to do anything to him. But wanting to make it through this hurdle is easier said than done." The Chaos Bloodstone seemed a little excited as he said, "You're right. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have there been? But there has never been a divergent cultivator who could overcome the Hegeman Dao tribulation? Ha ha ha. Brat, just you be smug. The faster you cultivate, the quicker you'll die too." However, this progenitor is still not giving him the chance to assault Hegeman realm. This progenitor will definitely be destroying Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. At Extreme Medicine Sect, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Meteon and Cloudmount, two people, stood on top of the mountain, straining their eyes and looking into the distance, their hearts weighed down with worry. Over 20 years ago, Meteon already arrived in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. It was for the sake of learning about Yi Yuan's news at the first moment. Yi Yuan's departure was several decades long. To this day there was no news. Meteon was very worried. There's no news after so long. Could Yi Yuan? Cloudmount's eyes revealed sorrow. There was no news from the geniuses from all heavens. This was the worst news. This indicated that the Labyrinth Divine Palace was indeed fishy. Old Man Heavenless was not easy to get along with. Meteon was also laden with anxieties as he said, "Alas, I was too greedy. Knew long ago that this trip was incredibly dangerous. I should have stopped him back then." Cloudmount said, "Senior, you don't need to blame yourself. Don't you know what that boy is like. The things that he decided, even if the sky falls down. Nobody can stop him too. Although this boy didn't say it, I know that him. Going to the Labyrinth Divine Palace, half of it is to search for chaos. Heavenly medicines for me. Tian sighed and said, this progenitor watched heavenless that brat grow up. He's amazingly gifted. If we were to find another genius that can rival Yi Yuan in this world, then there's only heavenless. Now there's no news for several decades. Yi Yuan is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Although Tian's strength could not compare to heavenless, his seniority was even older than heavenless. He and the Labyrinth Divine Palace's old palace master, there was a friendship, with complete mutual understanding. It was also precisely because of this that he knew about heavenless talent, and scheming mind even more. Originally, he was the same as the powerhouses of all heavens, harboring a fluke mentality, thinking that heavenless had already died in the eternal river. But looking at it now, they were too naive. Cloudmount choked as he said, this bunch of old bones am really good for nothing. If my strength is still there, I'll definitely personally go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace to ensure his safety. But the two old men's tears shed in the extreme medicine sect. And right at this time, a group of small black dots appeared on the horizon. Tian's entire body trembled, seeing Yi Yuan, who was right at the front at one glance. Senior Tian Master, Yi Yuan is back. The extreme medicine sect seethed with excitement. In the extreme medicine sect's great hall it was silent. Tian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they wanted to see through him. Hearing everything that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was like they were listening to a book from heaven. This Labyrinth Divine Palace trip actually concealed such a huge conspiracy. But in the end, the three great supremacies were scammed by Yi Yuan until they could not do anything about it. This scheme that swept up the entire 33 heavens, the biggest winner was actually Yi Yuan, this puny little emperor vast. Heaven won. If they did not know Yi Yuan's character, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse, saying that Yi Yuan was making up stories. What made people even more overjoyed was that among the Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven powerhouses that Yi Yuan brought, more than 40 hegemon realms, were actually born. These people all broke through their realms when visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Although a large batch was refined and died, there were also more than 20,000 people who came back with Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses was suddenly replenished again. Yi Yuan brought them back safely. There was no greater merit. Kid, I really don't know what to say about you. After a long time, Tian squeezed this sentence out. Having learned about the events that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Tian's frame of mind was like it went on a roller coaster. Regarding heavenless, not many people understood him better than him. Not only was this guy extremely powerful, but he was also even adept at scheming. He was an extremely troublesome character. Learning that he did not know, Tian's heart could not help pounding. But who knew that he was actually completely eaten up by Yi Yuan? But Cloudmount said worriedly, Yi Yuan, this time you've offended the three great supremacies at once. They will definitely view you as a thorn in the side. With our Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's accumulations, we probably can't hold them off. Tian frowned and said, this matter is indeed troublesome, but in the present situation Yi Yuan is an arrow notched on the bow. No choice but to release it. Otherwise, if heavenless that brat really refines the chaos heavenly pill, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. How about this? This progenitor will migrate all of the 4 symbols true spirit clans to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Whatever they are going to do, this progenitor will receive it all. The moment these words came out, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest were all visibly moved. They did not expect that Tian could actually go so far for Yi Yuan's sake. One had to know that the 4 symbols true spirit clans had already been in void shrine illuminating heaven for God knows how many years already. That place was their root. It was their home that was passed down from generation to generation. Furthermore, void shrine illuminating heaven belonged to a higher level plane. The heaven and earth spiritual energy origin comprehensions all were much stronger than grand bright jade complete heaven. But Mi Tian was actually going to migrate the 4 symbols true spirit clans over for Yi Yuan's sake. Cloudmount frowned and said, Senior Mi Tian, this is no joke. I know that. You're powerful and your prestige in the Azure Dragon clan is extremely high. But migration this sort of thing, the implications are too deep. You still have to think thrice. Mi Tian waved his hand and said, those 3 great supremacies are each harboring their own ulterior motives. No matter which one of the 3 of them transcends the great beyond in the end, it will be a cataclysmic disaster for us. Therefore, what does it matter where we are? Alright, my mind is made up. No need to urge anymore. Very soon, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's news spread out, and all the heavens were shocked, except the protagonist of everyone's discussion was Yi Yuan, this unknown Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Ancestor Heavenless actually didn't die. Luckily, I withstood the temptation and didn't go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Otherwise, it would probably have been impossible to escape my doom this time. Who's Yi Yuan? This guy actually made the 3 great overlord hegemons suffer a loss? Why have I never heard of this name before? This boy actually just came out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. According to what I know, in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven Supreme, hegemons can already claim hegemony. There's also news that just came over. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also produced a genius called Yang Qing this time, suppressing all the geniuses from all heavens. And Yi Yuan is even more monstrous than this genius. He couldn't even be bothered to compete with his peers. When the geniuses from all heavens returned to their own factions, they naturally had to report to the top. And these news spread far and wide, sweeping across the entire 33 heavens very quickly. Yi Yuan's great reputation suddenly became known by all. Fiend race ancestor Kong Ye was currently pacing back and forth, clearly angered badly. He pointed at Kong Tan's nose and cried out angrily, "You're great! Really? Excellent! Her? You fool, you've lost your father's face across the entire 33 heavens this time. Are you satisfied? Amen." Yi Yuan became famous across the 33 heavens. Kong Tan also became famous across the 33 heavens. It was just that it was about his notoriety. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip, the one who was the worst off was
Contan.
Not only was he toyed like a monkey by Yi Yuan, but he was also even utterly played by Ancestor Heavenless and almost did not make it back. The fiend race hegemons that he brought over had also all died out, the losses very severe. When these news spread out, the fiend race had already become the laughingstock of all the heavens. Kong Tan's days were naturally difficult. Not just Kong Tan, even Kong Ye's old face had nowhere to put. In just these few days of work, there were already several old friends who ran over to congratulate him. Kong Tan knelt down with a thud and said in tears, "Progenitor, it's all because of that Yi Yuan. This child swears to definitely tear that punk's corpse to pieces and restore the dignity of my fiend race." Kong Ye sneered and said, Her? With just the likes of you, that Yi Yuan can refine the eternal river's chaos. His talent shakes you off by more than 10 streets. He doesn't even need to break through to hegemon realm and can already abuse you to tears. How can a genius that can make even the 3 great overlord hegemons apprehensive be a mediocre person? Forget about Yi Yuan. Even compared to that Yang Qing, you're far worse too. Kong Tan was scolded by progenitor Kong Ye until he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too little regard for his face. Kong Ye saw that he was unconvinced and said with a cold smile, "Put away that pitiful pride of yours. From now on, don't think about becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. You are not his match. Also, scram back to the clan and enter. Close seclusion for this progenitor. The 33 heavens are going to fall into turmoil right away. If this progenitor doesn't let you exit seclusion, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the clan ground. At Jotian Emperor Palace, inside a region of space, Ancestor Endless Aura was feeble. Clearly, he was badly injured. By relying on his incredible cultivation, he rushed out of the Eternal River. However, he was refined into serious injuries by Heavenless to begin with. Being severely wounded by the Eternal River as well, he was currently almost dead. Next to him, Zhou Xianxin revealed a look of worry. Ancestor, are you okay? Ancestor Endless shook his head slightly and said, won't die, but not far from death either. Zhou Xianxin said, Ancestor, rest assured, this child will definitely refine a chaos heavenly hill and help you recover your strength. Ancestor Endless smiled bitterly and said, you are still a bit lacking. Even if there's chaos heavenly medicines for you, you'll be squandering good stuff. 2. Zhou Xianxin did not argue anything. He knew that Ancestor was telling the truth. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, Old Man Heavenless is indeed still Old Man Heavenless. This time, it's really a double loss. But fortunately you broke through to Hegemon Realm 2, and you became a Chaos Heavenly Master. Your potential is greater than your father's. You have hope of succeeding this Ancestor's mantle in the future. Remember, have more dealings with Yi Yuan in the future. This boy's future accomplishments are limitless. Birds cry plaintively before they die. Men speak kindly in the presence of death. Ancestor Endless was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have defended the Zhou family's supreme position for hundreds of thousands of years. But this time he was really injured. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, he hurt his Tao foundation. There was no more hope of transcending the great beyond in this lifetime. Therefore, he needed to arrange for the Zhou family's future. In the Zhou family, only Zhou Xianxin's talent was the most significant. He was naturally the focus of heavy grooming. Ancestor, you can definitely recover your strength. Our Zhou family won't fall, Zhou Xianxin said in tears. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, I'm clear about my situation. This time, after almost being refined by Old Man Heavenless and also sustaining heavy wounds in the Eternal River's chaos, my Tao foundation is already ruined. Even if I recover, my strength can't recover to the peak anymore either. In fact, I can't even maintain great beyond realm anymore too. It's all the influence of greed. Xianxin, in the future you have to remember this Ancestor's lesson. Zhou Xianxin knelt down and said, This child will bear it in mind. Ancestor Endless nodded his head and continued, Xianxin, you've already entered Hegemon Realm. This ancestor no longer has anything to teach you. Your cultivation realm in the future will depend on your fortunes. Now this ancestor will give you a mission. You must complete it. Seeing Ancestor Endless say it solemnly, Zhou Xianxin's expression turned somber, and he said solemnly, Ancestor, please instruct. Even if I lay down my life, Xianxin will complete it too. Ancestor Endless said, Tomorrow you lead half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces and go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to cast your lot with Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianxin's entire body trembled, and he cried out in shock, What? This? How can we do this? This order surprised Zhou Xianxin too much. He did not expect his ancestor to actually make such a shocking move. Half of the Zhou family's forces, that was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. This strength was sufficient to sweep across Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. One had to know that Zhoutian Emperor Palace had 3 supreme hegemons, 7 to 8 peak hegemons, and even more ordinary hegemons. And this was also where the Zhou family's foundation lay. Now, he was actually going to make half of the forces go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This was a huge gamble. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, This ancestor knows what you want to say, but right now, the 33 heavens situation is already very clear. It's time to pick a side. Indeed, under those three old monsters' powerful strength, the current Yi Yuan is still not considered much. But once he can break the shackles and break through to Hegemon realm, even if it's those three old monsters, they will tremble too. Zhou Xianqin said in confusion. I know that Yi Yuan's talent is unprecedented throughout the ages, but he's a divergent cultivator after all. Although he has already broken through to Emperor Sacre Heaven, he's still far away from the three great ancestors' realm. No. The look in Ancestor Endless eyes revealed a wise light, and he said with a nod, I don't understand this Yi Yuan, but I understand Old Man Heavenless. Someone that can make him afraid is absolutely worth us casting our lots. Doesn't Old Man Heavenless know that he's a divergent cultivator? But why is he still afraid of Yi Yuan? There weren't divergent cultivators who broke through to Hegemon realm in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Understand? Zhou Xianqin was shocked in his heart and nodded solemnly. He did not expect Ancestor to actually evaluate Yi Yuan from this angle. Who was Ancestor Heavenless? That was humanity's #1 major power, the strongest genius since ancient times. He was afraid, which meant that Yi Yuan had hope of breaking through to Hegemon realm. The next day, Zhoutian Emperor Palace brought half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces, shattering the void and leaving. Half of this force was not just Hegemon realm. There were also the powerhouses under Hegemon realm, and the number reached tens of thousands of people. These were all the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's elite forces. This matter caused a great sensation in Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven. Regarding Ancestor Endless decision, the other three great factions all turned their noses up in disdain. In the Eternal River's branch stream, the Zhua family's ancestor said with a snicker, Her. Ancestor Eternal River suffered too great a stimulus this time. He actually made such a stupid move. He actually bet all of the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's treasures on a divergent cultivator. It's also an action that can't be helped. Old Man Heavenless is about to see the light of day again. He has already offended Old Man Heavenless badly. Naturally impossible to seek refuge with him anymore. Melody Nether Heavenly. Sex Ancestor said coolly. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered finished. However, we've also reached the point of taking sides. When Ancestor Heavenless returns, he probably won't allow us to refuse. Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion's ancestor let out a sigh and said. The moment he said so, the other two people both fell silent. On Heavenly Dragon Island, Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the people in charge of the four symbols family clans were all present. I object. Progenitor, I know that Yi Yuan saved your life, but you can't use our entire clan's lives to joke about too. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is where our foundation lies. But now you want to go to a low-level plane. How will the entire clan view you? When Mi Tian explained his intentions, his own supporter Long Jian was actually the first to jump out and oppose it. The other three clans' leaders also all had tightly furrowed brows. Rather unhappy. The Dragon Clan was the Dragon Clan. In terms of bloodline nobility, their three clans were not the slightest bit worse than the Dragon Clan. Now, Progenitor Mi Tian actually made the decision for them. Progenitor Mi Tian, this is also too ridiculous, right? This time, although you saved our three clans, you also can't make our three clans bet all of our lives because of this, right? Luan Qinghe said unhappily. Want to go? Your Dragon Clan can go yourself. Our White Tiger Clan absolutely won't leave Void Shrine illuminating heaven unless Progenitor Mi Tian, you annihilate our clan. Bai Ji did not give the slightest bit of face and outrightly refused. Xian Taiqing said coolly, Progenitor, wanting to make us migrate, shouldn't you convince Long Jian they all first? You all can't even get your people on board. What right do you have to make us migrate? Progenitor Mi Tian smiled and said, I presume you all have also heard about The labyrinth divine palaces matter. Now, the scheme has already gradually become clear. That's right. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is indeed where our foundation lies. But can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Once the Blood Race army arrives, do you all really think that just based on us 4 clans we'll be able to defend Void Shrine illuminating heaven? Back then, during the Labyrinth Divine Palace upheaval, heavenless, that brat only temporarily didn't storm Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of this progenitor's face. If the Labyrinth Divine Palace's army really comes, can you all stop them? Everyone's expressions changed. These words were not false. Progenitor Mi Tian and Ancestor Heavenless Master were on very close terms. Ancestor Heavenless only did not make a move against Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of his face. But later, Hegemon Samsara took action. Apart from the dragon race, the other 3 races joined the battle too. It was impossible for Ancestor Heavenless not to remember the enmity. Humph! No matter what, making our 4 clans migrate for a divergent cultivator who's destined to never break through to Hegemon, this is also too preposterous. Progenitor, pardon us for not complying with the order, Baiji said in a solemn voice. But at this time a figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Mi Tian and said coldly, Mi Tian, are you crazy? For Yi Yuan, that boy, you actually want to make the entire dragon clan be buried in death? If you want to migrate, sure. You and I have a fight. You can talk again after killing me. Mi Tian looked at the arrival and just smiled. He was not surprised about Mi Zhen's appearance. Mi Zhen was extremely cold-blooded and also extremely conceited. But his feelings toward the Dragon Clan were not falsified. Although his methods previously made people despise him, his goal was indeed to make the dragon race stronger. He had his blood essence extracted by blood too, his Tao foundation ruined. He would not be able to advance any longer in this lifetime. But, hearing that Mi Tian was going to migrate the Dragon Clan, he still peered. Progenitor, although I hate Mi Zhen very much, this time, I agree with him. Our Dragon Clan can't migrate. Long Jian said straightforwardly. The conversation seemed to be over already. However, not only was Mi Tian not worried, he smiled even happier instead. Her? Got to admit, Yi Yuan, this boy foresees with divine accuracy. So, before coming here, he made me bring this. Finished saying, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, and they instantly disappeared. They were standing from God's point of view, looking down on all life. Heaven volume. This feeling was magical to the extreme. Where is this? This feeling makes every pore of mine open up. My God! I became heavenly Tao? I feel like I'm controlling everything now. What a magical feeling. What a wonderful experience. Progenitor Mi Tian, what did you do to us? Big brother. I feel that I have hope of recovering my strength. Could this be the legendary heaven volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Mi Zhen's experience and knowledge were naturally not what others could compare to. This incomparably wonderful feeling, he thought of the heaven volume right away. But, the moment he said it, the others were even more shocked. This is actually the heaven volume. No wonder Ancestor Heavenless could reach that kind of terrifying realm. With this thing, I won't be worse than him either. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Progenitor Mi Tian, why would you have such a thing? Can you keep on letting me comprehend like this? I'm willing to pay any price. I'm willing to. Big brother, have you had a change of heart and specifically let me gain enlightenment on the heaven volume? I'll definitely repent in earnest and reform my former faults. Mi Zhen cried bitterly and said, whoosh! In a twinkle, everyone returned from heaven to the mortal world. The few people exchanged glances, an immense sense of loss on their faces. That sort of experience just now was really too amazing. Reaching their level of boundary, even the slightest improvement in cultivation, was harder than ascending to heaven. But, with the heaven volume, they were confident that they could break through to great beyond realm. Meteon looked at everyone rather interestedly. Seeing the reaction on their faces, he knew that it was done. These people could not resist the temptation of the heaven volume at all. Progenitor Meteon, why are we back? This bit of time is too short. Baizhi was the first to speak up. Clearly, he was already deeply drawn by that miraculous feeling. Yeah, progenitor, you're deliberately whetting our appetites. Give us some more time and I feel that I can break through to great beyond realm already. Xian Taiqing said impatiently. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you let me comprehend while more. Although I'm unable to make any more breakthroughs, this heaven volume can restore my cultivation realm. Among these people, the most anxious was Mijin. His Tao foundation was ruined. Currently, his strength was merely equivalent to the weakest hegemon realm. Putting it bluntly, he was a piece of trash. To the current him who was in a prominent position in the past, this kind of temptation was too great. However, Meteon just shrugged and said with a smile, sorry, Yuan only injected this much chaos divine essence into the heaven volume. The effects of the heaven volume can only be maintained for so long too. The few people's faces turned black, instantly understanding what progenitor Meteon wanted to do. Terrific lad. He was preparing for this. This old thing was really cunning, throwing out such a huge bait at them. Turns out that it was to make them agree to the migration. Dream on. But that kind of feeling just now was really very marvelous. Great beyond realm had already blocked them for countless years. This step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But, with the heaven volume it was completely different. The few of them were all top geniuses of all races. As long as they immersed in that feeling just now for a while more, they believed that they would definitely be able to break through. Progenitor Meteon, other things can be discussed, but this great migration is absolutely impossible. Other than this, I'm willing to pay any price as long as you can lend me the heaven volume. I guarantee that as long as I break through to great beyond realm, I'll immediately return it. Baizhi said. Meteon's face still had a faint smile hanging as he shook his head and said, even if I lend you the heaven volume, it will likely be very hard for you to break through to great beyond realm too. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are activated using chaos divine essence. Only then can it unleash the greatest effect. Otherwise, with the labyrinth divine palace having so many geniuses, why did it only give birth to 12 great beyond realms? The moment this was said, everyone became indignant. Baizhi snorted coldly and said, progenitor Meteon, if you're not lending, so be it. Is it interesting to deceive us with these words? Meteon smiled and directly threw the heaven volume over. Baizhi's face was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously injected his divine essence into it. Whoosh! Sure enough, his perspective underwent a change again. But, compared to that marvelous feeling just now, the feeling this time was too vague. Just like the feeling earlier was clear glass. But the feeling now was frosted glass. With that experience previously, the experience now became extremely trash. He was not some rookie and immediately determined that Meteon was not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If his cultivation realm was very low, this heaven volume would be a priceless treasure to him. But, reaching his cultivation realm, this kind of vague experience was unable to rapidly improve his strength and help him reach great beyond realm. Otherwise, everyone would have been able to break through to great beyond realm. Returning to reality, Baizhi's face was stunned for a while, and he muttered, this? How can this be? When the others saw Baizhi's expression, they immediately understood it. How vicious! Meteon and Yi Yuan, this one old and one young, two foxes, really schemed against them badly. If it was just throwing out the heaven volume, they would not have been moved either. But, with that experience earlier, it was like getting addicted to drugs, unable to stop even if they wanted to. The temptation of great beyond realm was really too great. Supreme hegemon and great beyond realm, although they were the same cultivation realm, it was worlds apart. Mi Tian saw the few people feeling like 100 claws were scratching their hearts, and he said with a smile. Yi Yuan said that in Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, the heaven volume can be used without limit. He'll provide sufficient chaos divine essence to help everyone increase their strength. The heaven volume is the general outline of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. The most important volume. With it, with your talents, reaching great beyond realm is indeed not hard. But, without chaos divine essence it's similarly immensely difficult for you all to want to break through to great beyond realm. You guys also know that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is going to face enemies very soon. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to take the time to come to Void Shrine illuminating heaven and help you all gain enlightenment. Finish saying, Mi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile like he had swayed everyone on his face, awaiting everyone's decision. The Great Migration started. This Great Migration shook the entire 33 heavens. Old man Mi Tian, is he nuts? For the sake of a divergent cultivator, he actually gave up on the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans, that's the 33 heavens top faction. Back then, in their prime, the 4 symbols families all had great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort. Didn't expect that they actually fell to such a point now. Those innate chaos true spirits were born in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans bloodlines are also most suitable for Void Shrine illuminating heaven. They actually gave up on their land of foundation and ran to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, that sort of low-level plane. It will definitely be incredibly difficult for their clansmen to want to break through. Heh? Just wait to see the joke. The entire dragon clan migrating, their clansmen will definitely have a lot of resentment when they arrive at Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This kind of team won't have combat power at all. Oh? Right, there's also the Nirvanic Soul Clan and Jotian Emperor Palace. Ancestor Endless is considered to have stumbled this time. The Nirvanic Soul Clan actually completely broke away from the Chi Soul Clan this time, and they cast their lots with Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Imperishable that old ghost has also lost his mind. The hegemon realms from the various major factions in all heavens were all discussing this great migration. Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already known to all. But, whether or not he could prop up the future, everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, this was the world of the strong, not the world of geniuses. The 3 great supremacies were too strong. They were the closest people to transcending the great beyond in the 33 heavens. Geniuses only had hope of becoming a powerhouse. They were not genuine powerhouses. If they did not grow up for one day, they were still just rookies. That was all. Although the 3 great supremacies suffered severe injuries, they all had powerful factions behind them, especially the blood race's progenitor. He created an extremely powerful race. No one knew how strong this race was at all. This was because everyone understood that what they saw was merely just the tip of the iceberg. However, the reality was different from what everyone imagined. The self-slapping law was manifested to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on the 4 great true spirit clans powerhouses. In Extreme Light Pavilion Space, Extreme Medicine Sect. At this time, Baiji was currently following behind Yi Yuan subserviently in a very anxious manner. It was a huge array formation in front of him. Yi Yuan was currently pacing back and forth, thinking deeply. Younger brother Yi, can this really work? Drawing the eternal river's chaos to a major world. This is unheard of. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this array formation was actually already conceived by me when I was comprehending chaos. It's just that at that time my formation Tao was not perfected yet. That's why I didn't take action all along. Now my formation Tao has entered origin. My cultivation realm has also entered Emperor Sakura Heaven. There's still some certainty of succeeding. Baiji felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, then that's Good. That's good. Younger brother Yi, you have to hurry up. Time waits for no one. Who knows when the blood race will come to attack Grand Brightjade. Complete heaven. Senior, rest assured. I'm even more anxious than you all. But the more urgent it is, the slower it has to be done, no? Otherwise, what's delayed is everyone's cultivation realm, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Baiji nodded like a rattle drum and praised repeatedly. Right, right, right. Younger brother Ye's composure is really outstanding. The intention of the drunkard lies not in the wine, having an ulterior
Motive.
Yi Yuan naturally understood that Baiji was anxious to cultivate the heaven volume. When in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Mi Tian tossed out a heavyweight bombshell. That was, Yi Yuan would set up an array formation and provide a steady flow of chaos divine essence, and let everyone be able to comprehend the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. Originally, Baiji and the rest were still worried about how to convince their clansmen. But with this, nothing was a problem anymore. Nobody could resist the temptation of the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. Yi Yuan comprehended chaos in the eternal river and recultivated his cultivation method. He no longer needed to enter the eternal river to comprehend anything anymore. However, he needed a steady flow of eternal river chaos to cultivate. It was just that going to the eternal river each time was too troublesome. Hence, that was why he thought of this idea. Entering the labyrinth divine palace this time, Yi Yuan comprehended formation, Dao origin, and witnessed the power of the number one great formation in all the heavens. It had a huge inspiration to him. He was currently using the most basic 9 array elements to construct this grand array. Yi Yuan called this grand array as Chaos Origin Formation. He would also set up a subarray in the Grand Brightjade Complete Heavens, Eternal River Chaos. Then it would be like a channel drawing the eternal river's chaos over. And for the Extreme Light Pavilion's main formation, Yi Yuan even integrated his Chaos Divine Essence, converting the eternal river's chaos that was drawn over into Chaos Divine Essence. Then it pumped the Chaos Divine Essence into the 12 heavenly Dao paintings for everyone to cultivate. This was Yi Yuan's idea. It sounded fantastical, but to Yi Yuan it was not considered a very difficult array formation. Putting it bluntly, this was a high-level transmission array. It was just that this transmission array was a little too difficult. Ordinary formation pathmasters could not set up this kind of array formation at all. In this world, only Yi Yuan alone could set up this array formation, because what he gained enlightenment on was Chaos Divine Essence. Furthermore, this eternal river's chaos could only be completed using those 9 array elements too. Ordinary formation path methods could not withstand the weight of the eternal river at all. The more the array elements, the looser the array formation would be. Using the fundamental 9 array elements to set up the array formation was the most stable. Half a year later, only to hear a loud bang. A gap directly opened up in the Extreme Light Pavilion space. The eternal river's chaos flooded like raging floodwaters. After the eternal river's chaos entered, it was directly absorbed by the chaos origin formation, returning to tranquility. This feeling was like a headwater channel. Mi Zhen, Long Jian, Baiji, Zhuobufan, and the rest trembled all over when they saw the situation. Zhuobufan said with an emotional sigh, drawing the eternal river's chaos into the mortal world. This scene is really spectacular. Yi Yuan, this boy is really unbelievably strong. While Mi Zhen was incomparably excited as he said agitatedly, I can finally recover my strength? Ha ha ha. In the future, this grand Brightjade complete heaven will be my home. Long Jian and the others were similarly extremely excited. This was because they finally had the hope of stepping to great beyond realm. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Mi Zhen was the first to go up and greet him, saying agitatedly, Yi Yuan, how is it? Can it work? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the Chaos Origin Formation is very successful. These eternal river chaos are currently being converted to Chaos Divine Essence in an endless stream. I've set up several hundred miniature array formations in the extreme light pavilion. When you guys enter the rooms, you'll be able to gain enlightenment on the heavenly Tao painting. Are the geniuses that your various races picked ready? Long Jian said, it's long done. Just waiting for you. Those little bastards. Are all already impatient from waiting? Haha. Yi Yuan brat, if this old dragon can step into great beyond realm this time if you say to head east in the future, I definitely won't go west. We're all one family. No need to be courteous. However, Mijin, I'm still a little worried about letting you recover your strength. While talking, Yi Yuan looked at Mijin. The latter only felt a chill run down his back, and he hurriedly said, don't.
Ye Yuan.
I've already turned over a new leaf. I'll swear a heavenly Tao oath. Right now, as long as I recover my strength, I'm willing to be your henchman. For 100,000 years, I'm willing to do whatever you make me do. I say, you guys, has Ancestor gone crazy? He made Zhou Xianchen bring all the sex elites away. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered thoroughly finished. From now on, there are only 3 forces left in our Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven. Sigh? We all don't even have the qualifications to be brought away. Speaking of which, it's really heartbreaking. Heh. You want to go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? That kind of low-level plane, what can you do after you go? Not a single soul around. The present Zhoutian Emperor Palace seemed somewhat withered. Although there were still half the people, these people could be said to all have been abandoned. They gathered together in 2s and 3s and were chatting about the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's rise and fall. 3 years had passed, and the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's decline was visible to the naked eye, if not for the fact that there were still supreme hegemons holding down the fort in the sect. The Zhoutian Emperor Palace would have long dispersed. Regarding Ancestor Endless decision, they all felt that it was very absurd. But at this time someone laughed coldly. A bunch of idiots. Everyone's expressions changed, and someone scolded angrily. Zhou Ming, although you're of the Zhou family's bloodline, you're a good-for-nothing. You can't even break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven in this lifetime. What qualifications do you have to mock us here? The Zhou family was the most illustrious in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. However, the family clan was too big. There were always some people who were in a melancholic state of mind. Resources were always grasped in the hands of the minority. This Zhou Ming was also of the Zhou family's bloodline, but unfortunately his aptitude was too poor. He had already been stuck at peak Emperor Vast Heaven. For many years, he exhausted all kinds of methods and could not break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven too. Being scolded a good-for-nothing, Zhou Ming was indifferent and said with a sneer, you all still don't know yet, right? That Yi Yuan can let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has already given birth to a number of hegemon realm powerhouses. Zhou Xinyu, Lin Cheng, and more than 10 people have all already stepped into hegemon realm. News came over from there. In these 3 years, the hegemon realms that broke through in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have reached 200. Now some of the hegemon realms remaining in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace can't sit still anymore. The moment these words came out, it directly stunned everyone. Zhou Ming was of the Zhou family's bloodline. His information channels were much more than them. They thought that half of the Emperor Palace's elites all went to the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to court death. Who knew that such a shocking reversal actually happened? In a short 3 years, a plane actually gave birth to 200 hegemon realm powerhouses. This number was too terrifying. But after the shock, there was endless mockery because they did not believe it at all. What? Those 2 martial uncles have been stuck in Origin Realm for 10,000 years. They just went for 3 years and broke through. Her? Zhou Ming, do you take us all to be fools? You're using this sort of words to scare us. Yeah. Zhou Ming, come up with a draft before boasting. 200 hegemon realm experts. Do you think that they are cabbages? Zhou Ming said disdainfully, although I'm a good-for-nothing, I'm more well-informed than you guys. Do you all know what the heaven volume is? 12 heavenly Tao paintings, that's something that even the three great supremacies are moved by. Ancestor also returned with serious injuries because of it. With this sharp tool, what does helping some powerhouses who are stuck in origin realm to break through the fetters count as? It's just that these 12 heavenly Tao paintings didn't unleash such a terrifying effect in Ancestor Heavenless hands too. This Yi Yuan is really remarkable. Seeing Zhou Ming saying it with certainty, everyone believed it a little more. Someone asked, "Is what you said true?" Zhou Ming smiled coldly and said, "This matter isn't some secret. The true spirit race's great migration is also for this priceless treasure. The news naturally can't be hidden. I even heard that the four symbols true spirit clans gave birth to dozens of hegemon realms in these 3 years. Furthermore, several ancestor-level powerhouses are already almost breaking through to great beyond realm. You all think that the Zhoutian Emperor Palace is hopeless? You all think that those people went to court death?
Hur.
Her? They are the true winners." With this, everyone was stupefied. They knew about the Great Migration, but their information was indeed not well-informed enough. Previously, they still found it odd. Was the true spirit race all morons? To actually migrate to grand bright jade complete heaven. But now they finally understood it. Turns out that it was actually because of this. In that case, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace actually made the right bet? Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "This is hard to say. If they can withstand the blood race progenitor's wrath, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace will be humanity's number 2 powerful sect in the future. Ancestor's decision is indeed not what the likes of us can see through." Before this, everyone had endless criticisms of Ancestor Endless decision, but no one dared to question it. But hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Hegemon realms were too important to a faction. In reality, Ancestor Endless himself was also very shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually came up with a chaos origin formation, and could let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not pay special regard to the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. 2. Regarding the elites that he sent, they entered the Extreme Light Pavilion after going through a screening, and these people all broke through. This was simply a huge pleasant surprise. When Zhou Ming got this news, it was also intentionally leaked by the upper levels. It was for the sake of boosting confidence. Everyone was currently digesting this news when suddenly, the color of the sky changed. A blood-red light instantly shrouded the sky, blazing like the resplendent sunset. This blood-redness gave everyone an extremely foreboding feeling. Amen? What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn red? I seem to smell a thick, bloody scent. Zhou Ming suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically. As he said, "Not good. It's the blood race. The blood race is here to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace." Before his voice faded, it was only to see countless figures in the horizon, currently flying towards the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. That thick bloody energy surrounded the blood race army, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Before they approached, everyone felt an apocalyptic-like fear. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses clearly felt the powerful auras flying out of the Emperor Palace one by one, and looked at the arriving enemies. Ancestor Endless Sun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's master, Zhou Tianyu, appeared in front of everyone very soon. Only when everyone saw him did they calm down slightly. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples all knew that this was the number 1 person under Great Beyond. A powerhouse with half a foot stepped into Great Beyond. It was just that. There was unprecedented solemnness on Zhou Tianyu's face. Very soon, an elderly figure appeared beside Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice, "Isn't the blood race's progenitor going to attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? Why would they come to attack our Jotian Emperor Palace. Ancestor Endless was silent for a long time before sighing heavily and said, "Most likely they are not just here to attack our Jotian Emperor Palace. The blood race is probably going to start a war with all the heavens at the same time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The blood race is actually already powerful to such an extent. The present blood race is likely even 100 times stronger than the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Looks like everyone has underestimated the blood race progenitor. Who comes? Could it be that you're bullying my Jotian Emperor Palace for not having anyone?" Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice to the blood race army that was galloping over at full speed. Seeing the blood race's powerful lineup, Zhou Tianyu was secretly alarmed. This blood race army actually had close to 100 hegemon realm powerhouses. The one leading was even an apex supreme hegemon. Just in terms of aura, he was not beneath him. However, no one answered him. Boom! The blood race army arrived with a howl. The slaughter directly started. Jotian Emperor Palace's disciples did not expect that the blood race was actually so straightforward. For a moment they were also caught off guard. And Zhou Tianyu also faced off against that blood race supreme hegemon. Upon exchanging blows, he felt the other party's strength. Humph! Do you really think that this seat is scared of you? Zhou Tianyu saw that the other party completely could not be reasoned with and was also genuinely enraged. It was only to see him release his origin, his strength shocking heaven and earth. That blood race leader opposite was actually suppressed for some time too. By the side, Ancestor Endless did not move. Hearing the miserable cries of Jotian Emperor Palace's disciples, his expression became more and more solemn. The blood race army's objective was not to occupy Jotian Emperor Palace at all. Their objective was to kill. The blood race powerhouses completely disregarded casualties. There were never survivors under their hands either. Either you die or I perish. A will that looked death calmly in the face, coupled with the powerful ability to revive endlessly, made the blood race's combat power go off the charts. While the present Jotian Emperor Palace was only left with some stragglers and disbanded soldiers, how could they be the other party's match? However, these bloodkins seemed to have automatically overlooked Ancestor Endless. Ancestor Endless' expression turned slightly dark, and he stared at a region, a void, and said coldly, "Come on out. You're still showing your tail but hiding your face in front of this seat." The void trembled slightly. A figure appeared. He held a tiny blood-colored pearl in his bead. Only to see him toss lightly, the blood bead directly flew towards the sky and suspended above the sky of the battlefield. One wisp of blood energy after another was currently converging towards the blood bead. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Endless' pupils constricted. When the other party saw Ancestor Endless, he smiled and said, "A half-dead. Great beyond realm, I haven't taken you seriously yet. The reason why I didn't appear is just that I was preparing the blood ward bead. That's all." Ancestor Endless was incredibly shocked in his heart. This bloodkin opposite was clearly not the Chaos Bloodstone. But the other party was a true blue great beyond powerhouse. He could tell from the other party's eyes that he did not take him seriously at all. The moment this person appeared, dismay immediately welled up in Zhou Tianyu's heart. If there was no great beyond powerhouse, they still had a glimmer of hope. But now he was in despair. Ancestor Endless snorted coldly and said, "Half dead? This ancestor will let you see that the dignity of a great beyond powerhouse can't be blasphemed." Boom! Ancestor Endless stomped his feet. The door of eternal life slowly opened up. Behind him, an extremely powerful Saint Force flowed out of the door of eternal life. But his opponent still did not care because opening the door of eternal life was tantamount to resorting to the last resort. This was merely Ancestor Endless' last struggle. With great beyond battle starting, the bloody smell on the battlefield grew thicker and thicker. That blood ward bead seemed to be extremely happy, absorbing that surging blood energy. Furthermore, this blood-ward bead seemed like it would never be full and would not grow larger too. Half a day later, Ancestor Endless slowly collapsed, endless reluctance and nostalgia in his gaze. This great beyond powerhouse who commanded 2 eras had fallen. Father! Zhou Tianyu's voice carried the fury of despair. But he himself was already an arrow at the end of its flight too. Zhou Tianyu was very strong, but he was currently being besieged by more than 10 hegemons and already could not hold on anymore. Ancestor Endless collapse became the last strand of straw that crushed him. Bang! 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 Several powerful origin attacks landed on his body. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Zhou Tianyu's mouth, and he was slammed onto the ground, looking like he was not going to make it. On the battlefield, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples were in 2s and 3s and could no longer form large groups. At Zhoutian Emperor Palace, corpses scattered everywhere. The blood ward bead was still greedily absorbing blood energy. The Zhoutian Emperor Palace, humanity's top major faction, collapsed with a Lao Bang. That supreme hegemon said with a bow, Lord Yiyun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already been completely destroyed. There are no survivors. Yiyun nodded slightly and said, clean up the battlefield. Let the blood ward bead absorb sufficient blood energy. Progenitor coming into being this time. There can't be any mistakes. Yes. Similar scenes were playing out in all heavens. The blood race came soaring into existence, shocking the entire 33 heavens. Everyone knew that the blood race was strong but did not know that the blood race was actually so strong. Overnight, a large number of great beyond realm mighty experts suddenly appeared in the blood race. Furthermore, their numbers were abundant until it terrified people. They actually waged war across the 33 heavens simultaneously. Some low-level planes even completely fell into enemy hands within a month. This was a catastrophe. This time, the blood race would not talk any rubbish at all. What they brought was an endless slaughter. The blood race did not accept surrender, only death. Powerhouses in all heavens fell into a great panic all at once. For some time, the casualties were beyond count. Before this, everyone knew that the blood race had returned. But no one expected that it would cause such severe consequences. At Thundercry Continent, Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven, Yi Yuan looked at the corpses all over the ground, his brows tightly knitted. Heh? They really think highly of me. In order to kill me, they actually sent 5 great beyond powerhouses. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. By the side, Mi Tian sighed and said, we all underestimated the blood race. Really didn't expect that in these several 100,000 years the blood race actually accumulated such a terrifying force. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this force should have only appeared recently. There are many blood race hegemon realms, but wanting to break through to great beyond realm is absolutely no easy task. If my conjectures are right, the Chaos Bloodstone should have obtained the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. That's how they created so many great beyond powerhouses. Mi Tian was shocked in his heart, and only then he came to realize the truth. The Chaos Bloodstone schemed for a long time, acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. Back then, Yi Yuan already said that even though his strength increased by so much, there was no reason that the Chaos Bloodstone would not be strong. It was just that they did not expect that what came was actually so terrifying. Mi Tian frowned and said, the current situation isn't optimistic. Several low-level planes such as Yuanming Wenju Heaven and Shenming Gongqing Heaven have already completely fallen into enemy hands. Those planes already became the brutal battlefield of the blood race. According to what I know, the situation of the human race's 3 supreme heavens isn't optimistic either. Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already. When he received the news, Zhou Xianchen directly passed out. He locked himself in and only came out 3 days later. Then, he brought Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses and fought dauntlessly in bloody battles with the blood race. Different from other heavens, the blood race encountered stubborn resistance. in grand bright jade complete heaven. In this 1 month, the army that Mi Tian and Yi Yuan led had already repelled the blood race's frenzied attacks 4 times. In order to kill Yi Yuan, the blood race even sent 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses over. It was just that sadly, the Chaos Bloodstone had times where he miscalculated. 2. Long Jian by Ji Luanqinghe, Shen Taiqing, for people broke through to great beyond realm in succession, joining hands with Mi Tian and Mi Zhen, 2 great apex powerhouses. They actually forcibly killed 4 out of the 5 mighty great beyond realms. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven virtually became the only place in the entire 33 heavens where results bore fruit. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of these blood dogs until not even a fragment of armor remains. Zhou Xianqin casually squashed a blood race Emperor Sakura Heaven. Both eyes blood red. In the past few days he was extremely fierce, suddenly incarnating into a god of killing, making his opponents feel a chill. Just yesterday, Zhou Xianqin even personally killed a blood race hegemon. Having comprehended the heaven volume, Zhou Xianqin's strength advanced by leaps and bounds again, and he was already not far from peak hegemon. He relied on his powerful strength and kept charging at the front lines in the war with the blood race with no fear of death. He did not care about some scars at all. The blood race was bloodthirsty. He was similarly full of killing intent. Father, ancestor, and also many brothers and sisters were all wiped out. This blood feud made him dare not relax in the least bit. Having blocked 4 rounds of attacks in succession, Grand Bright Jade complete. Heaven began to counterattack. The blood race army was being suppressed crazily and had already retreated to the vicinity of the boundary wall. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing took the lead. Wherever they went, none could last a single exchange with them. The 2 of them were too strong. They were virtually invincible under hegemon realm. The blood race's revival was not considered some technique to them at all. Yang Qing still took some effort to kill them, but Yi Yuan completely obliterated the bloodkins in the same rank with just 1 punch. Wherever they went, the bloodkins did not dare to confront them head-on at all. After experiencing the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, the Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven that survived each and every one of them was extremely powerful. They were not at all inferior when compared to the geniuses from humanity's 3 supreme heavens. As for those blood race hegemons, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much, but Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had too many hegemon realms. Furthermore, with 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort, they had no chance at all. Ha ha ha! What bullshit number 1 race in all the heavens. Really weak to the max. Isn't there a single one who can fight? Yang Qing's long spear danced as if nobody on earth could beat him. Yet, the blood race powerhouses could not do anything to him. The present Yang Qing, even 20 to 30 origin powerhouses found it hard to get close to him. Moreover, the blood race was already a spent force. Boom! The boundary wall collapsed. The bloodkins that were detained in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven were completely wiped out. Yi Yuan, let's kill our way over. Yang Qing got excited from killing and actually did not want to stop. The plane this area of boundary wall connected to was Yuanming Wenju Heaven. It had already completely fallen. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The blood race is so arrogant. We naturally have to teach them a lesson." At Yuanming Wenju Heaven, the supreme leader Lan Jie was currently drinking blood in a palace, his expression enjoying it very much. That was the fresh blood of a hegemon realm powerhouse. Her? What a cushy job. The likes of this kind of low-level plane, it's too easy to take over. In less than 10 years, progenitor's true self will be able to come into being, and the myriad worlds will tremble, Lan Jie said, with a chuckle. Now there's news coming from all worlds. Apart from those few high-level planes, the other heavens are already in our pockets. Another great beyond powerhouse said with a smile. Lan Jie nodded and said, "Is there news from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven?" That person shook his head and said, There's no news yet. Grand Bright Jade. Complete Heaven currently has the true spirit clans around. It's probably not easy to take over. Lanjie smiled and said, hence, that's why Progenitor sent Blood Ooze 5 people to attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. No matter how powerful Tian is, he's also not a match for the 5 of them, right?
Hur. Veit.
Patiently. Good news shouldn't be far away. Also, that Yi Yuan with 5 great beyond powerhouses taking action, it will likely be impossible for him to escape his doom. Boom! With a loud bang, something fell from the sky, directly smashing through the great hall. Lanjie, 2 people hurriedly stood up and came to the large hole that was smashed out to take a look. It was a person. This person was precisely the blood ooze that they had just mentioned. This blood ooze was none other than precisely the Lord Wang's back then. Having obtained bloodline transformation now, he also successfully broke through to great beyond realm. Furthermore, his strength was very formidable. This time he planned on going to kill Yi Yuan with a vengeful heart. Who knew that he kicked an iron plate? Putting aside that he failed to kill him, he even suffered heavy losses. Himself. The 4 great beyond powerhouses that he brought were all dead. Blood Ooze, what happened to you? Where are the 4 of them? The smile on Lanjie's face was replaced by shock. Blood Ooze's strength was the strongest among them, with Progenitor making him bring a team to go and attack Grand Bright Jade. Complete Heaven, it was counting on him to go and restrain Tian. His strength could be seen. But now, Blood Ooze's appearance was totally like a dog who lost its home. All dead. Blood Ooze used all the strength in his body and shouted. Lanjie's entire body shuddered heavily, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. For great beyond powerhouses they died just like that? When did Tian become so strong? What in the world happened? Lanjie shot out a ray of blood light, helping Blood Ooze heal his injuries as he asked. Receiving Lanjie's treatment, Blood Ooze's consciousness became a little clearer and he said, the 4 great true spirit clans supreme hegemons broke through to great beyond realm at the same time. The dragon clan's Jin also recovered his peak strength. The current Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses. What? Lanjie, 2 people almost jumped up. The news that Blood Ooze brought was seriously too shocking. 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses, even if it was those high-level planes. It was very hard to possess that too. A puny little Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually gave birth to 6. Blood Ooze said with unwillingness. The 5 of us directly killed our way to the extreme medicine sect, planning on killing Yi Yuan in one go, and then swallow up Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Who knew that Jun and the 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses suddenly appeared, directly surrounding us? Tian and Jun are too strong, forcibly grinding the 4 of them to death. Even I almost lost my life there too? Oh? Right. Tian's strength seems to be even stronger than before. When I faced him, I actually had the feeling like I was facing Progenitor. If not, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties either. Lanjie, 2 people were dumbfounded from listening. This sudden turn of events caught them by surprise. With 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses, this was absolutely an extremely terrifying force. But who knew that they were ganged up on? What difference was this from walking right into a trap? How did this happen? Lanjie said in a daze. Blood Ooze shook his head and said, don't know. These few years we've been consolidating the various tribes and didn't pay much attention to the outside world's news. But in just a few years' time, how can so many great beyond powerhouses possibly pop out all of a sudden? Lanjie said gloomily, this Yi Yuan is really a jinx. Why does our blood race succumb at his hands every time? The blood race re-emerged this time, rampaging in all directions virtually, sweeping across the 33 heavens. Yet, they suffered a loss in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Right at this time, a subordinate hurriedly came to report. Lord Lanjie, things are bad. Things are bad. Grand bright jade complete. Heaven's army has broken through the boundary wall and has already charged. Over. Our people can't stop them at all. Lan Jie's expression changed wildly, and he said, they really have such gall, to actually dare cross worlds and come. Blood Ooze looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, they have 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses. Why won't they dare to cross worlds and come? Stop standing stupidly. Hurry up and bring me away. In addition, hurry up and send the news to progenitor. Ask his elderly self to come and make a final decision. What did you say? 6 great beyond powerhouses actually appeared in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven in one go. How is this possible? Chaos Bloodstone was incomparably shocked when he heard about Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's war situation. A great beyond powerhouse was a mobile nuclear weapon. Before acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines, even he could not create so many great beyond powerhouses too. But now 6 great beyonds actually appeared in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. How could he not be surprised? Yishui nodded and said, originally, the war was going very smoothly, but I didn't expect that we would meet with stubborn resistance in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Now, Meteon has led Grand Bright Jade complete heaven and has already pursued us across 3 worlds. Yishui was the blood race's strongest person up to now. His strength was also top-notch among great beyond powerhouses. The Chaos Bloodstone's clone was severely wounded, and he could not move out. For the time being, Yishui was the subordinate that he relied most heavily on. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, being able to give birth to 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses within a few short years, only the heaven volume can accomplish it. But even if Yi Yuan has the heaven volume, he can't shoulder so many people comprehending at the same time too. How on earth did this boy do it? Yishui said, after I received the news, I already sent people to investigate. Turns out that Yi Yuan set up a grand array and drew the power of the Eternal River's chaos to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, and used the power of the Eternal River's chaos, supplying them to cultivate the heaven volume. The Chaos Bloodstone was shocked again and said, this boy is really a genius. Others are all comprehending chaos, but he is already making use of chaos. Yishui, this boy can't be kept alive. You make a trip. When necessary, use the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Yishui gave a bow and said, yes. Lord Wangzhou, didn't you come to kill me? You've already crossed 4 worlds. Now, why are you still running away? Above the sky, Yi Yuan's voice spread for thousands of miles, shocking the sky. In front, Blood Ooze and the rest were anxious like dogs that lost their homes, but they did not even dare to turn their heads back. The army charged out of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, chasing after the Blood Race army. They had already crossed 4 worlds. During this, Meteon and the others killed 2 more Blood Race great beyond powerhouses. The Blood Race army was already in a hot mess. At this time, Blood Ooze and the rest gathered another 5 great beyond powerhouses, but they did not even have the courage to have a battle. Meteon and the rest were too strong. Without 10 great beyond powerhouses, they did not even need to think about it. Furthermore, Blood Ooze himself was also seriously injured and could not fight at all. Yi Yuan punk, don't you be arrogant. Do you think that my blood race only has this bit of strength? After progenitor knows about the news here, he'll definitely send even stronger powerhouses. At that time, you just wait to stretch your neck out for the executor's blade. Blood Ooze lost in reality but did not lose in disposition as he roared angrily. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him to come. But when are you planning to run? Until? Continue fleeing and the 33 heavens will learn about Lord Wangzhou's awe-inspiring reputation. Blood Ooze nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. When their group was fleeing, it shocked heaven and earth. The target was too big. Now, wherever they passed through, virtually everyone knew where they had been. Their faces had nowhere to put anymore. The blood race swept across the 33 heavens. In the end, they were swept away. By grand bright jade complete heaven now. Suddenly, the void trembled. A figure stepped out. The arrival was a red-haired youth who stood with his hands behind his back. When Meteon saw him, he immediately made a hand gesture, and everyone stopped. This red-haired youth actually gave him a sense of oppression. One had to know, ever since comprehending the universe scroll, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, growing much stronger than before. But now, this red-haired youth in front of him could actually bring pressure upon him. Could be seen that he was not ordinary. This person is very strong, Meteon said. Yi Yuan was not surprised and said, without some foundation, the blood race wouldn't have dared to make all the heavens fall into a catastrophe too. The moment Blood Ooze and the rest saw the red-haired youth, it was as if they saw their savior. They were agitated until their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Being pursued across 4 worlds, this was not a good experience. Lord Yi Shui, you're finally here, Blood Ooze said excitedly. Finished saying that, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said with a big smile, Yi Yuan punk, you were very delighted these few days, right? Now, do you know what's called sorrow follows extreme joy? Yi Yuan smiled and said, the winds of fortune changes. You're so happy now. Be careful that sorrow follows extreme joy. Blood Ooze smiled coldly and said, that's because you don't know how strong Lord Yi Shui is. He is our blood race's god of war, the #1 person under progenitor. Yi Shui looked at Meteon and slowly said, you guys can't get away. Meteon said coolly, if this progenitor wants to leave, nobody can stop me. Yi Shui just smiled and slowly raised his arm. Suddenly, countless bloodkins appeared in the surrounding space and from all directions. There were even many hegemon realm powerhouses among them. Grand bright jade complete heaven's army fell into a tight encirclement all at once. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions could not help changing. Wildly. Not good. We've fallen into the blood race's encirclement. This, just the great beyond powerhouses are as many as 9 people. What to do about this? We penetrated deep into enemy territory alone and were too greedy for contributions by advancing rashly. On Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's side, it fell into a panic at once. Seeing the looks of despair on everyone's faces, Blood Ooze was very satisfied. These few days had been too aggrieved. Ha ha ha? Yi Yuan, you still want to make me feel sorrow after extreme joy now? This blood race army that covers the sky. This seat sees how you run, Blood Ooze said with a big laugh. Yi Shui looked at Meteon and said coolly, Meteon, I know that you comprehended the universe volume, your strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Wanting to make you stay isn't easy, but this time I've already made full preparations. This region of space, I've completely locked it down with 180 hegemon realms. Maybe it can't stop you, but these people that you brought, there's absolutely not a single one that can escape. When everyone heard it, they could not help turning pale with fright. They wanted to carry out a teleportation but discovered that space was already completely frozen. They were unable to teleport at all. With this, they really panicked. Meteon said, so, you want to negotiate with me? Yi Shui smiled and said, it saves effort to talk to a smart person. I only have one condition. Leave Yi Yuan behind. The others, I can let them all leave. F***ck your mother. Wanting to leave Yi Yuan behind, you dream on. You're called Yi Shui, right? Just you wait. When I, Yang Qing, step into hegemon realm, it will be the day that you die. Yi Shui's words had just dropped when Yang Qing cursed viciously to his face. Yeah, it's fine if we die. Heavenly Saint Yi can't die. Heavenly Saint Yi is our grand bright jade complete heaven's soul. We're willing to fight to the death to help him escape. Blood Dog, you're thinking too much. We won't abandon him and leave. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's people immediately erupted with a series of responses. Clearly, Yi Yuan was already a godlike existence in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Yi Yuan was their spiritual pillar. Mi Tian looked at Yi Shui and said with a smile, "You heard that? Impossible to leave Yi Yuan behind. Furthermore, this progenitor doesn't feel that you can make us stay." Yi Shui smiled and said, "Mi Tian, you're too confident in yourself." But Mi Tian smiled and said, "Whether or not it's self-confidence, you'll know later." Yi Yuan, do it. Mi Tian was calm and relaxed. Yi Yuan similarly had an indifferent look. These two people did not seem to have the awareness that they were trapped at. Seeing Mi Tian look at him, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to the expression on their faces in a while." Boom! Spatial origin power instantly burst forth from Mi Tian and Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, it was as if the entire world space was going to collapse. Furthermore, Mi Tian and Yi Yuan's spatial origin actually produced some kind of wondrous resonance. Logically speaking, Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, one was an apex great beyond powerhouse, while the other was just a rookie who had just entered Emperor Sakura heaven not long ago. It was impossible for there to be resonance between these two people. But at the moment, this resonance was unbelievably strong. Mi Tian looked at Yi Shui and said with a smile, "Do you really think that we'd be foolish enough to penetrate deep into enemy territory by ourselves? If we didn't have some trump card, how can we possibly pursue across 4 worlds? This realm-crossing greater teleportation was created by Yi Yuan and me a few days ago. You all just take a look at its power." Yi Shui's pupils constricted, and he cried out angrily, "Quick! Don't let them complete this move." Finish saying, bloody energy rose violently on Yi Shui's body, and a palm smacked toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, those great beyond realm and hegemon realm powerhouses brought out their ultimate moves one after another, charging toward the grand Bright Jade complete heaven army. For a moment, space shattered, and galaxy blew away. Swoosh! But before these moves landed, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's army completely disappeared. Where are they? Can't feel any aura at all. How is this possible? Those were tens of thousands of people. They are gone. Just like that. This sort of thing, even if it's a great beyond realm, it's impossible to do it too, right? With so many powerhouses, they can't hide their auras at all. Could it be that they directly teleported out of this world with one teleportation? How is this possible? Just now, progenitor Mi Tian seemed to have said that this move is called realm-crossing greater teleportation? Could it be that they have really crossed realms? Everyone in the blood race was dumbfounded with shock. When Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's army came out, they were all elites, with more than 10,000 powerhouses. Pursuing across 4 worlds, these 4 worlds still had many remnant powerhouses. Seeing the arrival of their saviors, they joined in one after another too. By then, it already reached close to 70,000. Realm-crossing greater teleportation bringing 70,000 people, this was simply an unimaginable means. Even if one comprehended spatial origin and became great beyond realm, it was impossible to accomplish this too. But these over 70,000 people all vanished without even leaving behind a louse. The encirclement that Yi Shui carefully devised had completely turned into a joke. Meanwhile, Blood Ooze and the others were motionless like wooden chickens. Where was the said revenge? When Yi Shui appeared, he was excited to the extreme, thinking that the opportunity for revenge had arrived. But in a blink, it was all for naught. That kind of feeling simply drove people crazy. Lord Yi Shui, is Mi Tian already strong to this kind of extent? Blood Ooze said. Yi Shui's expression was solemn, and he shook his head and said, "No, it's not Mi Tian who's strong, but it was Yi Yuan." Everyone was shocked. Although this move was jointly launched by Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, in everyone's view, it must have been Mi Tian who played the leading role. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakura Heaven. How could he possibly be of much use? But, hearing Yi Shui's words, that did not seem to be the case. Blood Ooze said inexplicably, "Why Yi Yuan? He's just Emperor Sakra Heaven. Yi Shui said in a solemn voice. It's precisely because he's Emperor Sakra Heaven that it's even scarier. The move just now was actually led by Yi Yuan. His comprehension of spatial origin probably doesn't lose to Mi Tian by much. Anymore. When others comprehend origin, it's very hard to walk out on their own Dao too. But he has already walked out on his own Dao. What? Led by Yi Yuan. Blood Ooze was violently shocked. The other hegemons had also all fallen into extreme shock. Such a big move, it was actually led by an Emperor Sakra Heaven. If this sort of thing came out of someone else's mouth, they would have long given a tight slap. But Yi Shui's realm was extremely profound. What he saw naturally would not be wrong. Yi Shui nodded and said, Greater teleportation technique is unable to penetrate the boundary wall at all. Even if it's a hegemon who comprehended spatial origin, it's impossible to teleport across realms too. Clearly, Mi Tian can't do it either. Yi Yuan's means seem very weak, but the most crucial link in this move is constructing a spatial passageway in the boundary wall. Most likely, only by gaining enlightenment on the eternal river's chaos can one accomplish this. This boy is too monstrous. He absolutely can't be kept alive. Hearing Yi Shui's analysis, everyone was stunned. Only then did they understand what kind of role Yi Yuan played in this boundary wall that was an existence that hegemon realms could not pass through too. If hegemons wanted to cross realms, they had to forcibly break down the boundary wall. But Yi Yuan actually constructed a spatial passageway in it and realized a spatial shift. Such means were inconceivable. Blood Ooze said with unwillingness. Then are we letting them go just like that? Yi Shui's gaze was slightly intent, and he said in a solemn voice, The more this is so, the more we have to kill this boy. Originally, I didn't want to utilize the Blood Cloud Grand Array, but looking at it now, there's no choice but to do so. Swoosh! Several tens of thousands of people appeared at the Extreme Medicine Sect's mountain pass gates out of nowhere. Where are we? This is the Extreme Medicine Sect. We're back in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. My God! Is my eyesight failing? We passed through 4 worlds in one go and returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. How amazing! Progenitor Mi Tian is actually already strong to such an extent, creating such a terrifying technique. In an instant, the Extreme Medicine Sect fell into shock. This kind of experience was really too miraculous. Just a while ago, they even thought that they had fallen into a death trap and were dead for sure. But in a blink of an eye, they crossed 4 worlds and returned home. Such terrifying spatial means it was simply unheard of. Her? You all are wrong. The one who created this move is Yi Yuan and not this old man. The crux of this move also lies with Yi Yuan and not this old man. Without him constructing the spatial passageway in the boundary wall, this move can't be executed. Mi Tian smiled as he explained. What? It's actually Heavenly Saint Yi. Heavenly Saint Yi is really getting more and more monstrous. Thinking about that Yi Shui, his expression must be very ugly now, right? Oh, right, also that blood ooze. He must want to vomit blood. Now? Ha ha ha. After the shock, everyone was extremely overjoyed. From death to life, this kind of feeling felt very amazing. Yi Yuan, if you had such means, why didn't you say so earlier? Your father almost rushed up just now to fight it out with that Yi Shui.
Yang King smashed
a fist onto Yi Yuan's chest, very unhappy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I said it out, is it still called a trump card? However, the blood race's strength somewhat exceeded my imagination. We can't lower our guard. From now on, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be on the highest level of alert to prevent the blood race's sudden raid. Mi Tian nodded and said, That Yi Shui's strength isn't beneath mine. They all have witnessed the realm-crossing greater teleportation. They will probably be even more apprehensive of you. Furthermore, we're currently a thorn in the blood race's side. They will definitely exhaust every method to destroy us. Under the tree, the moonlight shadow was hazy. Yu Mengli saw Yi Yuan in a daze, and her heart could not help aching a little. This man was shouldering too many things. But she could not be of any help. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he fetched Yu Mengli over. With the extreme medicine sect's powerful foundation as support, plus the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, Yu Mengli, Lure, White Light, and the others also stepped into the realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven. It was just that, in this war, their strength was too feeble. This was the war of hegemon realms. Having helped each other in humble circumstances for so many years, how could Yu Mengli not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Big brother Yuan, big sister Ling Xue is blessed. She'll definitely be fine, Yu Mengli said softly. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said with a sigh, I hope so. When she left, she was too weak. Under the blood race calamity, Yi Yuan did not quite dare to continue imagining. In this catastrophe that swept across all the heavens, ordinary sovereign realm powerhouses could only be cannon fodders too. Only by reaching Emperor Realm could one barely manage to have the capital to protect themselves. But it was also merely just self-protection. Yu Mengli sighed and said, Sigh? Big sister Lingshua's life is really rough. I hope that she's fine. Yi Yuan's gaze fixed on Yu Mengli's face. That flawless face was suffocatingly exquisite under the moonlight. Being stared at by Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli's pretty face turned slightly red, and she pouted and said embarrassedly, Big brother Yuan, why are you looking at me like this? Saying that she was bashful, but actually, it was more of agitation. It was because Yi Yuan's eyes were full of love. With many years of setbacks, the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders was too great. Therefore, he had never revealed such a look in his eyes either. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, Li'er, these few years luckily there was. I owe you too much. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Li'er's strength is getting weaker and weaker. And I already can't help big brother Yuan anymore. So many years, it has been the hardest on you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You know that I'm shouldering too much debt on me, but without your silent support at the back, I couldn't have made it at all. I'm shouldering too much, aren't you the same? This woman was too sensible until Yi Yuan sometimes even forgot about her existence. Walking all the way until today he was paying his debts, repaying Mu Lingshua's debt. But the more he repaid, the more he owed his woman too. Li'er, after this battle, I'll marry you, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Yu Mengli's delicate body trembled heavily, lifting her head and looking at
Yi Yuan in disbelief.
These words were domineering and brooked no questioning, but it sounded pleasant to the extreme. She had been waiting far too long for this sentence. When Yi Yuan said it, she felt like she was dreaming. Yu Mengli's entire person was petrified there. The blissfulness on her face could not be concealed by any means. Status and riches are like drifting clouds to me, but my woman is going to become the happiest woman in this world. After this battle, I'll announce to the world and marry you in full glory. I want to let everyone know that you are my Yi Yuan's woman. Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Without the slightest hesitation. The current Yu Mengli was already melted by happiness. She knew that Yi Yuan was a low-profile person, but for her sake, he was going to shock all the heavens. She knew that this was Yi Yuan's doting on her as his repayment to her. Reaching Emperor Realm, love had already become a stranglehold. To the vast majority of Tao companions, feelings had already become extremely faint. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. He was going to let everyone know about the wedding. She did not say anything else and just nodded her head lightly. At this time, silence one sound. Not far away, a series of rustling sounds suddenly emitted, and it quickly returned to tranquility. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and said, Big brother Yuan, is it okay for you to be like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll call them back and take them all in. Together, Yu Mengli's expression changed, and she said with jealousy, "No way." Yi Yuan smiled again and said, "Then isn't it settled? It's better to deal with painful things quickly. Let them stop thinking about it. It's better than keeping it in their thoughts." Yu Mengli just sighed lightly when she heard that. Only she knew that it was probably very difficult. This man in front of her was too outstanding. Once he entered someone's heart, it would be very hard to chase away. But in her heart, Yu Mengli was blissful to the extreme. Regardless whether it was Feng Qingxian or Cloud Neon, they were all one of the 33 heaven's most outstanding women. The current her was unable to compete with them at all. But Yi Yuan's heart never wavered from start to end. For her sake, he even did it so decisively. How could she not be moved? The wind stirred lightly, and a little red light exploded in front of Yi Yuan's chest, instantly enveloping this mountainside. There was only a stretch of red color left in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, spatial origin pouring out, about to teleport away. But it failed. Yi Yuan felt that the surrounding blood power of rule had completely disrupted all of the rules. He was actually unable to teleport. His spatial shift divine ability was actually unable to work. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn. He quickly understood that this was the chaos. Bloodstone's purest origin of blood. The origin of blood had the power of corrosion to begin with. How powerful was the chaos bloodstone's power of corrosion? At least it was not what the current him could resolve. The pores on Yi Yuan's body opened up. He knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. Stop wasting your energy. Once the blood cloud grand array is activated, forget about you. Even if it's a great beyond powerhouse, they will be trapped to death too. A man walked out of the blood fog, holding a blood saber in his hand, a scar on his face. This was actually a hegemon realm expert. I didn't expect that to kill an Emperor Sakura Heaven. We actually had to activate the blood cloud grand array. Kid, you can be sufficiently proud. Someone else walked out of the blood fog. It was another hegemon realm expert. Yi Yuan. Don't count on someone coming to save you. The blood cloud grand array is condensed by exhausting all of the blood ward bead's blood energy. This place forms its own world. Unless the blood energy is depleted, you can forget about escaping. The third hegemon realm powerhouse. The blood race actually sent 3 hegemon realms to deal with him. What a grand display. Boom! Meteon slammed a fist on the blood cloud, but the blood cloud did not budge an inch. Straight away when he discovered the anomaly, he already arrived. But he discovered that this blood cloud that enveloped the mountain was sturdy to the extreme. With his strength, he was actually unable to shake it in the slightest. His expression was solemn to the extreme. Mi Jun, Long Jian, the 6 of us join forces and attack. Break this blood cloud, Meteon said in a solemn voice. The 6 people were just about to attack when several figures suddenly appeared above the sky. The arrival was precisely Yishui. Stop wasting your strength. The blood cloud grand array is transformed from the blood ward bead. It's condensed from the purest blood energy in this world. Once activated, no one can shake it within 7 days. Get ready to
Attends Yuan's funeral.
Yishui looked at Meteon and said coolly. Meteon's expression changed slightly, but he did not believe it, bringing the 6 people and rushing towards the blood cloud again. Boom! The entire extreme medicine sect started trembling. However, that region of blood could still not budge an inch. Meteon's heart sank to rock bottom. Yishui smiled and said, Yi Yuan is really a remarkable brat. However, it ends here too. Today, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be destroyed. In the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Qishang, Yulei, Mengjin, 3 great hegemons were currently looking at Yi Yuan with a look of amusement. In their view, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. These 3 people were top existences among ordinary hegemons too. Coming to deal with an Emperor Sakura Heaven was really putting fine timber to petty use. Emperor Sakura Heaven and hegemon were life forms on 2 different levels. No one had ever been able to cross this kind of level, jumping realms to battle. Seeing these three great powerhouses, Yu Mengli's complexion turned pale. And at this time, Yi Yuan had already recovered his cool. It was only to see a small sword appear between his brows, arriving in his hand. Li'er, you hide in the Dao sword space. Although Yi Yuan's inner world had collapsed, opening up a space in the Dao sword to let Yu Mengli lie low until the storm blew over was not hard. Yu Mengli's face revealed a look of struggle, and she shook her head and said, "Big brother Yuan, if you want to fight them, I'll die together with you." Yi Yuan lightly caressed Yu Mengli's face and said with a smile, "Why would your big brother Yuan die? I said that I'm going to marry you. I won't go back. On my words, it's merely three ordinary hegemons. It's no big deal." The moment the three great hegemons heard, they immediately burst out, laughing. "Ha ha ha! What high-sounding sentiments! Yi Yuan brat, you're indeed as rumored. A braggart. Want to use this to bluff this girlie, don't you think? That it's too stupid." Qi Shang said with a loud laugh. "In the past, it's that progenitor felt that your strength was meager and he couldn't be bothered with you. This time, since we're making a move, do you think that you can still live? Three ordinary hegemons? Her. Today we'll let you know what's called a hegemon," Yu Lei said with a snicker. With this, Yu Mengli became even more worried. Hegemon realms were no joke. If it was Emperor Sakra Heaven, even if 10 origin powerhouses came, Yu Mengli would not even be worried. But, against Hegemon realm, even if it was the weakest Hegemon realm, it was also not what the current Yi Yuan could resist. Yi Yuan gave her a consoling look and said with a smile, "Relax. When have I lied to you before? Since they dared to come, I'll make sure that they can't go back." Yi Yuan's composure made Yu Mengli calm down. Now that it came to this, they could not escape even if they ran away too. They could only conquer or die. Saying whatever sharing life and death together, that was a joke. Her staying here would only distract Yi Yuan. It was better to hide and let Yi Yuan fight with all his strength. Finished saying that, she nodded slightly and entered the Dao sword space. In this blood cloud grand array, there was nowhere that was safer than the Dao sword space, unless Yi Yuan died. Otherwise, no one could harm Yu Mengli. The three great hegemons did not have the intention of stopping either. Yi Yuan's action was completely meaningless to them. In reality, they could kill Yi Yuan in one exchange. Qi Shang smiled lightly and said, "All right, the boasting is already done. We can send you off already." He was just about to attack, but Meng Jin stopped him and said, "Don't. Either way, we have to be trapped here for 7 days. How boring is it to kill him? In one move, I'll go play with him and get some fun out of it." Qi Shang was taken aback and said with a smile, "Go on." Meng Jin looked at Yi Yuan, and his figure suddenly swayed, disappearing. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, immediately feeling danger coming from all directions. He was unable to discern at all. His gaze was actually unable to capture the other party's traces. This was his first time confronting a hegemon realm head-on. He also finally felt the power of a hegemon realm. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei, two people, were taking things easy, having the appearance of watching a show. Suddenly, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on end. A strong sense of crisis came from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, all the chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's body poured out, turning around to block her. "Your reaction is pretty good, but it's already too late." Beside his ears came Meng Jin's snicker. Yi Yuan turned around but discovered that Meng Jin's face was virtually stuck to his own face already. It was only to see him bend his finger and lightly flick. Everything seemed so casual. Bang! A powerful force instantly flooded into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, the trajectory virtually unable to see clearly. With just one hit, Yi Yuan's chest directly caved in. The power of a finger flick was utterly formidable. But Yi Yuan's figure had yet to stop when Meng Jin's voice appeared beside his ear again. Do you think that it's over like this? Yi Yuan's entire body tensed up. Chaos divine essence pouring out again, forcibly changing the trajectory of his flight. But that feeling of danger followed him like a shadow. Yi Yuan urged his movement technique to the extreme, changing paths several times in the air. However, he could not shake Meng Jin off at all. By the side, Qi Shang smiled and said, Meng Jin is playing the cat-catching. A mouse. Yu Lei also smiled and said, before coming, Lord Yishui was talking about how supernatural this boy was. I even thought that he could garner some interest in me. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. Qi Shang shook his head and said, you can't say it like that. Just looking at things from now, Yi Yuan's strength is indeed terrifying. Even if it's an ordinary origin powerhouse, it would be hard to do anything to him too. Furthermore, here is the Blood Cloud Grand Array. All of the rules are set by Progenitor Bloodstone. His spatial origin is being restrained to the greatest degree here. Otherwise, it would really not be so easy to kill him. Yu Lei's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, so what? In this blood cloud Grand Array, he can only be a little mouse and serve as some amusement for us. Qi Shang said, that might be the case, but this chaos divine essence is indeed powerful too. He received several moves from Meng Jin and actually didn't even die. If it was an ordinary origin powerhouse, they would have died several times over too. Yu Lei smiled and said, only then will this be a bit interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't we be very bored in these 7 days? The two people exchanged looks and smiled. This kind of battle also made their vigilance from before evaporated into thin air. Meng Jin had not even used 10% of his power, and Yi Yuan was already utterly defeated until he did not have an unscathed spot on his body. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible to reverse it too. Therefore, they could have some fun during these 7 days. Meng Jin and Yi Yuan's battle was completely one-sided. This was a game of a cat catching a mouse. Meng Jin was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan at all. Even if he did not make a move, Yi Yuan had to strive with all his might too. Her? Is this the genius who stirred up all the heavens? Too disappointing. I only used one finger. You can't even beat my one finger. Meng Jin's mocking voice came from inside the blood cloud. Currently, Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, panting heavily for air, tired from the constant running. How could he have the energy to care about his mocking? Suddenly, Qi Shang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, do you feel that? Yi Yuan's speed seems to be a little faster. Yu Lei was slightly taken aback and immediately laughed and said, Qi Shang, have you been scared silly by Lord Yishui? Is there a need to be rambling like this? This boy is merely a lower Emperor Sakura heaven. That's all. He's fast? How fast can he be? Either way, I don't feel anything at all. Qi Shang nodded slightly and said, maybe I was overly sensitive. Looking closely, it seems like it's really not. Outside of the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heavens. Battle situation was very bad too. Half a day had passed. The extreme medicine sect suffered heavy casualties. This time, when Yishui came, he brought several times more force than previously. Just the great beyond powerhouses were as many as 10 people. Her? Being distracted like this, you're not my match. You don't need to think too much. Qi Shang, the three of them are all top experts among ordinary hegemons. Yi Yuan doesn't stand a chance at all. Yishui looked at Tian and said with a light smile. Above the sky, 2 enormous dragons were crossing swords back and forth, fighting until the void shattered. Yishui transformed into a blood dragon and actually completely suppressed the powerful Tian. No one thought that a measly little Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually became the toughest bone to bite down. However, it ends here too. From above the sky came Yishui's voice. If you want to swallow Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, you all will have to break a few teeth too. Unparalleled, kill her. The means of hegemon space is indeed formidable. It's just that I don't know how long Yi Yuan can last inside the blood cloud grand array. Mi Tian's expression turned dark, and his moves actually had an additional trace of flaw. Wanting to talk about Mi Tian's means it was actually a notch stronger than Yi Zhu. Reaching their realm, it was hard to determine the victor to begin with. But he had been constantly worried about Yi Yuan's safety and was unable to focus at all. The more he wanted to finish off Yishui quickly, the more he was being suppressed. Yishui was also making use of precisely Mi Tian's psyche and gradually took the upper hand. For my extreme medicine sect, fight to the end without retreating. Blood dogs. Your father will fight it out with you all. Ha ha ha. A bunch of dog-like things, too weak. An extreme medicine sect disciple killed 3 bloodkins consecutively, sustaining severe wounds, letting out a wild laugh. However, several other bloodkins already charged over like the fierce wind.
Bang!
With several bloodkins attacking in unison, the extreme medicine sect disciple, who was laughing loudly before lost his life. Miserable cries lingered incessantly in the extreme medicine sect. This battle was too miserable. Facing enemies that numbered several times than theirs, Grand Brightjade. Complete heaven's elites fought to the death without retreating. These people were all the genius martial artists that Mi Tian and Yi Yuan groomed. Their strengths were not ordinary, but there were too many bloodkins. They could not be killed entirely. Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven's Army was founded with the extreme medicine sect as the base plus the elites of various races. But now they were virtually fighting it out with the blood race using their lives. The price was extremely heavy. Feng Xiaotian alone was facing off against 4 great peak hegemons and was extremely strained, even though he had already broken through to peak hegemon. Now as well. One of them was precisely his old adversary of back then, Blood Promise. Blood Extreme Firmament. Fierce Gale Great Melancholy Hand. Above the sky, Feng Xiaotian and Blood Promise exchanged blows. Blood Promise's entire body trembled heavily, and he was directly blasted. Flying. Feng Xiaotian raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly as he said, Blood Promise, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still same old. Good for nothing. If you didn't rely on numbers, your father would kill you. Now, Blood Promise was covered all over in blood, and he yelled angrily, Feng Xiaotian, don't you be smug. Today will be the day you die. Feng Xiaotian did not care and said with a loud laugh, Bring it on. Want to kill me? You all will have to pay the price too. Finished saying, the other 3 people already rushed in, besieging Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian had an awe-inspiring fighting intent and was not the least bit afraid. Fight! 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 Brothers, this place is the hot soil that we protect. Don't let it be tainted by these blood dogs. We'll kill them together until not even a fragment of armor remains. Feng Xiaotian gave a long howl and clashed together with the 4 people. His fight was naturally not as easy as it looked on the surface. In reality, he was already seriously wounded now. It was just that he had been constantly aiming Blood Promise and bombarding him, indiscriminately, completely ignoring the others. Blood Promise was under great pressure too. Being beaten down by Feng Xiaotian, Blood Promise naturally had a stomach full of anger too. Sure enough, he found an opening, and a blood extreme firmament hit Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle. Knowing that he could not avoid it in time anymore, he actually advanced instead of retreating, colliding together with a blood race hegemon that was coming head-on. Wind thunder change. Die for me. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaotian sent out a move. His opponent clearly did not expect that Feng Xiaotian was actually so dauntless in the face of death. Boom! That blood race peak hegemon was actually annihilated by Feng Xiaotian in one move and died thoroughly, but half of Feng Xiaotian's body was directly blown away too. Fresh blood dripped down the corners of his clothes, looking incomparably tragic. Died all over in blood. Feng Xiaotian still laughed loudly and said, Blood promise, you guys are really trash. 4-on-1 and you actually still had one killed by me. Blood promise's expression was very ugly. Although his move succeeded, he did not expect that they actually lost a Peaky Gemin. This bunch of extreme medicine sect people, they were all lunatics. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses fighting intense were too strong. Especially Feng Xiaotian, after experiencing the baptism of South Qi Giant City, his willpower was resolute until it scared people. This injury, if it happened to others, it would have long been a matter of life and death. But Feng Xiaotian did not even furrow his brows. His fighting intent was still surging. Humph! So what? Feng Xiaotian. This seat will send you on your way now. Your blood will turn into a part of my blood race. You should feel supreme glory. Boom! Suffering another blow, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes went dark, and he was virtually passing out. Meng Jin was still only using 10% of his strength, but he was already a spent force. Her? The genius whose reputation shocked all the heavens is nothing more than this too. Kid, you're too weak, Meng Jin said with a chuckle. A punk that even progenitor had to suffer a loss at the hands of, he was being toyed in the palm of his hand. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Yi Yuan was panting heavily but forced a smile and said, Her? Are you very pleased with yourself right now? Very soon you'll regret not killing me. Right away. Meng Jin was indifferent and said with a loud laugh, On your deathbed you still dare to threaten this seat? Kid, this seat has only used 10% of my strength up till now. Come, bring forth your strength and make me regret it. Meng Jin, stop playing. Send him on his way, Qi Shang said. Meng Jin chuckled and said, Okay, I'll send him on his way. This lad is too weak. It's boring. After toying with Yi Yuan for half a day, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Meng Jin also found it a little boring already. Finished saying, he pointed a finger, aiming straight at Yi Yuan. This finger was more than a magnitude stronger than before. Yi Yuan only felt that this finger was going to pierce through the firmament, even though he still had not exerted all of his strength. But right then, Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with 7 streams of flowing light. These 7 streams of flowing light were all different colors, akin to a rainbow. After the flowing light flew out, it actually formed an array formation. Boom! The 7 streams of flowing light quivered strongly. It was as if it was going to crumble under this finger. Yi Yuan's figure also explosively retreated several hundred steps along with the 7 streams of flowing light. But the 7 streams of flowing light still stabilized in the end. Yi Yuan actually received this finger. Meng Jin's expression turned dark, immediately feeling a loss of face. The power of this finger was several times that of before, but it was actually received by Yi Yuan. The 7 streaks of flowing light dispersed and slowly revolved around Yi Yuan. Focusing one's eyes to look, it was actually 7 small mountains. Myriad Realms Mountain. Yi Yuan was indeed pretty lucky in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He found all 7 of the Myriad Realms Mountains in the end. Yi Yuan made use of the Eternal River's chaos and completely resanctified the 7 Myriad Realms Mountains. The present Myriad Realms Mountain, its power was even stronger than back then. In Hegemon Chaos hands, Yi Yuan looked at Meng Jin and said with a sneer, What rubbish Hegemon? Nothing more than this. Meng Jin's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Chaos Heavenly Treasure. I didn't expect that this boy actually still had such a trump card. However, this thing is a wanton waste of God's good gifts in your hands. Since you're giving this seat a treasure, this seat will accept it. 7 small mountains suspended around Yi Yuan. The aura that they emitted actually made people feel somewhat daunted. Clearly, they were not ordinary objects. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. He was unable to unleash the true power of a chaos heavenly treasure at all. Otherwise, killing them would be as easy as turning over his hand. Such a treasure, It was hard for them to avoid feeling moved when they saw it. The treasure is right here. You can come and take it if you have the ability. Yi Yuan ridiculed them lightly. Although he was seriously wounded, his aura was not the least bit weak. Meng Jin said disdainfully, "If this seat wants to kill you, wouldn't it be effortless? Hang on. This seat will be retrieving the treasure right now." While talking, Meng Jin already disappeared. How fast was the speed of a hegemon realm? Virtually surpassing the time to think, he already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Blood fiend heart-devouring palm. A palm was already imprinted on Yi Yuan's chest. The corners of Meng Jin's mouth revealed a hint of a cruel smile. Clearly, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to evade it. "Be careful." Right at this time, Qi Shang suddenly warned, his words carrying intense shock. Meng Jin's expression changed drastically, feeling his scalp tingling, and he flew away from where he was without hesitation. Boom! An enormous mountain slammed where he was standing. Meng Jin's heart shook wildly, thinking to himself, when did this boy's speed become so fast? What he hit just now was actually Yi Yuan's afterimage. What did this show? Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. How was this possible? Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not even see his back view. Yi Yuan surpassed him in a blink of an eye. This kind of change was a little too fantastical, right? Yi Yuan stood far away in the sky and mocked. "Weren't you coming to retrieve the treasure? Why did you slip away so quickly?" Meng Jin's expression turned dark, and he said, "Kid, you hid your strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I was merely messing with you previously. 7 days, it can't be too boring as well, no? Now, does it feel very ironic? You actually can't keep up with this Emperor Soccer Heaven's speed." The moment Yi Yuan said this, Meng Jin was even more certain that Yi Yuan hid his strength and could not help feeling extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that he was toying with Yi Yuan. After messing around for half a day, he was the one who was being toyed with. Furthermore, he was a hegemon realm. When Qi Shang saw that Meng Jin was like this, he wished to kill him with a palm. He snorted coldly and said, "Idiot! You believe whatever this kid says?" He clearly had some comprehension just now. That's why his speed would increase greatly. Qi Shang was really somewhat regretting it. He still underestimated this boy. How could a brat that could make even progenitor apprehensive possibly be simple? It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was also too monstrous. Just now, under the situation of life and death hanging by a thread, he could actually comprehend such an incredible speed. Also, Meng Jin, this moron, actually really thought that Yi Yuan concealed his strength. What a joke! Meng Jin was stupefied, only then coming around to his senses, and he could not help becoming even angrier from embarrassment. It turned out that he was completely treated as an idiot. Furthermore, he was really stupid. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I said it before. You guys will regret it. Didn't your progenitor bloodstone tell you guys that I have the origin of blood too? Furthermore, it's the purest origin of blood. Although this blood cloud grand array is a domain of blood, I'm unable to crack it for the time being. But it doesn't hinder me from fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together." The three people's expressions changed wildly. They really did not know about this. How could the Chaos Bloodstone possibly tell his subordinates this sort of humiliating thing? Inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array, there was the blood origin of progenitor Bloodstone's main body. It was unbelievably powerful. Even a great beyond realm would find it hard to breach it too. But this origin of blood was of the same root as Yi Yuan. This Blood Cloud Grand Array, putting it bluntly, was actually a space. Although this space was extremely profound, it was difficult for Yi Yuan to comprehend it in a short while too. But with Yi Yuan's comprehension in spatial origin, fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together a little was not something too hard. There was no need to do much, as long as he could use spatial divine abilities. Inside this Blood Cloud Grand Array, it would suffice. He only needed a bit of time and it would be enough. Originally, with 3 people joining forces to kill him, he would really have a slim chance of surviving. But now he had the strength to fight.
Ye Yuan gjasualli sdalovet a heavenlipil.
His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Shang's expression changed again, and he said in a solemn voice, "Stop playing, attack together and kill him. His speed is very fast. I'll tie him down and you guys wait for an opportunity to make a move. Don't give him any chance. This time we mustn't fail again." Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, nodded at the same time. They did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan anymore as well. Swoosh! Qi Shang took a step and directly disappeared. His speed was actually significantly faster than Meng Jin. Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him and similarly took a step, disappearing. The 2 people exhibited incredible speed inside this blood cloud grand array. Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, actually could not quite keep up. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Qi Shang's speed was actually so fast. He was actually being tied down by him for some time. Qi Shang was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful, raising his speed to the extreme. He continuously used powerful attacks to cut off Yi Yuan's path, curbing Yi Yuan's speed. While Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, attempted to form an encirclement around Yi Yuan, but the 2 of them were too slow. They were always slow by 1 move. Each time when the encirclement momentum was about to form, Yi Yuan would be like a fish that escaped the net, slipping out with a whoosh. Meng Jin yelled out angrily, "Little thief, when this seat catches you, I'll definitely tear your corpse to shreds." Qi Shang also said gloomily, "Continuing like this isn't the way to go. This boy is too cunning." Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. His attacks could not lock onto Yi Yuan at all, and he could only use large area attacks to cut him off. This process was actually the process of fighting a battle of wits and a contest of strength. His cutting off act was very purposeful. The goal was naturally to form an encirclement momentum, making Yi Yuan have nowhere to escape. Each time, Yi Yuan seemed to be simply flying away like a headless fly. But in the end, he could always make his getaway. In Qi Shang's heart, he could not help feeling stifled from anger. "Qi Shang, your attacks are too stupid. Do you really think that I'm a fish in a net, allowing you to do whatever you want?" Yi Yuan's mocking came from the void. Qi Shang was furious and said in a solemn voice, "Humph! Kid, just you run. Even if you can flee for 7 days inside the blood cloud grand array, so what? 7 days later, your grand bright jade complete heaven will already be our blood race's territory. At that time, there will be a large group of great beyond powerhouses waiting for you outside. I want to see whether or not you can escape out of grand bright jade complete heaven." Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart, but he maintained his composure and said, Her, wanna goad me? You're too naive." Qi Shang smiled and said, "Lord Yishui brought 9 mighty great beyond powerhouses and over 400 hegemon realm powerhouses and descended upon grand bright jade complete heaven. Do you think that they still have hope of survival? Go on and flee. Your loved ones and friends are probably already pretty much dead. The moment 7 days are up, you can be reunited with them." Yi Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. This was likely not fake. Although this blood cloud grand array was powerful, with Mi Tian's strength, he could most likely crack it. It just needed some time. If it was really like this, grand bright jade complete heaven situation was not good. In the blood cloud, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Qi Shang, 3 people stopped too, looking at Yi Yuan calmly, revealing smug smiles. This boy was indeed as rumored. "What? Going to risk your life?" Qi Shang said with a smile. Yi Yuan's expression was grim, and he said, "If you all want to fight, let's fight then." Meng Jin laughed loudly and said, "An Emperor Sakura Heaven is going to put up a desperate fight with us. I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Yulei also smiled and said, a puny little Emperor Sakra Heaven, do you really take yourself to be the savior? Just the hegemon realms outside are as many as several hundred people. What can you change if you go under our blood? Race's iron hooves. Everything will be destroyed. The current Qishang was not in a hurry and said with a smile, Lord Yishui really foretells things with divine accuracy. These words were taught to me by Lord Yishui. He said that after saying them you'll definitely fight. Indeed the case. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, what else did he say? Qishang said, he even repeatedly urged us not to underestimate the enemy, and to dispose of you straight away. But we still underestimated the enemy. It's just that looking at it now, this step was likely within Lord Yi Shui's expectations too. Talking up to here, he was a little embarrassed. Reality proved that Lord Yi Shui's knowledge was far from what he could compare. But it also proved Lord Yi Shui's horror even more. A hegemon against an Emperor Sakra Heaven was like an immortal against a mortal. They could not muster up a trace of interest at all. Killing them was just a matter of huffing a breath of air. No matter how monstrous this person was in other people's words. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked in his heart too. This Yi Shui was extraordinary. The strong were revered in this world. Martial strength could represent everything. All schemes and intrigues were utterly not worth mentioning in front of powerful martial strength. But this did not mean that intelligence was useless. Those who work with their brains ruled, and those who work with their brawn were ruled. Only by having powerful martial strength combined with a powerful mind could one truly become a powerhouse of a region, ruling an area. With empty martial strength, one was just an ignorant person. Even if it was a hegemon realm, it was also not impossible to be toyed with by people. Just like the Meng Jin earlier, he was toyed by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. He even thought that Yi Yuan was amazing. This way, since this person attacked Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was probably already fully prepared. Him being trapped inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array was just a part of the plan. This Yi Shui was not simple. What he was scheming was huge. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not hold back anymore. He was about to charge out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. After 7 days, it would really have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he went out, it would be a road that led to death too. Yi Yuan nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll decide again after killing you guys. Qishang could not help laughing and said, kid, you're merely a little fast. Do you really think that you can pick a fight with hegemon realms? Moreover, there are 3 of us. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, it's indeed a little troublesome to kill you guys now, so I planned on becoming a little stronger before taking action. But now, I changed my mind. Qishang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. The origin in his body poured out, and he said coolly, is that so? Then try receiving a sword from me. There was an additional blood sword in Qishang's hand. It emitted incomparably thick blood and evil energy. This sword had drunk God knew how many people's blood. This was a grade 5 Grand Mist treasure. The moment it attacked, the power was formidable. But Meng Jin and Yulei did not have the intention of taking action. Yulei smiled and said, Qishang, this guy got serious. This kid still doesn't know how strong Qishang is. Meng Jin nodded and said, Qishang is the #1 person under peak hegemon in the blood race. If he gets serious, the likes of us will have to turn tail and run too, let alone a mere Emperor Sakra Heaven. Yulei said, against blood-drawing sword technique 18 moves, I wonder how many moves can this boy receive? How many moves? Her? Are you insulting Qishang? Meng Jin immediately disapproved of it. Clearly, these 3 people were led by Qishang. His strength was also the strongest among the 3 people. Qishang pointed his long sword. Yi Yuan only felt a bloody scent hitting him head-on, virtually knocking him out. Yi Yuan, my blood drawing 10 moves. Each move is stronger than the last. When 18 moves are executed, I dare to contend with peak hegemons. You see how many moves you can receive. Qi Shang's words carried thick mockery. He could not stand Yi Yuan looking down on him. First move, Blood Soul Slash. Qi Shang slashed out with his sword. The blood cloud was actually directly split in half by him like cleaving a wave. Two people had cold smiles hanging on their faces. It was as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being split into two. But at this time, for astonishing bloodline powers poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these four phantoms appeared in east, west, south, and north directions. At this time, the four great true spirit bloodlines in Yi Yuan's body actually all reached peak Heaven Qian grade already. The current power was no idea how much stronger than when he was at Heavenly Dragon Island. The four symbols resonated. Traces of Saint Force poured into the Myriad Realms Mountains. The 7 Myriad Realms Mountains merged into one. Immediately, the 7 Myriad Realms Mountains shone with boundless radiance and gave off an incomparable power. The 7 Myriad Realms Mountains were re-sanctified by Yi Yuan with 9 array elements. The power of this chaos heavenly treasure coupled with the world's strongest 9-element array formation, the increase in power was not a tiny bit. Saint Force. How is this possible? Yulei cried out in surprise, shock all over his face. And Emperor Sakra Heaven actually used Saint Force. Under the augmentation of Saint Force, the power of the myriad realms mountains obtained a huge amplification. Qi Shang's pupils also constricted, but he already slashed his sword out. They naturally had to determine a victor. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, an unparalleled bloody light and a pale light collided together. Boom! A loud rumble sounded out. Yi Yuan and Qi Shang shot backward. Yi Yuan's entire body shook violently. A trace of fresh blood was already seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Clearly he was quite injured. This Qi Shang was too strong. But Qi Shang 3 people were long already stupefied. The opponent was just an Emperor Sakra Heaven. He actually blocked the sword move of the Blood Race's number 1 ordinary. Hegemon. This sort of thing, no one would dare to believe it at all if it spread. All beneath Hegemon were ants. This sentence was not just empty words. What Hegemon realm used was the Tao of origin. Emperor Sakra Heaven, even if it was origin powerhouses, they only slightly learned the rudiments too. There was no effusion of the door of eternal life at all. Without the increase of power through the door of eternal life origin, it was simply impossible for Emperor Sakra Heavens to be a match for Hegemon realms. But now, Yi Yuan was defying the heavens. This guy actually used the Saint Force that only great beyond powerhouses could use. Then he activated a chaos heavenly treasure and battled with a Hegemon realm. Yi Yuan wiped away the blood stain from the corners of his mouth and said with a cold smile, Hegemon realm is nothing more than this too. Come fight. Again. Finished saying, Yi Yuan actually urged the Myriad Realms Mountain and took the initiative to launch an attack against Qi Shang. Qi Shang's expression became very ugly, raising his sword and advancing. Again, he cried out angrily, second move, Tide of Jade Blood. D. This sword actually received the resonance of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Blood Cloud Grand Array's origin of blood actually had an enhancement effect on Qi Shang's sword move. Boom! The void trembled again. The 2 people separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was sent flying again, but he still only sustained injuries. Qi Shang's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was already very certain. Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to fight with a Hegemon realm. Saint Force was too scary. There are still 16 moves. Execute them, and I'll receive them all.
Ye Yuan
Looked at Qi Shang and said coolly. Qi Shang's expression turned slightly dark. At this time he could no longer care about face. Attack together. This boy is likely trying to gain enlightenment on Tao with battle. Can't let him succeed. Kill him. Qi Shang said in a solemn voice. Yu Lei and Meng Jin's hearts turned cold. How could they still dare to be neglectful? Yi Yuan's monstrousness far exceeded their expectations. Everyone said that reputation was not as good as meeting in the flesh. At this time, they finally understood why progenitor and Lord Yishui would regard an Emperor Sakura heaven so highly. In fact, in order to deal with him, they did not scant to consume a blood ward bead. One had to know that the blood ward bead was extremely valuable to progenitor. Cultivating the supreme great Tao with the blood from all the heavens was the function of the blood ward bead. Each blood ward bead could only be cultivated with the fresh blood of hundreds of millions of living things. When they learned that they had to use the blood cloud grand array against Yi Yuan, they all felt that it was using a cannon to kill a mosquito. A waste of talent on trivial tasks. But only now did they deeply realize that it was not overboard at all. No wonder Yishui would send you here. You're a clever man. That's right. I'm indeed thinking of gaining enlightenment on Tao with battle. It will have to depend on whether you kill me first or whether I gain enlightenment on Tao first, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Right now, it was a little too taxing for Yi Yuan to face off against Qi Shang, let alone to deal with three great hegemons. Therefore, this was a path of no return. Either you die or I perish. At this time, Qi Shang three people no longer held anything back. The three people formed a triangle, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. The moment they made their move, the commotion was shocking. 9 consecutive kills. Heaven-splitting axe. Dark night blood explosion. With Qi Shang three people joining forces, that power was shocking to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, urging Saint Force to the extreme, pouring it into the Myriad Realms Mountain. Array Formation Universe. The Myriad Realms Mountain turned into 7 small mountains again, forming the universe array formation, clashing together with the three. With each blow, Yi Yuan had to suffer a tremendous impact, his entire person feeling like his frame was being knocked apart. The Myriad Realms Mountain separating, it was naturally not as powerful as combining into one. But, facing 3 great hegemons, he could only do so too. Not only were Qi Shang three people powerful, but their attacks were also even enhanced by the origin of blood in the blood cloud grand array. The 3 people combining powers, the offensive power was too terrifying. Yi Yuan was struggling bitterly under these 3 people's bombardment. Qi Shang was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was able to withstand it. If it were him, he could not have withstood it long ago. This boy almost can't make it anymore. Double up. 15th move. True Sun Blood. It was only to see Qi Shang unleashed a sword. The long sword turning into a blood-colored setting sun as if it was going to swallow everything up. This move smashed onto the universe array formation brutally. Boom! Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily, fresh blood vomiting wildly out of his mouth, his innards virtually shattered. Qi Shang's blood-drawing sword technique had already been executed until the 15th move. The power was despairingly strong. This sword technique indeed had great power, but the further in, the pressure on him was enormous too. It could be said to be harming people and himself. Therefore, the 15th move was already his limit. Continue executing it and he was going to hurt himself. Qi Shang also did not expect that a puny little Emperor Sakura Heaven could actually force him to such an extent. However, only when he saw that Yi Yuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, did he feel slightly more at ease. Inside the blood cloud grand array, only a series of indiscriminate bombarding sounds could be heard. Yi Yuan was seriously wounded. If it were someone else, they would have long already collapsed. Gaining enlightenment at this kind of despairing moment, no one could do it at all. But at this time, Yi Yuan was frighteningly calm. Under the fierce fighting, he could feel the undulation of the blood cloud grand array even more distinctly. This was the strongest origin of blood in this world. Within Yi Yuan's body, 4 kinds of true spirit bloodlines were being controlled by his origin of blood and operating in a special way. The 4 great true spirit bloodlines seemed to have a resonance Although Yi Yuan had intercepted the Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood, his understanding of the origin of blood was already completely different. The Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood was very tyrannical and evil, and it pursued the limits of power. But Yi Yuan had tread out his own Tao after assimilating the origin of blood. And at this time Yi Yuan corroborated his own Tao with the Blood Cloud Grand Array one by one, learned from others' strong points while overcoming the weak points, and gradually had a new comprehension. Blood. The feeling that it gives people is always ominous. Blood. It represents getting injured, represents death. But it represents flesh and blood living things. In this world, all living things with flesh would have blood. It is a part of life. Furthermore, it's a very important part. The Chaos Bloodstone drew the purest power of flesh and blood living beings in all the heavens to strengthen himself and let himself transcend the great beyond. But he can't represent the origin of blood. Chaos, origin of blood, bloodline power. What lets bloodline return to the earliest phase is chaos. Yi Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The bloodline power in his body was already boiling over. The four great true spirit bloodlines had always been operating within his body but had clear distinctions from each other. For kinds of bloodline power, they were equally powerful but incompatible, like water and fire. But at this time they actually showed signs of fusion. With this fusion, the strength within Yi Yuan's body seemed to have exploded. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from his bloodline. Roar! 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 Behind Yi Yuan, the four symbols phantoms emitted shocking furious roars at the same time, and the overwhelming auras actually started to skyrocket. And their bodies also became more solid. At this time, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these four phantoms, seemingly became four genuine chaos true spirits. Seeing this shocking transformation, Qi Shang's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm, This is chaos grade true spirit bloodline. How is this possible? How can a mortal body possibly change qualitatively into an innate chaos true spirit bloodline? Yu Lei was similarly incomparably shocked as he said, Innate chaos true spirits. There were a total of 5 that were born in this world. 3 of them died in progenitors' hands. It's simply impossible for chaos grade bloodline to change qualitatively postnatal. How did he do it? After the shock, Qi Shang felt his scalp tingle, and he bellowed, Quick! Use your trump cards. We can't let him succeed in transforming. Qi Shang did not dare to imagine how terrifying a power would be produced if, for great chaos true spirit bloodlines gathered in one body at the same time. Therefore, he did not dare to wait anymore. Even if he injured himself and his strength declined greatly, he had to risk it all too, only to see bloody light on his body surging to the sky. The blood soared in, his hand becoming incomparably scarlet, looking unbelievably sinister, and Qi Shang's aura actually suddenly broke through the limits, becoming incomparably close to peak hegemon. The current Qi Shang was akin to a fiend god. 18th move, Wrath of the Blood God. On the other side, Yu Lei and Meng Jin's expressions similarly changed wildly. At this moment, they no longer held anything back and used their strongest blow. After executing this kind of trump card ultimate technique, it would either be a huge drain, leaving them powerless to fight anymore, or it would harm themselves, making it very difficult to recover. Qi Shang's Wrath of the Blood God belonged to the latter, while Yu Lei and Meng Jin's moves belonged to the former. But without a doubt, after they used it at this time, even heaven and earth trembled because of it. 3 terrifying to the extreme attacks arrived in an instant, converging at where Yi Yuan was standing. Boom! An intense rumble reverberated throughout the entire blood cloud space. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at was virtually engulfed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The terrifying pressure of the 4 symbols' true spirits also completely vanished under this combined attack. Qi Shang felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, I really didn't expect that killing a measly little Emperor Sakura Heaven actually needed this seat to use Wrath of the Blood God. With this, without 1,000 years of cultivation, I can forget about recovering to my peak state. Meanwhile, Yu Lei and Meng Jin, two people who had wilted auras, their conditions were far worse than before. In this final strike, they exerted all of their strength too. Luckily, the mission is considered complete. Our blood race has eliminated a great calamity in our hearts, Meng Jin said with some lingering fear. Before this, he absolutely would not have admitted that a measly little Emperor Sakura Heaven would be the hidden danger in the blood race's heart, even if this person was so and so monstrous in the rumors. But now, he was in great admiration with progenitor and Lord Yishue's cautiousness. While Qi Shang was very careful and said, Meng Jin, go and confirm it. Meng Jin nodded his head and headed towards that cloud of mist. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That cloud of mist actually suddenly started to spin, forming an energy vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger and increasingly stronger. In a twinkle, the energy vortex started to devour the blood cloud grand arrays. Power. Countless red lights were sucked in by the energy vortex. Qi Shang's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm. What's going on here? Yu Lei said in shock. The blood cloud grand array's power is actually being drawn away. Could it be that that boy didn't die? Just as they were speaking, a figure gradually appeared in the energy vortex. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Not only did Yi Yuan not die, furthermore his strength at this time was currently rising rapidly. Qi Shang was dumbfounded and said, Is he breaking through? He's absorbing the blood cloud grand array's power to break through? You got to be kidding? The energy of blood could only be absorbed by the blood race. Once powerhouses of other races absorbed it, their own origins would also be corrupted. Not only would they be unable to break through, but it would also even sever their cultivation path. But now, Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the energy of blood. Inside the vortex, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, The Tao of blood is a great Tao. It isn't exclusive to your blood race. My 4 great bloodlines have just stepped into chaos grade and just happen to need the nourishment of these energies of blood. Thanks a lot. Yishue carefully planned this assassination, but he did not expect he actually gave me a big gift, right? The hearts of Qi Shang, 3 people sank to rock bottom. This guy was actually using the energy of blood that they bitterly collected to strengthen himself, only to see that there were 4 small and exquisite 4 great true spirits in front of Yi Yuan's chest, currently slowly rotating. Those energies of blood that were absorbed were currently pouring into their bodies, and Yi Yuan's aura also rose immensely during this. We can't let him break through. Kill again. Qi Shang knew that things were amiss, and he used another Wrath of the Blood God without hesitation. Although Yu Lei and Meng Jin were somewhat short on strength, they could not care that much at this time, either overdrawing on the power of origin and smashing toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. Except the power of their moves was much worse compared to earlier. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, Even your strongest moves couldn't kill me. Isn't it too laughable to come and try to kill me again now? Just nice, I can use you all to measure the power of chaos grade bloodline. In the vortex, the pressure on Yi Yuan's burst forth once more. This time, the pressure of the bloodlines made the entire space tremble. Innate chaos grade bloodline. Furthermore, it was 4 types of bloodlines. Combining, in terms of level, it was already completely not worse than progenitor bloodstone. The only thing that Yi Yuan was lacking in was just level of attainment. But facing Qi Shang, these 3 people, it was enough. The bloodline power of the 4 symbols phantoms gathered on Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. The terrifying Saint Force exploded like an erupting volcano. Before even clashing, Qi Shang already felt the pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. 4 symbols, Heading for sainthood, this punch of Yi Yuan slammed right toward Meng Jin. Meng Jin only felt like the sky was going to collapse. The ultimate move that he overdrew on origin power to use was like paper paste. In front of Yi Yuan's punch. Boom! A loud noise. Meng Jin's body was directly turned into nothingness. He was directly obliterated by that powerful saint force. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei were directly sent flying away by this tremendous force. Their ultimate moves were directly dispersed. Qi Shang and Yu Lei looked at Yi Yuan at the same time, shock and horror on their faces. The power of this punch was also too terrifying, right? This kind of punch, if it was thrown out by a hegemon realm, they would not be surprised at all. But Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakra Heaven. Chaos-grade bloodline was actually utterly horrifying. Killing a hegemon realm with one punch, this kind of strength, even if it was hegemon realms, it could not be done too. Blood race hegemons were notorious for being hard to kill. Their recovery ability was more than 10,000 times of Emperor Sakra. Heavens! Wanting to thoroughly kill blood race hegemons was virtually something
Impossible.
But Yi Yuan did it. For a moment, the two people actually did not dare to step forward anymore. But they could not get out of this blood cloud grand array too. The current state was really awkward. When Yi Yuan broke through his realm, he would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. This was also to say that they were quietly awaiting death. This kind of sensation really made people despair. Yi Yuan withdrew his fist, very satisfied with the power of this punch. The lethality of Saint Force was indeed not what ordinary origins could compare to. This kind of power that originated from the door of eternal life was extremely mysterious. No one could say clearly what it was, but it was just powerful. Being able to jump realms and battle, what Yi Yuan relied on was naturally this. After breaking through to Chaos-grade bloodline, Yi Yuan could clearly feel that the four great bloodlines underwent a transformation from quantitative to qualitative. Even if it was an independent bloodline, the power could not even be mentioned. In the same breath, no wonder the four great true spirit clans had always been the 33 heavens top race. If not for Heavenless, Samsara, and Progenitor Bloodstone, these freaks emerging, Meteon would be in that apex group in this world. After I broke through, I should have the strength to fight with peak hegemons, right? Yi Yuan said a little excitedly. The energy vortex grew larger and larger. The blood cloud grand array started. Trembling, Qi Shang and Yu Lei looked at each other, the look in their eyes becoming more and more seemingly in despair. A day later, the vortex dissipated. Yi Yuan walked out of it. At this time, he already reached Upper Emperor Sakra Heaven and was only a step away from Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. When he reached Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, Yi Yuan would be able to bombard the door of eternal life and assault that fleeting and ephemeral realm of hegemon. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Qi Shang and Yu Lei completely broke down. Even if you kill us, you can't get out of the blood cloud grand array. 2. When you go out, Lord Yi Shui will already be waiting for you, Qi Shang said, threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Is that so? Then I'll go out first before killing you guys. All right?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised a fist, Saint Force encircling, and he struck. At the horizon, boom! A deafening rumble that shocked the ears could be heard. A huge hole was actually punched out by him. Qi Shang's two eyes became wide saucers, and he said in disbelief, how is this possible? The mountain pass gates shattered. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses suffered countless casualties. After 3 days of fighting, more than half of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's elites were dead or injured. Even if it was hegemon realms, more than 100 died too. As for below hegemon realm, the casualties were even beyond counting. This war was tragic to the extreme. Of course, the blood race did not get off cheap either, similarly suffering heavy losses. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses were completely risking their lives completely disregarding casualties. Different from the other heavens, grand bright jade complete heavens. Cohesiveness was hair-raisingly strong. Even Yi Shui was visibly moved by it too. He thought that an absolute advantage would destroy these people's will to fight very soon and make them fall apart and run away. However, it did not. In fact, those powerhouses that were brought back from all the heavens also fought until the last drop of blood one after another. However, the blood race had a powerful recovery ability. In contrast, their losses were much smaller. Around the vicinity of Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall, a large group of Hegemon realm powerhouses gathered. Feng Xiaotian led more than 10 Hegemon realms and was currently defending nearby the main hall to the death. He was dyed in blood all over, his aura disorderly, but his fighting spirit rose to the sky. Haha! Feng Xiaotian, you all are risking your lives to defend this region of space. It looks like there's really good stuff here. If I didn't guess wrongly, the heaven volume should be in here. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a loud laugh. Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice, "So what if yes?" Blood Promise grinned and said, "Do you still want to have a cornered beast fight? In your current state, how long can you last?" Feng Xiaotian wiped away the blood stains at the corners of his mouth and said, proudly, "As long as I'm alive, you can forget about taking half a step into the Extreme Light Pavilion." In the midst of the fierce battle, an attack almost destroyed the Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall. This was the entrance to the Extreme Light Pavilion. It was also the location of the Heaven Volume. It was where the foundation of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven lay. It was naturally impossible for Feng Xiaotian to passively watch the Extreme Light Pavilion's space be destroyed, so he sacrificed himself to block this attack. But, like this, it exposed the importance of this place too. Regarding this kind of space, it was very easy to hide from those below Hegemon, but it naturally could not be concealed from a powerhouse like Blood Promise. Hence, Blood Promise gathered a large number of Hegemon realms and attacked this place fiercely. Originally, Feng Xiaotian had dozens of Hegemon realms around him, but in order to protect this place, they had nowhere to retreat and were unable to bypass the battle. They could only resist head-on. After 3 days, there were only over 10 Hegemon realms left around Feng Xiaotian. Furthermore, each and every one was severely wounded. Ha ha ha! Like a mantis blocking a chariot. Feng Xiaotian, you and I have fought for so many years. Killing you today, it's really a little melancholic. Attack together. Destroy this region of space and snatch the Heaven Volume. Under his word of command, dozens of Hegemon realms rushed over like the wind. Feng Xiaotian took the lead and went to meet the arriving enemies. The fresh blood on his body added some desolate slaughter aura. More than 10 people versus dozens of people, this was a completely unfair battle. But no one retreated. Zitsong, Mingjiang, the two of you protect my flanks. After the others enter the hall, leave Blood Promise they all to me. Feng Xiaotian shouted fiercely. There was no need for him to instruct. These two people were long already covering his flanks. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang. These two people were his comrades when he was at South Qi Giant City. Their cooperation had long already had a tacit agreement. South Qi Giant City was a meat grinder, but it also gave birth to a large number of powerhouses. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang were outstanding talents among them. Originally, it was very difficult for them to break through to Hegemon realm. But Yi Yuan made the Chaos Origin formation. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang, two people, broke through to Hegemon realm in one stroke. These two people had undergone trials in South Qi Giant City for many years. They were both people who were used to fighting, their combat power being extremely formidable. That was how they lived until now. However, they were already arrows at the end of their flight too. Fighting in close quarters, facing the powerful attacks of dozens of Hegemons, this group of people seemed to be struggling. Of course, the most stressful one was naturally Feng Xiaotian. He was currently still facing 6 great peak hegemons by himself. And on Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's side, there was only him alone left. But, facing such great disparity in strength, no one retreated. Facing this battle situation of 10 over people, Blood Promise actually still failed to take them down after a long battle. This group of people was too tenacious. Jin Yu, you go and cut off the flank. We'll surround and besiege Feng. Xiao Tian again. Blood Promise suddenly said. Okay. Jin Yu was also one of the peak hegemons. After receiving the order, he turned around and headed for the flank. Feng Xiaoyan's heart sank, but he was already powerless to stop it. He was currently holding on entirely based on one breath. Regardless of whether it was spirit or physical body, they had all already reached the limit. Jin Yu's figure drew a blood-colored arc in the air, flying straight for Zhou Zitsong. Be careful, Zitsong. Feng Xiaoyan's both eyes turned blood-red, crying out fiercely. But Zhou Zitsong laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Perfect. City Lord Feng, Old Zhou, will be making a move first." Finished saying that, he looked at Jin Yu and said with a loud laugh, "Damn, bastard. Wanna kill me? Zhou Zitsong, it will break your teeth." Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Zhou Zitsong's entire person seemed to incarnate into a blazing fire, the aura on his body suddenly rising to an extremely terrifying level. He was only a hair's breadth away from peak hegemon. Feng Xiaotian was facing 5 great peak hegemons and naturally could not get away. But how could he not feel Zhou Zitsong's situation? But at this moment he felt relieved. Ha ha ha. Take care, old Zhou. This Feng will be following right away. Feng. Xiaotian suddenly laughed heroically and said. Zhou Zitsong had a calm look, holding a long saber in his hand, and swept across horizontally. Pucci, a hegemon realm head-on, could not avoid it in time and was directly obliterated by this blade. And this blade's momentum did not reduce. It was as if it was going to split apart this firmament, flying straight for Jin Yu. Jin Yu's expression changed slightly. He felt the sharpness of this blade. The power of this blade definitely already reached the level of a peak hegemon. If he resisted it head-on, it would definitely be the outcome of mutual defeat. It was only to see Jin Yu's expression flicker, his body flying out in the air attempting to dodge this blade. At this moment he retreated. Either way, the saber of Zhou Zitsong's had already depleted his life force. He was deader than dead. A frontal confrontation was not worth it. Ha ha ha. Coward. You don't even dare to receive a blade from your father. Go to hell. Amidst the loud laugh, Zhou Zitsong's saber momentum turned, chasing right after Jin Yu, forcing him to accept the challenge. Jin Yu was greatly shocked, because the saber was too fast. No time to think too much, he turned around and dealt a blow. Boom! In the void, 2 powerful attacks collided together fiercely. Eft! Jin Yu spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling like all the blood in his body was blowing apart. The saber of Zhou Zitsong's still inflicted heavy wounds on him. But at this time, Zhou Zitsong's body fell down softly, falling from the air. He had already stopped breathing. Mailmen. Really a bunch of lunatics. Jin Yu cursed angrily. This group of people was simply a bunch of madmen. Not a single person escaped. All of them fought to the last breath. Zhou Zitsong was merely an ordinary hegemon, but he erupted with shocking combat power, inflicting heavy wounds on him, this peak hegemon. This was something unimaginable in other places. However, before he recovered from the shock, another shocking attack erupted. Above the void again, flying straight for him. Jin Yu felt all the hair on his body stand on end, only feeling the scent of death coming head-on. City Lord Feng, Old Song will also be making a move first? Ha ha. Dog thing. D. Song Mingjiang's voice reverberated throughout the heavens. Zitsong Mingjiang, you guys take care. The current Feng Xiaotian was unusually calm. His whole life was a lifetime of fighting and conquering. He had seen too many partings of life and death. Being entrenched in the besieged South Qi giant city in the past, God knew how. Many fellow officers around him had left him. He had long already become indifferent to it. However, this did not mean that he was not furious. Zhou Zizong and Song Mingjiang were his left and right arms. They were extremely close to him. These two people also made tremendous contributions in blocking the enemy. Outside South Qi giant city, Jin Yu was already seriously wounded by these two people's desperate attacks, and virtually did not have the strength to fight anymore. This was exchanged by Zhou Zizong and Song Mingjiang with their lives. They only did it for that steadfastness in their hearts. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was their home. Even if they risked their lives, they had to protect this hot soil too. Feng Xiaotian was the same. Feng Xiaotian. It looks like you already have some awareness. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and was immensely pleased with himself. The people around Feng Xiaotian got fewer and fewer. Apart from Zhou Zizong and Song Mingjiang, the other people's combat power was clearly much worse. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Gong. This bone that was difficult to bite down on was finally chomped down by him. This group of powerhouses that Feng Xiaotian led was clearly Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's core force. If they died, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would be tantamount to being finished. Looking at this scene, a hint of decisiveness flitted across Feng Xiaotian's face. Humph! Feng Xiaotian have fought with the blood race for thousands of years. I've long already left life and death out of my consideration. Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? However, if you want me to die, you all will have to pay a great price too. Boom! It was only to see Feng Xiaotian snort coldly, the aura on his body suddenly erupting. Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Feng Xiaotian's life force started burning crazily. I dye the blue sky with my blood. Wind, thunder, transformation. All of a sudden, Feng Xiaotian's body spurted wildly with fresh blood. Wind and thunder, two great origins, were wandering around him frenziedly. Fresh blood rippled in heaven and earth, and it actually gave birth to another. Feng Xiaotian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, dozens of Feng Xiaotians appeared above the void. These dozens of Feng Xiaotians, each one was a peak ordinary hegemon. Furthermore, the auras were exactly the same. Blood Premise's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Each one is real. The other blood race hegemons also felt their scalps tingle one by one. Reaching their level of realm, illusion attacks were simply useless skills. Each person had a unique origin aura on their bodies. Hegemon realms could easily differentiate which was the real self. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it could not imitate the aura of the main body too. But Feng Xiaotian's illusions were different. These illusions were all condensed and formed by him cooperating with origin. Aura with blood essence. They were created by him at the expense of him, burning his life as the price. This move could only be used once in a lifetime. This was the last time. Blood Promise knew Feng Xiaotian too well, and he knew all of his moves. But he had never seen before this move. Too outrageous. Above the void, dozens of Feng Xiaotians had cold eyes and stark murderous intent, as if hundreds of wild beasts were staring at the blood race's powerhouses. Kill! Dozens of Feng Xiaotians shouted angrily in unison, their voices shaking the sky, charging towards the blood race's hegemons. Boom! 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 Above the sky of Extreme Medicine Sect's main peak, it suddenly exploded. Feng Xiaotians had unstoppable momentum, akin to one proud sun after another, blowing through the sky. Those blood race hegemons originally held the absolute advantage. But this advantage was reversed in an instant. 3 Feng Xiaotians charged straight for Jinyu, fury surging to the sky. The 3 people's fist winds fluttered, bombarding the severely injured Jin Yu without pulling his punches in the slightest. He wanted to take revenge for his brothers. Jin Yu was severely damaged by the two ordinary hegemons. He had not caught his breath yet, and Feng Xiaotian had already come. Seeing the situation, Jin Yu was in horror. He was currently greatly weakened. How could he be the enraged Feng Xiaotian's match? Save! Before yelling out, "Save me," these two words, the three Feng Xiaotians had already arrived. Fist images permeated, slamming down like a storm, directly engulfing Jin Yu. At the same time, 20 Feng Xiaotian clones counter-checkmated Blood Promise and 5 top hegemons instead. Feng Xiaotian corroborated his Tao with battle. Even if his clones only had the strength of ordinary hegemons, his combat power was strong to the extreme. 2. These 20 Feng Xiaotian clones directly suppressed the 5 great peak hegemons. Woo woo woo. The sound of wind blew across the sky, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. It was as if lamenting the hegemons who died. In the encirclement of 3 great supreme hegemons, Zhua Bufan's sword energy crisscrossed, standing rock solid. But at this time, he let out a sigh and said sorrowfully, "Have a safe trip, brother." Cloudmount was also in the heat of battle with 2 great supreme hegemons. Feeling Feng Xiaotian's aura, he had hot tears in his eyes as he said, "Fine, lad. Got guts. Rest assured, us old fellows will definitely kill off the blood dogs and avenge you." Mi Tian's gaze turned dark, feeling his heart aching, the strength in his hands growing a little heavier. After coming to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this place left an extremely deep impression on him. Having fought against the blood race for thousands of years, the Heaven One Alliance's unyielding and hot-bloodedness was what he had never seen before. Despite wandering through all the heavens, unknowingly he was infected too. The geniuses here might not be that monstrous, but they all had a stubborn and tenacious spirit. Feng Xiaotian was even above average among them. Regarding Feng Xiaotian, Mi Tian thought very highly of him and personally gave him guidance many times too. Today, Feng Xiaotian's blood spilled in the sky, using his hot blood to fight, until the last moment. Opposite Mi Tian, Yishue's face also revealed a hint of respect. "Although we're enemies, you all have earned our respect."
Mi Tian, grand.
Bright Jade Complete Heaven is different from the others.
Yi Zhu lamented.
That tone was as if chatting with an old friend. Yishue dominated the Blood Race army and swept across all the heavens. But not a single place was as tenacious as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Even in an absolute inferior position, no one stepped back too. Every single one was willing to lay down their lives and spill their hot blood for this hot soil. Even until now, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was already more than half lost, their combat power greatly reduced. But they did not show the slightest signs of collapse too. Feng Xiaotian even pushed this solemn and stirring fighting spirit to the pinnacle. Those powerhouses who were still fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles. At this moment it was as if their blood was immolated. Many people's eyes had hot tears but became even more valiant and vigorous. The 4 great true spirit clans powerhouses had already completely integrated into this collective at this time too. As if Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had become their second home. An astonishing, imposing momentum condensed and formed. Boom! 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 The rumbling sounds lingered incessantly, but the auras of the Feng Xiaotians became weaker and weaker. Finally, the illusions dissipated one by one, and the fighting sound became weaker and weaker. Above the sky of the main peak it was in ruins. The dozens of blood race hegemons originally were actually more than half dead and injured at this time. The remaining ones similarly had disorderly auras, their strength greatly diminished. Above the void, a figure stood proudly. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air, glaring ahead, his entire body covered in blood. That fighting spirit that billowed to the sky still had not dissipated. But the current Feng Xiaotian no longer had any aura on his body. His life force was already burned out. An era's god of war had fallen. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in midair, his aura surging to the sky, not dissipating for a long time. That shocking fighting spirit actually supported his physical body from falling down. He just stood at the entrance of the Extreme Light Pavilion, glaring at all of the blood race's powerhouses. He was akin to a furious Vajra, guarding grand bright jade complete heavens. Last foundation. For a moment, there was actually no one who dared to step forward, including Blood Promise. The entire battlefield actually fell into a brief respite because of his demise. Yi Shui had a somber expression, and he said solemnly, "Fighting spirit, condensing without dissipating, causing great Tao resonance. If he didn't die, he should have broken through to supreme hegemon in one stroke, right? This person is admirable." Such an opponent made a powerhouse like Yi Shui visibly move too. In reality, many blood race powerhouses revealed looks of respect on their faces too. Although he was dead, his soul was still alive. Mitian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all closed their eyes in pain. City Lord Feng, goodbye. We won't disgrace you. We'll definitely make the blood dogs pay a terrible price. City Lord Feng, your unfinished business will definitely help you finish it. Many heroes quietly shed tears at this time. They were sending Feng Xiaotian off with their eyes, sending away the hero in their hearts. Yi Shui looked at Mitian and said, "Your grand bright jade complete heaven has too many fine lads. Now that the situation has played out like this, are you still insisting on sacrificing their lives? As long as you surrender, I can plead with progenitor on your behalf to spare them from death." Mitian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Yi Shui, are you joking? Feng Xiaotian's corpse has yet to turn cold. He dyed the blue sky with his hot blood and is currently watching us in heaven. Which one of us do you think dares to take a step back?" Actually, Yi Shui had long already anticipated the result, but he still said. Hearing what Mitian said, Yi Shui smiled lightly, then recovered to that unrivaled powerhouse again and said coolly, "Since that's the case then, we'll be irreconcilable till death. Everyone, obey my order. Slaughter. Grand bright jade complete heaven and spare not even fowls and dogs. Blood Promise, break through the Extreme Light Pavilion space and snatch the heaven volume." Whoosh! Under his word of command, the brief respite was broken once again. Battle cries that shook the heavens sounded out again. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and actually wavered a little and did not advance. The current Feng Xiaotian, regardless of whether it was fighting spirit or aura, it was all still at his peak state, without dissipating at all. Especially that pair of furious eyes, it was currently staring right at him as if they were going to devour him. In terms of momentum, he had already lost. He swallowed his saliva, seemingly emboldening himself as he said, "Feng Xiaotian, do you think that you can still frighten this seat after you're dead?" Finished saying, Blood Promise raised a fist and smashed toward Feng Xiaotian viciously. Right at this time, the origin power around Feng Xiaotian actually moved on its own under the situation where no one was controlling. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out. Blood Promise's entire person was actually blasted flying out. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded with shock. What's going on? Isn't Feng Xiaotian dead? How can he possibly launch an attack? Furthermore, it's even so strong. Gee, got to be kidding. Never seen before a dead man who can still launch attacks. Everyone was shocked. A dead person actually sent the peak hegemon Blood Promise flying. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Furthermore, they clearly detected that Feng Xiaotian really did not have any aura and also did not activate divine essence. Everything was all heaven and earth spiritual energy moving on its own. Blood Promise shot to his feet and cried out angrily, "Feng Xiaotian, are you trying to tell me that even if you're dead, I'm not your match either? Can I, Blood Promise, still lose to a dead person today? Attack together for me." Wanna see how long this guy can last? Under Bloodprami's word of command, those Hegemon realm powerhouses stepped forward one after another, each displaying their divine abilities. But a force field seemingly formed around Feng Xiaotian. All attacks that arrived in his surroundings, the power of origin would be automatically generated, and then it would counterattack. Boom! 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 Those blood race Hegemon realm powerhouses were all sent flying one after another. A blood race Hegemon was not careful and was actually directly wiped out. With this, everyone was even more shocked. The dead Feng Xiaotian was actually even stronger than when he was alive. The blood race army was actually unable to break through from in front of him. Bloodprami's face was ugly to the extreme. He had already rushed over many times, but each time he would be sent flying by a powerful attack. City Lord Feng died in battle and continues to protect Extreme Light Pavilion. 2. His life force has already faded away, but his will to fight is still condensed here, not letting anyone take a step in. City Lord Feng is a god of war. God of war? Hurrah! Many grand bright jade complete heaven powerhouses had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Their eyes when looking at Feng Xiaotian were full of admiration. Although Feng Xiaotian was dead, he lived on forever in people's hearts, regardless of whether it was his comrades or his enemies. Yishui said coolly, "A glorious death, fighting spirit condensing without dissipating, drawing down heaven and earth great Tao, forming a barrier of its own. If he didn't die, his future accomplishments might not have been lower than yours and mine. This battle is exciting. This battle is tragic. However, it's also precisely because of this that your blood is even more precious." Didn't expect that 3 blood ward beads were filled up in just grand bright jade complete heaven. 3 blood ward beads were currently devouring blood energy crazily above everyone's heads. Yishui also did not expect that in a low-level plane like Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, it could actually fill up 3 blood ward beads. This way, the 1 blood ward bead that was used up to kill Yi Yuan was no big deal anymore. One had to know that the blood energy that the blood ward bead collected was all extremely pure energy of blood. One Hegemon realm might not be able to raise 1,000th of the amount too, but in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, everyone's will to fight was extremely fierce. This made the energy contained in their blood essence become even stronger. It was also precisely because of this that the collection of the blood ward bead became particularly easy. Mi Tian's expression was very ugly. No need to guess, and he also knew that this great battle that swept across all the heavens, which was started by the blood race, it was precisely to collect the blood ward beads. This was not a good thing. Alright, Feng Xiaotian is already dead. Yi Yuan should also already be dead. Now, Mi Tian, no matter to what extent this battle is fought until you are the loser, let us end this battle. Yishui waved his hand. The blood race army mobilized again. The great battle started again. Blood Promise and a group of hegemons attacked Feng Xiaotian crazily. No matter how strong the god of war's will, it was ultimately a masterless thing. The origins around him got lesser and lesser. The battle spirit was also about to shatter. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and said, "Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaotian, even if they all revere you as a god of war, so what? You are ultimately a dead man." Under the frenzied attacks, Feng Xiaotian's physical body started swaying, looking like it was about to fall. Blood Promise and the others seemed to be injected with stimulants and were about to rush into the Extreme Light Pavilion space. And right at this time there was suddenly a loud noise that could be distinctly heard across the entire battlefield. That impregnable blood cloud grand array actually had an opening blasted open by someone from inside. A figure flew out swiftly at that time. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Virtually at the same time, Yishui, Blood Promise, Mi Tian, Cloudmount, Zhua, Bufan, all of them were shocked. This is impossible. 3 days aren't up yet. Furthermore, how can he possibly break through the blood cloud grand array. Yi Shui looked at Yi Yuan, who rose to the sky, staring dumbfoundedly. No one was clearer than him how strong the blood cloud grand array was. Even if a supreme hegemon was trapped, they absolutely could not come out in 3 days' time too. But now Yi Yuan came out. He prepared a certain kill scenario. The most important thing was eliminating Yi Yuan, this future trouble. In the end, it actually failed. It was not just him. The blood race powerhouses were all dumbfounded with shock. And Emperor Sakura Heaven actually broke through the blood cloud grand array. Furthermore, he merely only used 3 days. Just what kind of freak is this guy? Even the blood cloud grand array actually can't trap him too. No, wait. Lord Yi Shui sent Qi Shang, the 3 of them, to go and kill Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan came out, doesn't that mean that Emperor Sakura Heaven killing hegemon? This. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately triggered a chain reaction. Many people immediately realized that Qi Shang, the 3 of them, were probably fraught with grim possibilities. But it was precisely this guess that made all the Bloodkins extremely shocked. An Emperor Sakura Heaven killing 3 great hegemons? What else was more ridiculous than this? But Mi Tian's face revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. 3 days had passed. The blood cloud grand array did not have any activities. Actually, he no longer harbored hope. Facing 3 great hegemons, Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of surviving at all. But Yi Yuan gave him a pleasant surprise. This guy really killed his way out. Heh! This boy made this old man worry in vain. Cloudmount's face also revealed a hint of a smile. With this battle being fought until now, everyone's mood was heavy. Powerhouses fell one by one. Their strength was being devoured bit by bit. Now even Feng Xiaotian died in battle too. What awaited them was only despair. But Yi Yuan killing his way out of the blood cloud grand array gave them hope. However, Yi Yuan had just flown out. His entire body trembled. He saw Feng Xiaotian, who had fighting spirit billowing to the sky, was no longer breathing. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes instantly turned blood red. The scenes from long ago replayed in his mind like a motion picture. At South Qi Giant City, that big and tall figure blocked the blood race armies. Countless attacks. He was South Qi Giant City's god of war. Back then, when Yi Yuan returned, he held off several of the blood races. Hegemons with his power alone. That resoluteness, that willpower, it was admirable. But now he was not around anymore. The time that Yi Yuan became friends with Feng Xiaotian was not considered long, but Feng Xiaotian was one of the few people that he held in great esteem. Now he was no longer around. Seeing that fighting spirit that rose to the sky, and a body that was teetering on the verge of collapse, Yi Yuan instantly understood something. Even death could not stop his will to protect Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. 2. He was not around, but his spirit was still here. Yi Yuan's throat already choked up. At this time, 2 figures scurried out of the blood cloud grand array. It was precisely Qi Shang and Yu Lei. Qi Shang suffered a great loss of vitality. His foundation was clearly injured. Yu Lei's aura was somewhat unstable. Clearly, he had expended a great deal of energy. When Yi Shui saw their miserable state, his brows could not help furrowing. Where was Meng Jin? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. When Qi Shang saw Yi Shui, it was like he saw his savior. Lord Yi Shui, Yi Yuan, he gained enlightenment inside the blood cloud grand array and killed Meng Jin. Qi Shang said. Idiot! Yi Shui said with a livid expression. No need to ask, and he knew that these morons must have underestimated the enemy. That was how Yi Yuan turned the tables. Although he knew that if it was him, it would probably be the same too. Who could have thought that a mere Emperor Sakura Heaven could actually really kill a hegemon realm powerhouse? The moment these words came out, everyone's heart shook. Guessing it was one thing, but it coming out of Qi Shang's mouth was another thing altogether. Yi Yuan really killed a hegemon. Furthermore, Qi Shang and Yu Lei were so miserable, but Yi Yuan was like the noonday sun. This made people very curious about just what happened inside the blood cloud grand array. Why was it totally different from the situation they imagined? However, right when everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan suddenly moved. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Qi Shang and Yu Lei's necks were directly clutched by Yi Yuan, holding up in the air. The powerful Qi Shang and Yu Lei were like little chicks in Yi Yuan's hands. At this time, without the slightest strength to resist, Yi Yuan exerted force. Qi Shang and Yu Lei were directly wiped out. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Is he really still emperor? Sakra heaven. Although Qi Shang they all are greatly weakened, they are still hegemon realm after all. In his hands, they actually couldn't even resist. If he were to break through to hegemon realm, what would he be able to do? Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. Yi Yuan's monstrousness already exceeded their imagination. Just at the Emperor Sakra heaven realm and he could kill hegemon bare-handedly. They were unable to imagine what kind of terrifying degree the hegemon realm Yi Yuan would reach. Maybe he could confront progenitor Bloodstone head-on? Many people trembled all over, being frightened by this thought. After killing two great hegemons, Yi Yuan walked toward Feng Xiaotian slowly. There were many blood race powerhouses around him, but they did not dare to step forward at all. That display just now already intimidated everyone. Yi Yuan was seemingly slow, but in reality he was fast, walking right past. Blood promise. This place was the encirclement of the hegemons. There were still more than 50 blood race hegemons surrounding here. There were even 5 peak hegemons among them. Blood promise did not stop him, but he let out a cold laugh. This kid was courting death. Hey, are you going to learn from Feng Xiaotian? To accompany him on his way. Kid, this seat will grant your wish, Blood promise said with a light smile. Without Mi Tian's cooperation, Yi Yuan had no way of executing the realm, crossing greater teleportation at all. Even if his spatial rule was formidable, it was impossible to escape from. Under the eyelids of 50 hegemon realms too, Yi Yuan was walking right into a trap. It looks like this kid has quite the relationship with Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian died. He's going to accompany him too. So what even if he killed his way out of the blood cloud grand array? Could it be that he can still deal with so many of us hegemons by himself? I think that he sees nothing much can be done about it now, and he's prepared to be like Feng Xiaotian, just a mantis blocking the chariot. The blood race hegemons surrounding Feng Xiaotian all let out gloating mockery. They naturally knew that Yi Yuan was angry. However, if being angry had a use, then what was cultivation for? In the end, strength still reigned supreme in this world. Without strength, there was only being slaughtered. Regarding their mocking, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, and he slowly arrived in front of Feng Xiaotian. It was only to see Feng Xiaotian having a look of unswerving determination, glaring ahead. If not for that, there were no longer any signs of life in his body. Yi Yuan would even think that he was still fighting. Yi Yuan's heart ached, and he opened his mouth and said, "Brother Feng back." Then in South Qi Giant City, we joined hands and crushed the blood race. Today, us brothers will fight side by side one last time. We'll let these blood dogs know what's called pain together. Finished saying, Yi Yuan slowly turned around and carried Feng Xiaotian. Fighting spirit rose to the sky. Haha. Carrying a dead man, you want to fight side by side? Do you really take us, these hegemons, to be decorations? Yi Yuan, you're joking around using your life. Seeing Yi Yuan carry Feng Xiaotian, Blood promise mocked. Facing the encirclement of numerous hegemon realms, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation to begin with. Now, he actually even wanted to carry someone while fighting. Was he joking? Being able to kill a hegemon is so impressive. He probably doesn't even know what's his surname anymore, right? The outcome is a foregone conclusion now. Even if he got out of the blood cloud grand array, so what? He just came out. He probably hasn't even figured out the situation yet, right? All around, there was a series of ridicules. Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made them feel extreme shock and confusion, but this did not hinder the overall situation. In this kind of war that was unequaled by contemporaries, any individuals' strength was insufficient to change the entire war situation. Even Yi Shui and Mi Tian were unable to influence the war too. A mere Yi Yuan, was there any use in being angry? Since it was useless, then Yi Yuan's way of doing things appeared extremely laughable. Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian, looked at Blood Promise and said, "Brother, Feng, you said that this guy is simply a piece of trash, but Heaven One is weak and never had the chance to trample him underfoot all along. Yet this guy still regards himself as infallible and likes to posture. You've always been nursing a grievance. Today, I'll trample him underfoot together with you, and let him know how trash he is." These words seemed to be said to Feng Xiaotian, but Blood Promise found it extremely grating on the ears. Trash? Like to posture? He was the blood race's genius. Did he not have the capital to posture? Who the hell was Feng Xiaotian? Blood Promise's expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you think that by saying a few words you can goad this seat? You're still too inexperienced. This great battle concerns the destiny of all the heavens. How can it be a dispute caused by personal feelings? Since you've walked right into a trap, then you can go and die." In Blood Promise's view, Yi Yuan was goading, triggering him to fight one-on-one. Only in this way would Yi Yuan have a chance to take revenge. But he would not give Yi Yuan this opportunity. Blood Promise raised one hand up. All of the Hegemon realm powerhouses, accumulated power, awaiting release, just waiting for his word of command, and it would be a shocking attack. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, there would only be a road that led to death too. Facing the pressure of dozens of hegemons, Yi Yuan appeared especially calm, and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "You're right, I indeed want to fight with you. However, I don't need to goad you into action." It was only to see Yi Yuan form seals with both hands. A storm of surging chaos divine essence emerged from his hands. Swoosh! The spell was fired into the extreme light pavilion space by Yi Yuan with a backhand. Right on the heels of that, the space started trembling violently. An enormous light door appeared above the void, as if it was some great primitive beast that was awakened by Yi Yuan. Blood Promise's expression changed slightly. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that this kid still had some trump card? But they already fought to this extent. What trump card could Yi Yuan still have? He could not figure it out after racking his brain too. Rumble. Swoosh. A monster with a tiger head and human body dashed out of the extreme light pavilion space, pouncing straight for a blood race hegemon. Immediately after, more and more monsters appeared in everyone's line of sight. Blood Promise's pupils constricted, looking at these monsters with a look of horror. Each of these monsters had the strength of Hegemon realm. Boom! 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 Above the void, a shocking great battle immediately broke out. These monster hegemons, each one of them was intrepid to the extreme, like they were bloodthirsty, pouncing towards the bloodthirsty hegemons frenziedly. There were actually more than 800 of these monster hegemons. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, and he said in a panic, "How is this possible? More than 800 Hegemon realm monsters, where did they come from? More than 800 Hegemon realm level bloodthirsty gods of war. What kind of terrifying strength was that?" For a moment, countless powerful existences filled the sky, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Their appearance suddenly turned the entire battle situation around. "Leave that person to me. Kill the rest." Yi Yuan pointed at Blood Promise and said, the dozens of Hegemon realms that Blood Promise led were virtually crushed into scraps by these 800 Hegemon realm monsters in an instant. They revived non-stop and were continuously killed again. All the way until the end, they were finally unable to revive. Even if it was those peak hegemons, they could not escape this fate too. Being pummeled frenziedly by hundreds of hegemon realms, no matter how strong it was to no avail too. Furthermore, these monsters all did not fear death and were dauntless to the extreme, their combat power going off the charts. None of them were easy to deal with. However, those monsters did not attack Blood Promise, directly emptying out this region of space where he was standing, but they completely sealed off this large area of space. Blood Promise did not even have the chance to run away. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, a feeling of despair welling up in his heart. Just now, he was still pleased with himself, thinking that he had cornered Yi Yuan. But in a blink, it became his certain death scenario. This huge reversal was too crazy. Over 800 hegemon realm-level monsters instantly rushed out of the battlefield. This kind of impact was seriously too strong and too shocking. In the midst of fierce fighting, Yi Xue's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, These are those monsters that had their bloodlines nurtured? How could they possibly all become hegemon realm? It was not just Yi Xue. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heavenside was also in extreme shock, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. The appearance of these 800 hegemon realms made the visual shock even stronger. Clearly, they all did not know that their side actually still had such a horrifying trump card. It's those monsters. Many years ago they already disappeared. I didn't expect that they were actually forged into a hegemon realm army by Heavenly Saint Yi. Amazing! Over 800 hegemon realms, this strength is enough to sweep across all the heavens. With them, we can even fight with the blood race. They were all persecuted by the blood race. That's how they became like this. The blood race also didn't expect that there would be today, right? This is called retribution is great. Originally, these people were all harboring the resolve to make a last-ditch, desperate attempt. But who knew that the moment Yi Yuan appeared, it reversed the battle situation and became a one-sided slaughter. Hence, each and every one of them was incomparably invigorated, going all out, and launching a major counteroffensive against the Blood Race army. Roar! A shocking angry roar came over, and a monster with a huge body dashed out of the extreme light pavilion space. This was the last one. Zhao Yu. The current Zhao Yu, his body was several times larger than before. His entire person's aura became incomparably violent and unbelievably powerful. His appearance made everyone fall into even greater shock. It was because the current Zhao Yu had actually already reached great beyond realm. His appearance pushed the momentum of the entire battlefield to the pinnacle. You go and help Senior Mi Tian. Take Yi Xue down. I'm going to use his blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Brother Feng. Yi Yuan said coldly. Roar! Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, rushing toward Yi Xue. Retreat! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xue directly announced the retreat. Facing such a powerful Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was simply impossible for them to attain victory. It was only to see him attacked with a blood spear. Heaven and earth changed colors, attempting to force Mi Tian back. Mi Tian just smiled coldly and said, wanting to leave isn't so easy. My title, Hegemon Space, isn't in name only. Spatial origin surged out. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen and was actually solid as a metal bucket. The spear of Yi Xue's was devoured by endless space. Meanwhile, the surrounding void was completely frozen. Freezing space did not need the numerous hegemons to take action.
Mi Tian's
power alone would suffice. Furthermore, with this space freezing, the power was even stronger than the blood races that time. Yi Xue's expression changed wildly, and at this time, Zhao Yu arrived. Roar! Zhao Yu's enormous body and violent sharp claws appeared unbelievably brutal. This claw seemed like it was going to tear Yi Xue to pieces. Berserk Saint force condensed on the tip of the claw. Places that it passed Through even the frozen space had fissures ripped apart. Yi Shui's expression changed again, long spear swinging horizontally, facing off against Zhao Yu. Boom! Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out, but Zhao Yu drew a lone arc in midair and actually flew back again. At the same time, Mi Tian also found an opportunity to attack. Boom! The three people exchanged blows head-on. This time it was Yi Shui's turn to be sent flying out. Having fought this battle until now, it was his first time being in a disadvantageous position. This also meant that the battle situation had completely turned around. Above the void, three mighty great beyond powerhouses were fighting frenziedly. The energy undulations that exploded made everyone's faces change. This life and death great battle entered the white-hot stage. However, Zhao Yu's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. In terms of strength, he was still significantly worse than these two super powerhouses, but he charged without fear of death, and his berserk combat power made up for this gap. How rich was Mi Tian's combat experience. With him assisting by the side, Yi Shui could only take a beating. In reality, Yi Shui already chose to retreat right away. He knew that nothing could be done anymore, but it was difficult to want to escape from Mi Tian's hands. The blood race powerhouses originally slaughtered everywhere, sweeping through everything, but now it was completely reversed. Mi Tian's spatial freezing, the radius was huge, affecting them as well. Even if these people wanted to run away, there was no chance either. Hence, it actually became a one-sided massacre. The blood race powerhouses were reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaoyan's corpse and walked step by step to Blood Promise. All around were battle cries that shook the heavens. But the two of them seemed to be cut off from the world. Everyone had overlooked them. I really didn't expect that you actually still had such a trump card. These monsters' talents are also just average. How can you possibly turn all of them into hegemon realms? Blood Promise said in confusion. Yi Yuan said coolly, what the Chaos Bloodstone can do, I can naturally do it, too. Blood Promise sneered when he heard that and said, just the likes of you dared to be placed in the same category as Progenitor 2. Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Yuan still said calmly, if your progenitor wasn't apprehensive of me, why would there be a need to put forth such a grand lineup? Blood Promise's expression changed, and he gave a cold snort but did not speak. Yi Yuan continued. Their bloodlines had been reformed to begin with. These few years I devoted myself to researching bloodlines and finally gained something. I completely stimulated their bloodline power. Them breaking through realms is also merely something that happened naturally without extra effort. Reaching the hegemon realm is nothing difficult. Yi Yuan had always been researching how to restore Zhao Yu and the others' appearance and consciousness, but it was very hard. However, he found another path. It was finding a way to continue stimulating their bloodline. Later, Yi Yuan even obtained the Heavenly Tao paintings. He stimulated these people's bloodline power with the Heavenly Tao paintings as a guide, letting them break through to hegemon realm in one stroke. And Zhao Yu's evolution even exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's talent was too good. He who obtained the Heavenly Tao painting could be said to be improving at a tremendous pace. Later, he secretly sent these people into the extreme light pavilion space. He did not even tell Mi Tian they all. Of course, it was also useless even if he told them. It was only so he could release the seal and let these monsters out. Otherwise, no one could control it. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, do you know what's called overestimating your own ability? Hegemon realm is nothing difficult. These words are just a little conceited when other people say it. But when it comes out of your mouth, that's ignorant and laughable. You, a divergent cultivator, when you break through, that will be the day that you die. What are you talking about, the hegemon realm for? Blood Promise said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, then you just watch how I talk about hegemon realm. Swoosh. For great bloodlines poured out of Yi Yuan's body wildly, Saint Force. Exploding. Without the slightest flashiness. Yi Yuan smashed a punch right over. In the next second, Blood Promise still had a look of disdain on his face. But in the next second, his pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "For great chaos, true spirit bloodlines! How is this possible?" The moment Yi Yuan moved, there was shock all over the sky. Even Mi Tian's movements were delayed by a fraction too. Chaos grade bloodline. He actually promoted the 4 great true spirit bloodlines all to chaos grade. Long Jian's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. This is impossible. Chaos grade bloodline is absolutely impossible to reach. Postnatal. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline is already the limit. But what on earth is going on? The White Tiger clans by Ji similarly had a look of shock. Doesn't this mean that we also have hope of advancing to chaos grade bloodline? The moment Xian Taiqing said these words, everyone trembled all over. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, 3 clans all had quasi-chaos grade bloodlines appear. Feng Qingxian, they all already had high hopes pinned on them. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline, although it was unable to reach the height of innate chaos grade bloodline, without a doubt the potential was much greater than the others. Even if similarly great beyond realm, Feng Qingxian, their strength would also be far stronger than Luan Qinghe, they all. But if one could reach chaos grade bloodline postnatal, that significance was completely different. Now, Yi Yuan's eruption had subverted everyone's understanding of bloodline. The power of his punch was so strong. Boom! Facing the front, Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian and smashed a fist fiercely onto Blood Promise's blood-colored shield. The blood-colored shield rippled. The terrifying power passed right through. Blood Promise's expression changed wildly. How could an ordinary Emperor Sakra heaven break through the origin defenses of a peak hegemon? Forget about breaking through. It could not even make them tremble a little. The gap between Emperor Sakra Heaven and peak hegemon was really far too great until it was hard to make up for. But Yi Yuan directly broke it. The penetrative force of Saint Force was too fearsome. There was no time to think too much. Blood Promise's blood energy surged, and he similarly smashed a punch over. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the 2 people exchanged a blow. Bang! The void exploded. The 2 people flew out backward. Yi Yuan retreated 1,000 steps away before barely managing to stand firm. And because Blood Promise was too hasty, he was directly smashed flying by a punch from Yi Yuan. Then he felt countless powerful auras lock onto him. Blood Promise shuddered and hurriedly stabilized his figure, avoiding those powerful auras. However, his expression was ugly to the extreme. This punch just now, he was about on par with Yi Yuan. So strong. He can actually stand up to a peak hegemon as an equal. This is also too monstrous. Emperor Sakra Heaven versus peak hegemon, this is something unprecedented. If he were to really break through to hegemon realm, how terrific would that be? Most likely, even progenitor won't be able to restrain him too. Practically all of the blood race powerhouses trembled. What this punch broke was the rule since time immemorial, frightening them greatly. The powerful talent and combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited were sufficient to make myriad worlds tremble. He looked at Blood Promise and said coldly, "Peak hegemon is nothing more than this too. Now I'm gonna fight side by side with Brother Feng. Do you still have any objections?" Blood Promise's face had long already become black as the bottom of a pot. When Yi Yuan piggybacked Feng Xiaotian, it seemed so laughable. No one thought that Yi Yuan could really avenge Feng Xiaotian. It was because the die was already cast. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan produced clouds with one turn of the hand, and rain with another, directly reversing the battle situation, encircling Blood Promise and turning Blood Promise into a turtle in the jar. Until now, people also did not think that he really had the strength to contend with Blood Promise. After all, Blood Promise was not an ordinary person. He was a blood race's genius, a powerful peak hegemon. The group of peak hegemons was commanded by him. This was sufficient to see his status in his blood race. But Yi Yuan told the world how strong he was with just one punch. Battling hegemons did not need one to be in the hegemon realm at all. Suddenly, Blood Premise's aura changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Do you really think that this is my true strength? Even if you can jump realms and battle, so what? Want to beat me? Be careful that it will cost your own life." 2. At this point, he no longer harbored any mentality of getting lucky. He already had some realization that this was a certain death situation. It was impossible to make Yi Yuan let him off. A beast at bay would put up a desperate fight. Since that was the case, he naturally had to put up a desperate fight. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, he would have profited too. The current blood promise seemingly attained new life. Even his entire person's temperament changed. He was far removed from the masses to begin with, his momentum shocking. Was just that 2 people appeared in his life, one Feng Xiaotian and one Yi Yuan. This made him become somewhat irritated and somewhat lacking in confidence. But, at the brink of desperation, the hot-bloodedness in his bones was already completely stimulated. Seeing this scene, many people started to worry. This guy wouldn't be playing with fire and burn himself, right? Blood promise. This guy isn't someone that's easy to deal with. His combat power that erupts, having all means of retreat be cut off, would definitely be very shocking. When Yang Qing saw this scene, he said rather worriedly. Feng Qingxian bit her lips lightly and said, "This guy just likes to mess around. Victory is clearly within grasp, but he insists on showing off his ability." Yang Qing shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Some things have to be done. If it were me, I'd be the same too." Feng Qingxian frowned, her eyes revealing a look of worry. She indeed did not understand, but she was very worried about Yi Yuan. At present, Yang Qing and Feng Qingxian had already stepped into hegemon realm, their strength extremely formidable. However, under this kind of great battle, their strength was still too weak. At this time, they had all sustained heavy injuries, but they were still killing the enemy courageously. Within a short time, Blood Premise's imposing momentum directly rose to the apex of peak hegemon. He was only half a step away from supreme hegemon 2. One blood-colored petal after another spilled over from Blood Premise's body, scattering over heaven and earth. Very soon, countless blood flowers teemed the sky. Swoosh! A blood flower floating straight toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan dodged slightly, avoiding the blood flower. Poochie! A gash was actually cut open on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He had clearly just avoided the blood flower but was cut. Poochie! A gash was also cut on Feng Xiaoyan's shoulder, fresh blood flowing down. Yi Yuan's heart turned slightly cold. These blood flowers were not simple. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Are you thinking why would you get injured when you clearly avoided my god-burying flower?" Yi Yuan did not answer. Blood Promise seemed to not have the intention of letting him answer too and continued, "This move is called illusionary. Flowers burying gods. It's a divine ability that I comprehended when I broke through to peak hegemon. Even Feng Xiaotian hasn't tried this move before too. This move is derived from my lifetime's comprehension. Experience it well. Yi Yuan, you're going to pay the price for your conceit. If you ordered them to kill me, there wouldn't be the current consequence. Now it's too late. If I'm dying, you'll have to be buried in death with me too." Suddenly, Blood Promise became brutal, and everyone's expression changed. Blood flowers that filled the sky swept over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. Blood Promise said that it was too late. It was because the current Yi Yuan was already completely encircled by god-burying flowers and could not get out at all. Yi Yuan's expression was unchanging, his figure directly turning into an afterimage disappearing. Above the void, the sound of sharp knives tearing flesh and blood would come over from time to time. Yang Qing's expression changed drastically. And he said, "Not good. Yi Yuan is in danger. His spatial origin is actually being restrained." Blood flowers that filled the skies danced wildly, giving people a breathtaking feeling. But amidst this stunning beauty, killing intent crisscrossed, making people feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone felt the power of this move. Everyone knew about Yi Yuan's spatial means. But here, Yi Yuan actually did not have the leeway to unleash it. Cloudmount's pupils constricted, and he roared wildly at those bloodline warriors. "What are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill." Blood promise. Among the bloodline warriors, there was already quite a number who had regained their intelligence. It was only to hear a few wild roars. The bloodline warriors made up of hegemons mobilized. Blood promise's expression changed slightly, but the seals in his hand became even more phantasmagoric. "No need." Amidst the blood flowers came Yi Yuan's cold yell. The figure appeared. When everyone saw Yi Yuan, they could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. The clothes on Yi Yuan's body were sliced into ribbons. Some exposed skin was flayed open and the flesh torn. It was a ghastly sight. Those with sharp eyes could even see that something seemed to be propagating in those flesh and blood, attempting to corrode them. Compared to Yi Yuan, there were actually only a scanty few wounds on the body of Feng Xiaotian, who was behind him. Very clearly, the vast majority of the attacks were blocked by Yi Yuan with his own body. Ha ha ha. Really loyal to brothers. Feng Xiaotian is merely a dead man. But you'd rather receive the baptism of the god-bearing flower yourself than be willing to let this dead person get injured? How touching. How stupid to the extreme. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help letting out a wild laugh. Yi Yuan's actions were simply laughable to the extreme in his eyes, carrying a dead man and saying that he wanted to fight side by side. Now, being in a disadvantageous position, he would rather suffer serious injuries than be willing to let a dead person suffer any bit of harm. Was this called loyalty? This was called stupidity. Yi Yuan looked at him and still said calmly, "How can someone like you understand what genuine brotherhood love is?" Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, "I understand. Of course I understand. The so-called brotherhood love is to set off for the Yellow Springs together. Therefore, you can set off together with Feng Xiaotian. This seat will send you off." A surge of explosive origin suddenly poured out wildly from Blood Promise's body. He was burning his life force. Above the void, the density of the god-bearing flower became extremely terrifying, virtually covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan's entire person was completely submerged. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly.